Chapter 2584. She's a peerless beauty. She's the real heaven's pampered daughter. Yeah, the adopted daughter of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries has made great contributions to the Reverend. It's said that the adopted daughter of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries will step into the Zhou Xian mansion this time. That's the real heaven's pampered daughter. We can only admire her from afar. I'm afraid that we won't be able to stand on the same level as her even if we exhausted all our efforts. That's right. I also want to see how beautiful the most beautiful woman in the Lone Dragon County is. Jiang Chen was clear. He concluded that the adopted daughter of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries must be related to Yan Qingcheng. She said that she wanted to return to the Qilian boundary. Jiang Chen was confident that his woman would definitely be the center of attention in the Qilian boundary. However, what was the background of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries in the Zhou mansion? Jiang Chen frowned. What kind of place is this? At least even the people of the Qilian boundary wanted to enter this place. One could imagine that the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries also had the same thought. This Zhou mansion was mysterious. It might be much more powerful than those big sects in the Qilian boundary. The Qilian boundary was many times bigger than the Linhe boundary. Moreover, the master of the Qilian boundary was in existence that could become a Reverend Lord. His strength must be extremely powerful. Even if it was a single realm, the difference between the Linhe boundary and the Qilian boundary was like heaven and earth. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to the Zhou mansion. Old beggar, don't disturb me while I'm enjoying my wine. A handsome youth holding an azure sword kicked out and a shockwave shook the air. It was like hitting a cow through the air, smashing the table of a middle-aged man not far from the tavern into smithereens. The middle-aged man wore coarse hemp clothes and there was an incomplete sign-steel sword on his back. There were cracks all over the sword and it was not even worth a penny. It could not even be considered a pseudo-divine artifact. The middle-aged man had loose stubble on his face. His eyes were unfocused and his expression was erratic. He held a large wine pot in his hand. When the handsome young man kicked the table and chair in front of him, the middle-aged man didn't even try to protect himself. Instead, he held the wine pot in his arms. Even after being attacked by the young man, he still held his wine pot and continued to drink. Damn it, you dare to ignore me? Do you know who I am? The handsome youth suddenly stood up and looked coldly at the sloppy middle-aged man in linen clothes. Forget it, senior brother. He's just a beggar who's not even a heavenly god. Why do you have to make things difficult for him? A green-clothed woman with two adorable braids chuckled as she spoke. We still have to go to the eastern region later. Don't stir up trouble. Another steady young man said in a deep voice. You're lucky to be a beggar. Otherwise I'll kick you to death. Our Eastern Emperor sect never kills a nobody. Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged man and his eyes suddenly became sharp. There were only 3 groups of people in the attic. Jiang Chen and the middle-aged man were in one group, and the other 3 young men were in another group. As for the rest of the people, when the handsome young man attacked just now, they had already paid the bill and left. You're from the Eastern Emperor sect? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became cold and even had a hint of killing intent. Since you know, why don't you get lost? Your father will never change my name. I am Donghuang Fenghua. The handsome youth sneered and looked at the sloppy middle-aged man arrogantly. Jiang Chen also sneered. He even married a woman's name. No wonder he's like a pretty boy. However, before Donghuang Fenghua pointed his sword at Jiang Chen, the sloppy middle-aged man asked impatiently again. All 3 of you? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. We don't want to stir up trouble today. Get lost. Although the steady young man did not admit it directly, his words had already explained everything. The 3 of them were mid-heavenly gods. Naturally, they were extremely confident. They were going to kill an old beggar who was not even a heavenly god. However, they still had something important to do, so the steady young man did not want to cause any trouble. That's right. Everyone from the Eastern Emperor sect should die. The middle-aged man suddenly raised his head. The wine gourd in his hand made a cracking sound. However, it did not shatter completely due to the support of divine power. Jiang Chen could see the killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes. It was a killing intent that could pierce through the heavens. Arrogant and conceited. Looks like you won't know how high the sky is if I don't teach you a lesson today. Living in this world is a luxury for you. Donghuang Fenghua took a step forward and was about to kill the sloppy middle-aged man. Perhaps I should have died long ago. The middle-aged man murmured. Then he moved his palms slightly and a sword light flashed. Dong Huang Fanghua and the other two were stunned. Jiang Chen was also slightly stunned. The middle-aged man's hand was holding the broken cyan steel sword. In the next second, Jiang Chen felt a deathly stillness. He turned around and saw that Dong Huang Fanghua and the other two were dead. Jiang Chen was shocked. It was too fast. This sword had completely surpassed his sword principal realm. His strength was not even at the heavenly god realm. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with shock. This sword was just too fast. It had truly shocked him who had reached the realm of man and sword as one. Dong Huang Fanghua and the other two were not strong, but they were at the mid-heavenly god realm. They did not even have the strength to fight back. There was no sign at all. When the three of them fell to the ground, not even the sword mark on their necks could be seen. It was as fast as lightning. Jiang Chen could feel that the middle-aged man's strength was not strong. However, the realm of his swordsmanship was so terrifying. Even he was shocked. Jiang Chen had to use all of his strength to avoid that sword. What kind of legend was this man? A sword pierced through the sky. Tens of thousands of swords. The path of the sword shocked the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen knew that in terms of the realm of swordsmanship, even he himself was left in the dust. Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged man's lonely silhouette. He could not imagine that such a desperate person could be such a terrifying sword saint. The middle-aged man's eyes were bleak and his soul was lonely. He was like a walking corpse. However, he was able to shock the world with his sword. Jiang Chen had never admired anyone before. However, this sloppy middle-aged man made him look at him in a new light. Heart and sword unification. Jiang Chen murmured. This was the realm that he had been dreaming of. To be able to merge with the sword and do as he pleased. Even Jiang Chen, who had experienced the union of dragon and sword and the union of man and sword, could not reach the realm of heart and sword unification. The sloppy middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Chen. However, he did not stay. He took the wine gourd and left. Jiang Chen followed the sloppy middle-aged man and walked out of the west region of Lingzhou City. Lingzhou City was divided into the east, west, north and south region. The west region was the territory of the Eastern Emperor sect. The sloppy middle-aged man had to run away after killing someone. Under a green mountain, the sloppy middle-aged man turned his head. He could feel that someone was following him. However, he did not know who it was. Chapter 2585. Jiang Chen looked at the sloppy middle-aged man with interest. He was very interested in this person. Why are you following me? The sloppy middle-aged man said in a low voice. Because I'm curious about you. You shouldn't be from the Eastern Emperor sect, right? Otherwise, how could you follow me for so long and run thousands of miles away? The sloppy middle-aged man seemed to be on guard against Jiang Chen. That's right. I just want to see how powerful your sword is. Jiang Chen directly stated his intention. His intention was that simple. That's all. The sloppy middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. You're much stronger than me. I'm no match for you. After saying that, the sloppy middle-aged man took a sip of wine and continued to move forward. That's not up to you. Jiang Chen sneered. He wanted to see how powerful the sloppy middle-aged man's sword was. The sloppy middle-aged man's terrifying level was far beyond his imagination. However, if Jiang Chen wanted to complete his transformation, he had to do so. Because his level of swordsmanship was far from the sloppy middle-aged man's. Jiang Chen wanted to seek a breakthrough, and the sloppy middle-aged man was of utmost importance. Jiang Chen stepped out and stepped on the void. He did not take out the heavenly dragon sword but only took out a peak divine weapon. Jiang Chen's sword was elusive and terrifying. Moreover, his strength was much stronger than the sloppy middle-aged man. The sloppy middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and his expression was extremely solemn. Jiang Chen's sword was ferocious. The shadow of the sword filled the void and it was soul-stirring. The sloppy middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent and quickly took action. The moment the shadow of the sword appeared, Jiang Chen felt a great threat. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. After all, the sloppy middle-aged man was still too weak compared to him. Jiang Chen took each step carefully. The sloppy middle-aged man's swordsmanship was much faster than Jiang Chen's. Under the heart and sword as one, the perfect combination of speed and strength had almost reached the peak. The sloppy middle-aged man was only a half-step heavenly god, yet he could make Jiang Qin so solemn. He was not simple. Moreover, his sword gave Jiang Qin a majestic feeling. Although it was filled with sadness and loneliness, the rage in the shadow of the sword was still present. Jiang Qin could feel that the sloppy middle-aged man had become like this. It was definitely not because he deliberately let himself be like this. He must have suffered a great injury. Jiang Qin did not intend to hurt him. However, the sloppy middle-aged man's swordsmanship had forced Jiang Qin to use his full strength. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a faint smile. From the beginning to the end he had been defending passively. The sloppy middle-aged man's strength was completely displayed by his terrifying swordsmanship. Shocking, domineering, unstoppable in the sword principle. This was Jiang Qin's evaluation of the sloppy middle-aged man. Body and sword as one. Jiang Qin swung his sword and finally forced the sloppy middle-aged man to retreat. However, he had also exerted 70% of his strength. Jiang Qin had benefited a lot from the battle just now. His swordsmanship was like the stars in the sky. No one could catch it, not even Jiang Qin. There is only the sword in the heart and there is only the heart in the sword. Is this the realm of body and sword as one? Jiang Qin murmured to himself. However, he still could not understand the realm of body and sword as one. The sloppy middle-aged man was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. He squinted his eyes. Lung Ling said, "My skills are not as good as yours. I am not your opponent. Are you really seeking death?" Jiang Qin frowned and stared at the sloppy middle-aged man. "We only have one life. Is it not important what we live for?" The sloppy middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He seemed to be full of despair for life. "I don't know why you've fallen, but with your abilities, let alone your future prospects, you won't be able to find an opponent below God King even now. I can say that you're a prodigy of the laws of the sword that only appears once every 10,000 years. Even I can't catch up to you in terms of comprehension of the laws of the sword. You're the only person I've seen who has surpassed me in terms of the laws of the sword." Jiang Qin sighed. People need something to live for. If we don't even have the most basic thought, what's the point of living? The sloppy middle-aged man said faintly. "How did the Donghuang sect defend you?" Jiang Qin understood. When this guy heard that the 3 people were from the Donghuang sect, he killed them without any mercy. It was obvious that he hated the Donghuang sect to the core. "If I have the ability to do so, I will definitely destroy the Donghuang sect. Since you are not willing to tell me, I will not force you. I am just a little envious of you. Your sword principle is so terrifying, so I want to learn from you." Jiang Qin was not willing to say more. After all, this was his privacy. He only felt pity for the sloppy middle-aged man. If such a peerless swordsman really became a sword saint, he would definitely be invincible in the world. Jiang Qin glanced at the rusty cyan steel sword in the sloppy middle-aged man's hand. He smiled bitterly and threw the sword in his hand to the sloppy middle-aged man. It was a supreme divine tool. Jiang Qin was able to infuse his sword intent into this supreme divine tool. Because it was a divine tool that he had refined, his mastery of the sword was far better than any other blacksmith. He was a swordsman who was obsessed with the sword. Even though this sword was just a supreme divine tool, it was still able to compete with an ordinary heavenly divine tool. It was absolutely not a problem for it. "What are you doing?" The sloppy middle-aged man was slightly stunned. "I have offended you just now. A treasured sword should be given to a hero. Moreover, you know it better than me. This sword was the best among the 108 peerless divine weapons." Jiang Qin did not hesitate to give it to the sloppy middle-aged man. "I will not accept a reward without doing anything." Jiang Qin could see that the sloppy middle-aged man loved this sword. At least for those below the divine king realm, this sword was enough to accompany him for hundreds or even thousands of years. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had the ability to surpass the divine king realm. "Then take it as a reward from me. Practice with me for a month. How about that?" Jiang Qin smiled. The sloppy middle-aged man didn't say anything, he just nodded his head silently. His expression was calm, but Jiang Qin could see that his love for this sword came from the bottom of his heart. Giving a precious sword to a hero, Jiang Qin didn't feel any heartache, because the sword didn't deserve him, but he didn't deserve it. "My name is Sword Saint," the sloppy middle-aged man said in a low voice. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He was worthy of the name Sword Saint. A peerless sword saint. The name Sword Saint was his lifelong pursuit. It was also the sword realm that he had given his whole life. My name is Sword Saint. I did not call myself Sword Saint. The sloppy young man said as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen would misunderstand him. I know. Chapter 2586. During this month, Jiang Chen had given him 30 pills to recover Yuan Qi. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to practice sword skills for a month without rest. Not only did he have the support of pills, he also had the recovery of the wood spirit. However, compared to a sword saint, it was still a very scary thing. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it. In this 1 month, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. Although he had yet to reach the realm of heart and sword as one, it was countless times stronger than before. On the path of swordsmanship, Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Sword Saint. He had been studying swordsmanship since the beginning and had no heart to cultivate, which was why his strength was so weak. However, he did not fail because his swordsmanship could be said to be unparalleled in the world. He was worthy of being called a sword saint. The divine king was shocked when he unleashed his sword. Tens of thousands of swords rose and the heavens and earth became silent. This was the supreme realm of sword technique, the heart and sword as one. This was his life's pursuit. Jiang Chen was very clear that he was obsessed with the sword and becoming famous because of the sword. If such a peerless talent was discovered by some great sects, he would certainly become a terrifying existence that would shake the entire Chilean boundary. Jiang Chen had learned a lot from Sword Saint. This was not something that could be repaid with a single sword. This was also to let Sword Saint accept the sword with a clear conscience. A month had passed. Sword Saint accepted Jiang Chen's divine sword with a clear conscience. Although he was miserable and indifferent, his obsession with the sword was obviously more extreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been attracted by Jiang Chen's divine sword. In this 1 month, Sword Saint did not say much and only exchanged swordsmanship. Jiang Chen's understanding of swordsmanship was something that Sword Saint had never heard of before. Although Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was weaker than his, Sword Saint had learned a lot from Jiang Chen. If you need anything, just say it. Before leaving, Jiang Chen looked at Sword Saint and said, "Thank you. I'm used to living a lonely life. I can't repay the kindness of the sword. See you again." A feeling of sympathy rose in Jiang Chen's heart. A powerful swordsman like the Sword Saint was frightening and was destined to be worshipped by countless people who were infatuated with swordsmanship. In his world there was only the sword. His infatuation was absolute. Wherever the heart of the sword was directed, the boulder would not shift. A Sword Saint's heart was the most tenacious of all. However, Jiang Chen knew that the depths of his heart were filled with sorrow. This sorrow might become his motivation to move forward, or it might cause his sword Dao to be incomplete. After Sword Saint left, Jiang Chen returned to the west region of Lingju City. There were 3 great sects in the west region of Lingju City. They had the most supreme sects in the east, west and north region. The Eastern Emperor sect was one of them. There was only one supreme sect in the other 3 regions. Among the 10 great sects in the Chilean boundary, Lingju City occupied 5 of them. Could be seen that Lingju City was a land of outstanding people. The reason why Lingju City attracted so many supreme sects was because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was the densest. It was the center of the entire Chilean boundary. With Lingju City as the center, the east, west, north and south region were divided into 4 regions. The 4 regions covered hundreds of thousands of miles. The Chilean boundary was vast. In Lingju City the spiritual chi was denser. It would cost a lot of divine origin stones to stay in the city. Other than the real nobles and the elites of the sects, no one could afford to stay in the city. The rest of the people were strong rogue cultivators. In short, they were the real elites in Lingju City. However, it was meaningless for Jiang Chen to enter Lingju City now. He needed to obtain the qualification to participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties. Only the real experts of the sects could have the chance to enter Tongxian Mansion. At least he had to enter Tongxian Mansion to meet Yan Qingqing. In the west region, the Eastern Emperor sect was the real leader. Jiang Chen had chosen the Eastern Emperor sect. The Donghuang Mountain was like a crouching dragon. The dragon's spine was like a mountain, majestic and magnificent, swallowing the mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen's goal was to join the Eastern Emperor sect to fight for the opportunity to enter Tongxian Mansion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to enter Tongxian Mansion. Have you heard? Big Senior Brother is coming out of seclusion soon. I wonder when we can be like Big Senior Brother standing at the top of the Eastern Emperor sect. Stop dreaming. Big Senior Brother is a peerless genius. If it wasn't for entering Tongxian Mansion, Big Senior Brother wouldn't have come out of seclusion so soon. The last time he came out of seclusion was 100 years ago. You're right. Our Eastern Emperor sect will definitely shine this time. Even the top 10 sects won't be as powerful as Big Senior Brother. Don't be too happy. The world is full of wonders. There might be someone stronger than Big Senior Brother. Although we all hope that Big Senior Brother will be invincible and enter Tongxian Mansion, there might be some peerless geniuses appearing when the time comes. You're right. Our Eastern Emperor sect has 3 quotas to enter Tongxian Mansion. Other than Big Senior Brother, let's see who's more powerful. Countless people were discussing at the foot of the Eastern Emperor Mountain. Although there were still 3 years before the competition for the Tongxian Mansion, countless sects were eager to participate after the news of Tongxian Mansion was released. However, there were only a handful of people who were qualified to participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties held by Tongxian Mansion. Only the top 20 sects in the Chilean region were qualified. The top 10 sects each had 3 quotas and the rest of the sects only had 1 quota. At the foot of the Eastern Emperor Mountain, Jiang Chen dashed towards the mountain gate. Many disciples were slightly shocked. Jiang Chen's strength was much stronger than those disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect. However, in the end they were the disciples of the great sects of the great domains. Hundreds of Heavenly God Realm disciples were gathered in front of the arena in front of the sect, watching the outer disciple competition. Thousandly Heavenly Cave, 10,000ly Spiritual Realm. This Eastern Emperor sect was indeed a place of great talents. Compared to the Profound Feng sect, it was much stronger. Who are you? This is the restricted area of the Eastern Emperor sect. You have 10 breaths to leave, otherwise I'll kill you. A tall and strong young man holding a long spear stood proudly in the void, looking at Jiang Chen coldly and said. He could see that Jiang Chen's strength was not ordinary. He had already reached the late Heavenly God Realm. That's why he did not expel Jiang Chen immediately. At least his strength was only at the mid-Heavenly God Realm. I want to join the Eastern Emperor sect. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. You want to join the Eastern Emperor sect now? I guess you're here for the quota to enter Tongxian Mansion, right? This is something that everyone knows. But first you need to be strong enough to take charge. You're not strong enough. It's not that easy to join our Eastern Emperor sect. Because this time the sect lord has specially approved that if there's an outstanding genius, he or she can compete for one of the quotas with the disciples of the sect. But he or she must join the Eastern Emperor sect and treat the sect as his or her home. And the prerequisite is that he or she must reach the peak of the late Heavenly God Realm. The young man looked at Jiang Chen with disdain and sneered. Chapter 2587. The young man looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Although he was not as strong as Jiang Chen, he was still a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect. He was proud and arrogant. If a late Heavenly God wanted to enter the Eastern Emperor sect, he would have to pass the test first. If it was in the past, he might be treated well. However, it was a critical time now. Many people wanted to enter the battle royale of the 9 counties so that they could enter the Tongxian Mansion. In other words, they wanted to use the Eastern Emperor sect as a springboard to enter the Tongxian Mansion. However, the Donghuang sect was not stupid. The first 2 places were naturally given to their own sect members, while the last place was given to those who joined the Donghuang sect later to fight for it. It didn't matter if these people were sincere in joining the Donghuang sect. With this one place, more people would join the Donghuang sect. However, in order to join the Donghuang sect, one must not only be strong, but also have a clean background. Otherwise, the Donghuang sect might kill them. To the Donghuang sect, this plan was definitely profitable. Alright, I'll call a few people who are good at fighting. Jiang Chen said. What do you mean? Do you really want to challenge the Eastern Emperor sect? You're just a late Heavenly God, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Guan Shao sneered. He was the first person who was not a peak Heavenly God. Although the late Heavenly God Realm was only 1 step away from the peak Heavenly God Realm, there was a huge difference in their strength. Yeah, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise you'll be beaten to a pulp. Haha, our Eastern Emperor sect is not like those small sections. You're really digging your own grave. There are 2 conditions to enter the Eastern Emperor sect. One is to fight 3 peak heavenly gods consecutively. As long as you can defeat 2 of them, you'll be qualified to enter the second round of assessment. However, I don't think you'll be able to pass the first round. You're overestimating yourself. Looks like the profound connection Divine Palace is really something that many people yearn for. But you need to know your own strength. Don't harm others and yourself. You want to participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties? You're dreaming. Humph. The surrounding people also looked at Zhang Chen and said in disdain. Although they were not as strong as Zhang Chen and could not sense Zhang Chen's true strength, they could tell that this fellow was not as powerful as the 3 peak heavenly god senior brothers. There was no doubt about it. I want to try. Zhang Chen smiled. After all, this was the territory of the Eastern Emperor sect. Zhang Chen would not be foolish enough to barge into their territory. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything to the Eastern Emperor sect. They must have a lot of Divine King Realm experts. When he was in the Linhe boundary, there were already many Divine King Realm experts. The Eastern Emperor sect was one of the 10 great sects in the Chilean boundary. They must have a strong foundation. You really won't turn back until you hit the southern wall. Since that's the case, why not give him a chance, senior brother Guan Shao? Let senior brother Guan Shao give him a good massage. That's true, the Donghuang sect is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. There are many ignorant people in this world. Zhang Chen's expression was calm and composed while facing these people's mockery. He did not care to argue with them at all. Because these fellas were just ants in front of him. He could kill hundreds of disciples who were not even late heavenly god realm with a flip of his hand. It was just like drinking water for a human. It was not something worth showing off. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll give you a chance. There are 3 senior brothers guarding the mountain peak and they'll fight you separately. As long as you can defeat 2 of them, you'll be considered to have entered the first round of the trial. Once you enter the mountain peak, you'll be challenging the senior brother. Guan Shao said. At this moment, his expression became serious. He wanted to join the Donghuang sect after all. No matter what Zhang Chen's intention was, the Donghuang sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Chilean boundary. They would not allow others to gossip about them. Otherwise, the reputation of the Donghuang sect would be tarnished. Guan Shao pointed at the mountain peak 10 li away. On the mountain peak, there were 3 training platforms with a radius of 1,000 meters. 3 peak heavenly gods in blue robes were standing on one of them. All right. Zhang Chen did not say much. No matter how glib his tongue was, he would still be mocked by those people. Zhang Chen soared into the sky and approached the cold mountain peak. On the mountain peak, 3 peak heavenly gods were looking at Zhang Chen coldly. Their eyes were filled with battle intent. Who do you want to challenge first? One of the peak heavenly gods, Lung Lung, said. The 3 of you can come at me together. Zhang Chen said. The 3 of them were slightly stunned. Zhang Chen's voice was not loud. However, the people below the mountain peak heard him clearly. Everyone was stunned. Is this fella courting death? 3 peak heavenly gods were able to block a half-step divine king's attack. He's just a late heavenly god, how could he be so arrogant? You're courting death. One of them said, staring at Zhang Chen while gritting his teeth. The 3 of them felt that Zhang Chen was humiliating them. I alone am enough to deal with you. Zhang Chen said, you're too confident. Take this. The blue-robed expert struck with his palm. Wind and lightning flickered, dazzling radiance filled the void. This fella is courting death. The 3 gatekeeper senior brothers are qualified to become the patriarch of the law enforcement hall. A mere late heavenly god, isn't it a piece of cake? Someone said with a sneer. However, the blue-robed expert was pushed back by Zhang Chen's punch before he could even open his mouth. The blue-robed expert's bones were instantly shattered. His face turned pale and he was sent flying. The other 2 experts were pushed back as well. They wanted to take action, but they were pushed back by the terrifying energy. 1 strike. With just 1 strike, Zhang Chen had blocked all of their paths of retreat. 1 punch shook the 3 mountains. Everyone was shocked. The 3 blue-robed experts' faces turned gloomy. However, defeat was defeat. They wanted to take action after the first one was defeated, but they were blocked by Zhang Chen. They knew that such an expert was comparable to a half-step divine king. However, how could he be so powerful? Hundreds of people at the foot of the mountain stared at the scene. They held their breaths. In their eyes, the three powerful senior brothers were just like decorations. They were blown away by a late heavenly god junior with a single punch without being able to fight back at all. The blue-clothed senior brother who bore the brunt of the attack even had his bones shattered. He was in a miserable state. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Is this fella going to become the second great senior brother? So powerful. One punch is so powerful. I dare say that this fella's battle prowess is no weaker than a half-step divine king. Do I need you to tell me that? He pushed back 3 peak heavenly gods with just one punch. This fella is truly monstrous. Chapter 2588. Not to mention the strength of such an expert, he was actually able to challenge those of a higher level. Furthermore, he did it in such a swift and violent manner, as though he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There were several hundred people who challenged the 3 senior brothers, but they were all defeated. Only a few dozen people were able to successfully challenge them, and there were only 8 people who were able to endure the second test. You've passed. The 3 senior brothers said with a solemn expression. Jiang Qin was the first person who had defeated them in such a crushing manner. Wan Shao looked at Jiang Qin with a dry mouth. If this guy becomes my senior, I'm afraid I won't have a good life. Now let's talk about the second test. Jiang Qin leapt into the air and landed next to Wan Shao. Wan Shao had an awkward smile on her face. Strength was everything. This was the iron law of this world. With enough strength, one would be respected. Jiang Qin had conquered all of them. The second test is at the Emperor Extremity Mountain. As long as you can reach the middle of the mountain, you will be considered as a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect. In the past, the Emperor Extremity Mountain was the representative for the selection of disciples every 100 years. The Emperor Extremity Mountain has a total of 999 heavenly stairs. Among the disciples, as long as you can reach the 100th step, you will be qualified to become a disciple of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. However, it's different now. Those who can reach the Emperor Extremity Mountain have to reach the 500th step to be qualified to become a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect. The second test is not difficult, but it's not easy either. Wan Shao spoke tirelessly, not daring to leave out a single detail. He was deathly afraid that Jiang Qin would hold a grudge against his previous attitude. Why? Wan Shao continued. Because the Emperor Extremity Mountain is more than 90,000 meters high, reaching the clouds. The 999 heavenly stairs, each step is more than 100 meters high. The Emperor Extremity Mountain is the highest mountain in the Chilean boundary. The Emperor Extremity Mountain is vast and boundless. Once you reach the 600th step, it would be extremely cold. You would need at least a half-step divine king to reach the top. Because of this, the Emperor Extremity Mountain is the forbidden area of the Eastern Emperor sect. There was once a half-step divine king disciple who reached the 700th step and froze to death. Therefore, even reaching the 600th step of the celestial stairway was already considered a genius. Even our sect leader didn't allow him to ascend the 800th step of the celestial stairs. Wan Shao seemed to be a little secretive and did not say anything more. Most importantly, it is said that this Emperor Extremity Mountain was created by the founder of the sect, Eastern Emperor Zhenren. It was created by the heaven and earth and the cycle of the 5 elements. It is sacred and inviolable. If it was an evil cultivator, it would be impossible for him to reach the 500th step of the heavenly stairs. If that's the case, this Emperor Extremity Mountain is a decisive place. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the entire Eastern Emperor sect. The mountain range within the sect was boundless. However, the Emperor Extremity Mountain was towering above the clouds, like a giant hand from the heavens, shocking the world. This Donghuang sect is indeed not simple. Jiang Qin thought to himself. However, the second stage shouldn't be too difficult for him. So far, the strongest disciple is our great senior brother. He has ascended the 792nd step. His talent and strength are unparalleled. Next would be our second senior brother, Donghuang Taiji. He has ascended the 708th step of the heavenly stairs. These 2 senior brothers will definitely be the ones to enter the 9-county battle royale. As for the disciples who are competing for the battle royale of the 9 counties, the strongest one should be Ling Guang. He has ascended the 682nd step of the heavenly stairs, half-step divine king realm. The Emperor Extremity Mountain's heavenly stairs is hard to climb because of the heavy pressure. Not many could reach the peak. I can only ascend the 300th step. Wan Shao smiled awkwardly and said, "Then I shall give it a try." Then Jiang Chen walked towards the Emperor Extremity Mountain. There were 2 half-step divine king realm elders guarding the Emperor Extremity Mountain. It would be opened once a year so that the disciples could climb the mountain and improve their strength. 2 elders. Wan Shao greeted the 2 elders and brought Jiang Chen into the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Jiang Chen was speechless. This is the true power of a great sect. A half-step divine king could only guard the mountain. That's the psychic tablet. No matter how many steps you ascend, it will show up. Wan Shao pointed at the huge white jade tablet and said, "Thank you," Jiang Chen said and walked up the mountain. Wan Shao let out a sigh of relief. This fella is not calculative with me. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like a torch. He stepped on the clouds and ascended the mountain. The 90,000-meter-tall mountain pierced through the clouds. Jiang Chen had never seen such a majestic mountain before. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with the feeling of being able to reach the top and look down on all the other mountains. How many steps do you think this fella can reach? It's hard to say. After all, he shook 3 mountains with a single punch. His strength is extremely terrifying. He's the most terrifying when he doesn't reveal himself. That's true. But no matter how strong he is, he would still have to bow down to a half-step divine king. That's true. It's hard to say. But I think it's impossible for him to reach Ling Guang's height. Many disciples were curious. They were waiting in front of the psychic tablet. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from the foot of the Emperor Extremity Mountain in a blink of an eye. The moment Jiang Chen reached the top of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, he could feel a majestic and peaceful energy enveloping the entire mountain. The higher he climbed, the more certain he was. The majestic and peaceful energy was lingering around his body. Jiang Chen's steps were as steady as a mountain. In just a blink of an eye, he had already reached the 500th step. At this moment, many people were shocked. Jiang Chen really passed the second stage, the Emperor Extremity Mountain's heavenly stairs. 500th step already? Let's see how magnificent it is at the top of the mountain. Jiang Chen was calm and composed, but the unyielding spirit in his heart drove him to climb the cliff again and again, straight into the clouds. Emperor Extremity Mountain, Eastern Emperor Sect. The other sects can't be compared to the other sections. Jiang Chen thought. There was another reason why he chose the Eastern Emperor Sect. It was because of the mysteriousness of the Eastern Emperor Sect. Jiang Chen continued climbing. When he reached the 600th step, many people were shocked. The number kept changing in front of the psychic tablet. Jiang Chen did not feel any pressure. Jiang Chen did not feel any pressure at all. He was still climbing. When Jiang Chen reached the 683rd step, the whole Eastern Emperor Sect was in an uproar. Because he had surpassed Ling Guang, the half-step divine king expert. Oh my god. Isn't this too fast? Will he surpass second senior brother, Donghuang Taiji? I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 2589. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked up. He was determined to climb to the highest peak. One layer after another. It's so cold. I'm afraid the temperature here is a few hundred degrees below zero. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. There were ice shards in between his eyebrows. He had never felt this kind of cold energy before. After Jiang Chen stepped onto the 700th step, the cold energy became even more terrifying. It could even freeze one's soul. When Jiang Chen stepped onto the 709th floor, there was an uproar in front of the Emperor Extremity Mountain's psychic tablet. There were already thousands of people gathered there. Each of them looked incomparably solemn and shocked. Second senior brother's record was broken by this man. Yeah, I never thought that this fella would be so heaven-defying. I'm really excited now. I wonder if he can break first senior brother's record. It's going to be exciting. Even the 2 elders can't stay calm now. I'm sure that this fella won't be able to break first senior brother's record. He's almost at the 800th step. He's only a late heavenly god after all. It's still too early to make a conclusion. Look, his speed hasn't changed at all. He's almost at the 730th step. Everyone held their breath and stared at the psychic tablet silently. Xianxia had become everyone's idol at this moment. A late heavenly god fellow was able to tie the record of their second senior brother. Everyone was shocked by his strength. A young talent. He's quite strong. Opposite the Emperor Extremity Mountain was the Donghuang Mountain, which was also the foundation of the Donghuang sect. On an elder's peak, a green-robed elder said with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with surprise. Taiji is already one of the rare prodigies. I'm afraid this person's talent is not any weaker than Taiji. An imposing middle-aged man beside the green-robed old man said in a deep voice. His eyes were staring at the Emperor Extremity Mountain in the distance. Third elder, could it be that you think that this lad is comparable to Taiji Xiang? The green-robed elder was surprised. Donghuang Taiji was the strongest disciple in the past 1,000 years. His strength had reached the half-step Divine King realm. However, even a Divine King might not be able to kill him. The Eastern Emperor limitless art that he cultivated was extremely powerful. He was invincible among the half-step Divine Kings. Even ordinary Divine Kings could not compete with him. In the eyes of the third elder, his evaluation of this fellow was simply too high. He was comparable to a disciple that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. What kind of glory was that? Moreover, his strength was not even at the half-step Divine King realm. Donghuang Zhuqiang smiled and continued, "It's not that I'm overestimating him, but his strength is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that even the great elder would say the same if he was here." Tao Qing nodded silently. As the leader of the 10 great guardians, he was also a divine king. However, he was rather low-key in front of the third elder, Donghuang Zhuqiang. Donghuang Zhuqiang was in charge of the Eastern Emperor sect's law enforcement hall. Even the great elder had to show some respect to him. Other than the sect lord, the entire Eastern Emperor sect was afraid of Donghuang Zhuqiang. Donghuang Taiji was his direct disciple. His words were more important than anyone else's. "How far do you think he can go, third elder?" Tao Qing said quietly. Donghuang Zhuqiang took a glance at the psychic tablet that was constantly changing. He could not help but look at the higher part of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. It's hard to say. Back then, the sect lord also stopped at the 800th step. He was not willing to go any further. He said, "It's lonely at the top. The great elder and I only managed to reach the 790th step with our own strength, which is almost the same as that monstrous genius. It's extremely cold above the 800th step. No matter how strong one is, he or she would not be able to endure such a terrifying coldness. I'm already shocked that he could reach this step. It's not easy for him to surpass that monstrous genius." Donghuang Zhuqiang said sincerely. "Phew." Xianxia took a deep breath. The Emperor Extremity Mountain was indeed terrifying. He had already reached the 757th step. However, at this moment he could not endure the coldness anymore. "I wonder if I'll freeze to death if I go any further," Xianxia murmured. Because at this moment his body was extremely cold, but it hadn't reached the point of being frozen. As one of the most mysterious sects in the Chilean region, the Eastern Emperor sect was established with the name Eastern Emperor. It was a shocking thing. Eastern Emperor was the first surname in the ancient times. It was also the name of the heavenly emperor Eastern Emperor Tai. Xianxia was curious about the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Is the Eastern Emperor sect related to Eastern Emperor Tai? Therefore, Xianxia did not have the intention to stop. Although the terrifying coldness had started to corrode his body, he wanted to see how far he could go. Although Xianxia felt that it was difficult for him to move forward, he was still very calm and continued to climb step by step. Xianxia could feel that the blood in his body was about to freeze. However, after performing the dragon transformation, his dragon blood was boiling and he felt more comfortable than before. There were tens of thousands of people watching in front of the psychic tablet. The whole Eastern Emperor sect was shocked. It was imaginable that after Donghuang Taiji's record was broken, this news would definitely spread across the whole Eastern Emperor sect. At that time it would be a huge shock. Even the great elder and I have been surpassed? Donghuang Zhuqiang touched his nose and said with a bitter smile. His eyes were filled with a sharp radiance, piercing through the void and aiming at the Emperor Extremity Mountain. "This fella is too heaven-defying," Tao Qing murmured. He took a glance at Donghuang Zhuqiang and sighed in his heart. The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. There are many experts and monstrous geniuses. The 792nd step. When Zhou Xian stepped onto this step, the whole Eastern Emperor sect was in an uproar. Because that was the highest step that the great senior brother had ever reached. Look, this guy actually ascended to the 792nd step of the celestial stairway. Oh my god. This might be the most sensational thing in the past 100 years. We've witnessed a miracle. This fella is too heaven-defying. What kind of monstrous genius is he? I think great senior brother's opponent has appeared. Stop joking. Him. How can he be compared with great senior brother? Stop joking. Everyone was filled with excitement as if they were the ones who had reached the peak. However, some of them were optimistic about Zhou Xian, while some of them wished that Zhou Xian could reach the highest point so that he would fall harder. After all, he was only a late heavenly god. The disciples who had reached the late heavenly god realm were naturally not convinced. The first thing Zhou Xian saw was the words carved on the 792nd step. The 4 words were carved with a sword. They were like dragons and phoenixes dancing in the air, and the strokes were sharp and elegant. Donghuangde. These words kept resounding in Zhou Qian's heart. It was as if the words were magical, filling the entire 792nd step. Zhou Qian could feel the sharpness and arrogance of these words. It was as if he was the only one who could compete with the heavens and earth. Chapter 2590. Interesting. He actually managed to ascend to the 792nd step of the celestial stairway. A black-clothed young man stood with his arms crossed, standing out from the crowd. His cold and arrogant aura, his violent and overbearing eyes made the disciples not dare to look him in the eye. The black-clothed young man looked gloomy as he looked at the number on the psychic tablet. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Other than that monster, no one in the Eastern Emperor sect is able to surpass me. The black-clothed young man Lung Ling said. He was the second senior brother of the Eastern Emperor sect, second only to Donghuangte Taiji. They were brothers of the same generation, but Donghuangte's radiance had shone upon the entire Eastern Emperor sect since he was born. Taiji did not feel bad at all because that person was his big brother. As a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, Taiji knew his position. Since he could not become the world's number 1, being number 2 was not bad. Although Ling Guang had reached the 700th step, he could not even withstand 10 attacks from Taiji. Although he was also a half-step divine king, Taiji could already fight against some divine king experts of the Eastern Emperor sect. This was the pride of a genius. Now that Zhou Xian had appeared, Taiji's heart was itching. He really wanted to see how powerful this guy that came out of nowhere was to shock everyone. Zhou Qian's strength was unparalleled. Zhou Qian stared at the words Donghuang. At this moment he felt that these words were like an insurmountable mountain. However, Zhou Qian's temper was like this. The more impossible it was, the more he wanted to fight back. Moreover, he did not believe that he would not be able to climb higher than Donghuang. Surpassing you is not my final goal. My final goal is to surpass myself, surpass the past, surpass all powerful existences. Zhou Qian glanced at the name that was revered by countless people and smiled faintly. He then calmly stepped onto the 793rd step. It can't be. Did he really surpass the great senior brother? It should be true. This psychic tablet is not an ordinary item. It's said that this tablet is an ancient item. There should not be any mistakes. This fella must be extraordinary. I'm looking forward to seeing how far this fella can go. It seems like all the miracles under the heavens will happen to him. Zhou Xian. This name will soon spread across the entire Eastern Emperor sect and even the Chilean region. More and more people looked at the Emperor Extremity Mountain with admiration and respect, shock and astonishment. Zhou Xian was like a heavenly war god. He seemed like he would never back down. When Zhou Xian reached the 799th step, the extremely cold energy began to permeate through his body. Zhou Xian felt an unprecedented coldness. The coldness seeped into his bones and his blood vessels. It felt like he had gone through countless reincarnations. It's lonely at the top. The saying makes sense. Zhou Xian looked at the sky. Countless layers of clouds were already below his feet. The Emperor Extremity Mountain that he was climbing now felt like it was pierced through the clouds. The extreme coldness came from the depth of one's heart and the extreme coldness of the heavens and earth. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have been frozen into a popsicle. 800th step. When Jiang Qin stepped onto the 800th step, the entire Eastern Emperor sect was in an uproar. Because that was the heavenly stairway that the sect lord had stepped onto. This fella, is he really that heaven-defying? Dong Huangzhuqing touched his nose and said with a smile. This time even the sect lord would have to face him seriously. This fella is talented. Is he really that powerful? The 800th floor, how could anyone below the Divine King realm be able to endure the extreme cold pressure? Perhaps he's really talented. Even Dong Huangde, the most powerful genius of the Eastern Emperor sect in the past 10,000 years, was surpassed by him. I'm not surprised that he's able to become the sect lord. Tao Qing said with a smile. However, he was still shocked. Jiang Qin had completely changed their perception. The Emperor Extremity Mountain had always been the most secretive place in the Eastern Emperor sect. No one was able to step onto the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Let's hope so. If he could really step onto the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, our Eastern Emperor sect might be able to reform and transform. Dong Huangzhuqing murmured. He had read in the ancestral behest that the Eastern Emperor sect was the deciding sect of the entire Lone Dragon County hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was an existence that could even compete with the God Luo clan. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, the Eastern Emperor sect had completely declined. Looks like I'll have to use the 5 elemental true fire. Jiang Qin unleashed the 5 elemental true fire and surrounded his body. However, even the 5 elemental true fire was extremely weak here. It could barely provide any help to Jiang Qin. Could it be that even the 5 elemental true fire couldn't withstand the extreme cold energy of the Emperor Extremity Mountain? Jiang Qin frowned his brows. He had only climbed over 20 steps of the heavenly stairway and he could already feel a great pressure. The pressure came from the depths of his heart and the extreme cold energy was intertwining. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth and flew up using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. However, even though Jiang Qin had forcefully broken through the restriction, the extreme cold energy still made his heart tremble as if it was going to freeze. If Red Lotus was here, she might be able to help me for a while. However, she's in a deep slumber now. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. He didn't know when Red Lotus would wake up. At least she wouldn't be in such a terrible state right now. Jiang Qin used his great willpower to rush up the heavenly stairway. At this moment, Jiang Qin found it difficult to move forward. However, the extreme cold energy couldn't freeze his blood. The 5 elemental true fire still played a role. One must reach the peak when climbing. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to understand the magnificence of the peak. Jiang Qin suddenly thought of something that might be able to help him. The destructive ice god's ice throne. Jiang Qin extended his hand and grabbed the ice throne. At that moment, the extreme cold energy seemed to be absorbed by the ice throne. The pressure on Jiang Qin instantly disappeared. The terrifying extreme cold energy couldn't resist the ice throne at all. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. There's a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This ice throne is really a good item. Jiang Qin thought. Although the ice throne didn't seem to be a weapon, it had such godly energy that it could absorb the extreme cold energy. Moreover, it could protect Jiang Qin as he advanced. No matter what its background was, Jiang Qin felt that this ice throne would be very useful. Jiang Qin walked as if he was flying, as if he was walking on flat ground. He was a completely different person compared to before. In the depths of the sect, a gaze suddenly shot out, shaking the entire Emperor Extremity Mountain. It came from the Patriarch's residence in the depths of the Donghuang Mountain. Chapter 2591. This guy has actually reached the 899th step of the celestial stairway. Monstrous, monstrous. Why isn't it me? The whole Donghuang sect is watching. Maybe this is the era that belongs to our Donghuang sect. This is so exciting. Look, the elders of the sect are all watching the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Jiang Qin had no time to care about the gazes of others. When he reached the 900th step of the stairway, he felt a trace of unusual qi. The extremely cold energy was still stronger than before. The rocks on the mountain were covered with a thick layer of frost. Wherever Jiang Qin passed by, the cold qi would retreat. The cold ice throne was like a monarch of the world, looking down upon the 9 heavens. However, what made Jiang Qin feel the most was the 900th step of the heavenly stairway, because he felt as if he had entered another world after reaching the 900th step. I would like to see what kind of elegance there is at the top of the mountain. Jiang Qin ran all the way. On the 999th step of the heavenly stairway, the temperature was already a few thousand degrees below zero. Fortunately, Jiang Qin had the cold ice thrown in his hand, which was able to withstand the terrifying cold. However, Jiang Qin was still shivering from the extreme cold. At least he was able to stand on the peak of the mountain. An inscription attracted Jiang Qin's attention. It was a white jade inscription with 3 words written on it. 9 on the cloud. Jiang Qin frowned. 9 on the cloud? Is this place called 9 on the cloud? The entire Emperor Extremity Mountain was in an uproar and silence. Jiang Qin had finally completed the 999th step of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Moreover, he was the first person in history to achieve this feat according to the ancient records. After the founder of the Eastern Emperor sect, Eastern Emperor Tai, no one had ever succeeded in reaching the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, which was also known as the 9 clouds. The depths of the clouds are unknown, reaching the 9 heavens alone, hence the name 9 above the clouds. Sect Lord Donghuang Zhenli looked at the Emperor Extremity Mountain silently. His eyes were filled with excitement. The strongest 7th-generation Grandmaster of the Eastern Emperor sect had only stepped onto the 923rd step of the heavenly stairway. At that moment, the Grandmaster had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. He was the strongest Grandmaster after Eastern Emperor Tai. From then on, the Eastern Emperor sect gradually declined. The heavens have opened their eyes. The rise of the Donghuang sect is not far away. I initially thought that Donghuang Tai could bring glory to our Eastern Emperor sect. Now it seems like this fella is the true heaven's chosen one. No matter what, the Donghuang sect will make you stay. Donghuang Zhenli's eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Qin gently stroked above cloud 9. From the sky, it seemed as if he could pluck the stars with just a lift of his hand. Clouds and mist curled around it, freezing everything within 1,000 miles. Above cloud 9 was cold and lonely, but it gave Jiang Qin a special feeling. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here is too dense. Above cloud 9, what a good above cloud 9. Jiang Qin's hand landed on the white jade tablet. The white jade tablet emitted a dazzling radiance, and a golden figure appeared on the tablet. It was illusory, but one could barely tell that it was a domineering old man. It was just a remnant soul, but it seemed as if it could see through Jiang Qin. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. I'm really too happy. The golden figure laughed wildly. His voice was heard by above cloud 9, but only Jiang Qin could hear him. Who are you? Jiang Qin asked. He was just a remnant soul. Even if his aura was powerful, it was useless. It was impossible for him to cause any harm to Jiang Qin. I am Eastern Emperor Tai. The old man squinted his eyes and kept his smile, but he was still excited when he looked at Jiang Qin. The owner of the Eastern Emperor Bell, Eastern Emperor Tai? Are you really the founder of the Eastern Emperor sect? Jiang Qin sighed. To think that a legendary figure would be so sad. That's right. It's a pity that I can't blame others for my incompetence. Eastern Emperor Tai said. You know of my existence? Not simple. Those who know of my name are mostly ancient people. What race are you from? God Luo clan? Or the Battle God clan? Or the Sky clan? Jiang Qin shook his head. I'm from the mortal world. Coming from the mortal world and being able to ascend my Emperor Extremity Mountains above cloud 9, you've really impressed me. Eastern Emperor Tai pondered for a moment as if he did not believe Lin Fan. What's your relationship with the destructive ice god? Why is his ice thrown in your hands? I was wondering how you managed to ascend to cloud 9. I found it out by accident. As for you, I've read about you in an ancient record left behind by an immortal master. Eastern Emperor Tai, the owner of the Eastern Emperor Bell. That's all I know. Jiang Qin said. Then what else do you know? You don't seem to be afraid of me. Eastern Emperor Tai looked at Jiang Qin with interest. So, why should I be afraid of you? You're from the immemorial era, but you're already dead. Even if you're not dead, I didn't disrespect you. Are you going to kill me? Jiang Qin said. Eastern Emperor Tai's eyes burned as he stared at Jiang Qin. I don't know if your appearance is right or wrong. I'd like to hear the details. Jiang Qin nodded. Help me rebuild the Eastern Emperor sect. Help me choose the 9 reincarnations supremacy of the Eastern Emperor sect. I wish to be reborn. Eastern Emperor Tai and Jiang Chen's eyes met. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. Isn't this guy a little too crazy? He's been dead for millions of years, yet he wants to be reborn? Resurrecting Eastern Emperor Tai, this idea is too bold. Jiang Chen did not know if this guy was joking. What can I get? Jiang Chen suppressed the shock in his heart and said calmly. This Eastern Emperor Tai would definitely not ask him to do this for no reason. Apart from him, no one else would be able to ascend to the 9 clouds. Eastern Emperor Bell. Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's words made Jiang Chen feel enlightened. The Eastern Emperor Bell was a true Chaos Saint tool. There were only 10 Chaos Saint tools in the world. They were born from the chaos of the heavens and earth. They were not refined by humans. These 10 peerless great tools existed when the chaos was born. Jiang Chen had read about them in the ancient book left behind by the craftsman god. His lifelong wish was to forge a Chaos Saint tool. However, he knew that it was impossible. The dreadfulness of a Chaos Saint tool could only be understood by those who had experienced the ancient war. As for the Eastern Emperor Bell, it was ranked first. One could well imagine how frightening the Eastern Emperor Bell was. The Eastern Emperor Bell was a Chaos Saint weapon that could both attack and defend. The Xianyuan sword was the strongest in attack and the Shinong cauldron was the strongest in defense. Hence, these 3 Chaos Saint weapons were the strongest among the 10 ancient divine weapons. Jiang Chen desired the Eastern Emperor Bell, but he felt that things were not as simple as he thought. Would it be that easy to get the Eastern Emperor Bell? Can you really be resurrected? Jiang Chen was most worried about this question. If he really resurrected an immemorial real god, he did not know what would happen. You should be stronger than the great emperor, right? It won't be easy to resurrect you. The great emperor? Hehe. Eastern Emperor Tai shook his head and chuckled. Then Donghuang Tai pointed at the sky. A circle of ripples spread out from the dusky sky. Chapter 2592. Donghuang Tai pointed at the void. When Jiang Chen looked up, he found out that there was a black hole in the void above Yunshangjiu. The black hole seemed to have existed since the beginning of time, but it also looked like an invisible hole that could devour everything. Jiang Chen's body trembled. When he opened his eyes and looked at the void again, there were circles of ripples. After the ripples, the black hole disappeared once again, as if it had been washed away by the ripples. Was there really a hole that day? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. His heart was in turmoil. If that was true, then how did the heavens break apart? It was thought-provoking. That's right. There was already a hole in the sky in the primordial era. A hole that no one could fill. Donghuang Tai said. What are you trying to say? Jiang Chen was confused by Donghuang Tai. He even thought that Donghuang Tai only wanted to resurrect him. The heavenly way will reincarnate, but I am immortal. As long as you resurrect me, the Eastern Emperor Bell will be my gift. Why should I believe you? You've been dead for too long. Are you sure you can resurrect me? As long as there's a 9 reincarnated martial artist from my Donghuang clan, resurrecting me will not be a problem. 9 reincarnated martial artist? Is it a hierarch realm expert? Jiang Chen frowned and said. Hierarch realm? You're not qualified yet. When you break through to the great emperor realm, you'll understand what a 9 reincarnated martial artist is. However, it's too difficult for you now. You have the ice throne, the inheritance chosen by the destructive ice god. Plus, you're able to ascend Yunshangjiu of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. I believe you can break through to the great emperor realm. Donghuang Tai stared at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression as if Jiang Chen was his last hope. The Eastern Emperor Bell is in this white jade tablet. Donghuang Tai pointed his finger and the white jade tablet shattered. An ancient divine bell appeared in the middle of the tablet. It was only the size of a palm, but it was already broken. Jiang Chen felt that he could shatter it with a single palm strike. Donghuang Tai was stunned. Is this really the Eastern Emperor Bell? Jiang Chen sneered. That's right. This is the Eastern Emperor Bell, the soulless bell. Moreover, it has basically been completely destroyed. That's because I should have died in that battle. In the end, the Eastern Emperor Bell saved my life. However, it has already been completely destroyed. Furthermore, if he wanted to recover, he would need primal chaos energy. That was the only way he would have a chance at living primal chaos energy. There is another way, and that is to revive me. The Eastern Emperor Bell is my natal artifact. As long as I'm resurrected, I'll use my own strength to nourish the Eastern Emperor Bell. Then the Eastern Emperor Bell will also release an abundance of life force. Dong Huang Tai said in a deep voice. This Eastern Emperor Bell? The Eastern Emperor Bell doesn't have any attack power now. The only thing that's special about it is that it's indestructible. Even though it has lost its primal chaos artifact spirit, it's still a great artifact. No one below the Great Emperor realm can destroy it. Dong Huang Tai said proudly. After all, you've given me a broken bell and you still want me to resurrect you? Moreover, you'll have to wait until I reach the Great Emperor realm before I can help you. Jiang Chen curled his lips and disagreed. This Eastern Emperor Bell isn't useless. It's at least comparable to an Origin God tool now. It's not a problem for it to suppress some demons. However, it doesn't have a primal spirit, so it's not a great artifact with a soul. This Eastern Emperor Bell can help you teleport once. In times of danger, it can solve all difficulties. This is the last thing I can help you with. If you can become a great emperor one day, you'll understand that if you resurrect me, it'll be the fortune of your life and the fortune of the world. I don't have much time left. Boy, don't disappoint me. The Eastern Emperor Bell is my gift. It's up to you to return the favor. This sky can't be broken anymore. This hole can't be destroyed forever. After saying that, Dong Huang Tai glanced at the ripples in the void and disappeared. Yun Shangjiu couldn't find any trace of him. In Jiang Chen's hand, there was only a broken bell the size of a palm. Jiang Chen was skeptical. Was this really the Eastern Emperor Bell? Could it be that he was tricked by Dong Huang Tai? Anyway, he didn't lose anything. Moreover, Dong Huang Tai's regret was to resurrect him. What's so special about the hole in the sky? Jiang Chen had a lot of questions in his heart. Unfortunately, Dong Huang Tai had disappeared. His remnant soul had entrusted him to help him find the 9 reincarnations venerable and resurrect the Eastern Emperor. To Jiang Chen, this was a heavy responsibility and a long way to go. However, this Eastern Emperor Bell was real. At this moment, the entire Emperor Extremity Mountain began to shake. Everyone held their breath, especially Sect Lord Dong Huang Zhenli, who was filled with astonishment. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. The water ripple had once again turned into a pitch-black hole. The black hole was like an eye that could devour everything. Jiang Chen's mind was shocked. The blood in Jiang Chen's body was boiling and burning. He didn't know why, but it seemed like he wanted to step on Yun Shangjiu and fight against the heavens and earth. His battle intent was intense. Unfortunately, before Jiang Chen could stand firm, a giant invisible palm pushed him down from Yun Shangjiu. Jiang Chen could feel that it was a pair of palms that came from the void. He couldn't be wrong. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, but he still couldn't change the tragic fate of being pushed down from the 9 clouds. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky, Jiang Chen fell from the sky, falling from the true peak of the sky to the mortal world. He's too powerful. This fella is definitely a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Even Big Senior Brother might not be able to compete with him. You're right. I've never heard of someone who could reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. However, he really did it. He's a late heavenly god, why can't I do it? Now, the sect lord and the great elders of the sect are all looking forward to meeting Jiang Chen as soon as possible. They want to know who this fella is. In short, he won't be able to run away. The sect lord will definitely treat him like a treasure, just like Big Senior Brother. It's really a blessing that fell from the sky. Isn't that right? Why don't I have such a blessing? The trembling of the Emperor Extremity Mountain lasted for a quarter of an hour. Jiang Chen was like a bird that had lost its wings, falling from the sky. His divine energy was completely restrained at this moment and he couldn't use it at all. He wanted to step on the sky and use the Great Void technique, but it couldn't respond to him at all. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel bitter. Am I going to fall down like this? Chapter 2593. Plop. Jiang Chen fell down without any warning. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, the third elder Dong Huang Zhuqing and the great guardian Tao Qing, rushed over immediately because they had received the order to meet this genius who had reached the peak of the mountain. Everyone were dumbfounded. They stared at Zhou Xian falling down from the peak of the mountain, causing a cloud of dust to rise. The genius who just climbed to the top of the Emperor Extremity Mountain fell down? Isn't this too weird? Is there such a thing? Zhou Xian felt dizzy from the fall. His internal organs felt like they were severely injured. He was cursing Dong Huang Tai 10,000 times in his heart, but he didn't know who was behind that palm. Zhou Xian could feel that his bones were broken, but the regenerative ability of the wood spirit was quite strong. In just 10 breaths, his flesh and bones were healed. Shit. Did he fall to his death? It's possible. Look, he's motionless. So sad. In 10,000 years, such a peerless monster has appeared, and then he fell from the mountain to his death. This is too melodramatic. Hey, are you still alive? Zhou Xian opened his eyes and looked at the people around him. They were all looking at him. He patted his butt and stood up. His injuries were still there, but he was still far from death. However, Zhou Xian finally understood what it meant to fall from a high place. I am the head of the Eastern Emperor Sect's guardians. This is the third elder. The sect master wants to meet you. Tao Qing said in a deep voice and stared at Zhou Xian. You're lucky. It's good that you're still alive. You're the first one to climb to the top of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Dong Huang Zhuqing said with a smile. Come with me to meet the sect master. Dong Huang Zhuqing stopped smiling and said in a low voice. Zhou Xian was prepared for this. He knew that he would be the center of attention after surpassing one miracle after another. This was what he wanted. He was a genius and he did not need to pretend to be weak. Geniuses had their own path. Only on a bigger stage would he be able to shine. All right. Zhou Xian nodded and followed Dong Huang Zhuqing and Tao Qing to Dong Huang Mountain. Among the crowd, Dong Huang Taiji looked at Zhou Xian silently and sneered. Does a fellow who almost fell to his death deserve to stay in our Dong Huang sect? Dong Huang Taiji's eyes were filled with battle intent. Zhou Xian was originally a nobody. But this time he rose to the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain and gained the attention of the whole world. Even the sect master received him personally. Such an honor was unparalleled. On Dong Huang Mountain in front of the mountain gate, there were groups of palaces, resplendent in gold and jade, pavilions and terraces, jade and fragrant pavilions, small bridges, flowing water and dongting flowers in full bloom. A green-robed man stood in the middle of the palace, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked up. Master, I've brought him here. Tao Qing whispered. You two can leave. Dong Huang Zhuqing glanced at Zhou Xian with interest, but he could only leave with Tao Qing unwillingly. That's right. How can a young man be an ordinary person? Once you enter the gray cloud town 9 heavens. Kid, you managed to ascend to the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain of our Dong Huang sect. I've been in charge of the Dong Huang sect for more than 6,000 years and you're the first person to do so. In other words, you're the first person to do so in the past hundreds of thousands of years. You're really impressive. Dong Huang Zhenli turned around and looked at Zhou Xian. His eyebrows were sharp and his aura was steady. Zhou Xian felt a sense of helplessness. He was definitely not a match for the person in front of him. How dare you be hostile towards me? Kid, do you know where this place is? Dong Huang Zhenli's eyes turned cold like two sharp swords, piercing through Zhou Qian's heart. The Qilian divine region, the lord of the Dong Huang sect. I'm sure you won't be so magnanimous. Zhou Qian said. You have a deep mind. You are a person who can achieve great things. I shouldn't be surprised that you are able to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. If you were a nameless coward, I might not even have the desire to see you. Dong Huang Zhenli and Zhou Qian looked at each other. I just want to know, what did you see when you ascended to the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain? Dong Huang Zhenli was very curious. Since the establishment of the Dong Huang sect, no one had ever ascended to the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. He did not expect an outsider to do it. To be honest, sect leader, I saw a person. Zhou Qian said. Dong Huang Zhenli was shocked. Even as a divine king, he could not help but want to know what kind of person was at the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Even he did not have the ability to ascend to the peak of the 9 heavens. Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Zhenli stared at Zhou Qian in shock. Just this name alone was enough for him to believe that Zhou Qian did not lie. Although the Dong Huang sect had existed for thousands of years, nobody knew who the founder of the Donghuang sect was. Even some peerless experts and great clans did not know who the founder of the Donghuang sect was. In the entire Donghuang sect, there were less than 10 people who knew the name Donghuang Tai. Did you really meet the founder of the Donghuang sect? Donghuang Zhenli took a deep breath and held his breath. That's right. The Donghuang Tai said that his natal god weapon has already been destroyed. It's impossible for the Donghuang bell to be reforged, and the Donghuang sect is declining step by step. So he wants me to help the Donghuang sect expand its territory and restore its former glory. You actually know about the existence of the Eastern Emperor bell. At this moment, Donghuang Zhenli no longer doubted Jiang Qin. Because no one knew about the name Donghuang Tai or the existence of the Eastern Emperor bell, Jiang Qin was able to ascend to the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. It naturally proved that his potential was unparalleled. Sect leader, are you still doubting me? Jiang Qin said faintly. Since this is the arrangement of the founder of the Donghuang sect, this time the rise of the Donghuang sect is not far away. Donghuang Zhenli said in a deep voice. The way he looked at Jiang Qin became gentle. Jiang Qin did not take out the Eastern Emperor bell. A gentleman is innocent, but a treasure is his own ruin. He was not sure if Donghuang Zhenli would kill him and rob him of his treasure before he fully trusted him. If that was the case, Jiang Qin might fall into eternal damnation. Why would Jiang Qin dig a pit for himself? I will not let you down in the battle royale of the 9 counties this time. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Since you are the person appointed by the founder of the Donghuang sect, I will not say much. In the future, the Donghuang sect will be your shield. Donghuang Zhenli said. The Donghuang sect has treated me with sincerity. How can I let the Donghuang sect down? Jiang Qin nodded his head silently. You were injured when you fell from the mountain. There is a natural ice spring in the Donghuang mountain. You can go there to recover. I will destroy my own arrangements. As for the battle royale of the 9 counties, we can't rush it. Donghuang Zhenli said. After sending off Jiang Qin, his eyes became solemn. Donghuang Zhenli murmured to the void. Chapter 2594. The void dispersed and the water rippled. On top of the palace, a white-robed shadow was floating. He looked like a celestial being and had an extraordinary temperament. Tao cannot be spoken of completely, qi cannot be used up, and luck cannot be changed completely. However, the world is so big and we cannot trust him completely. If he has the intention, Eastern Emperor can borrow his strength for 3,000 miles. If he has no intention, all our help will be in vain. Although our Eastern Emperor sect has declined for so many years, we are still a sect that once dominated the divine region. We will not fall just like this. Donghuang Zhenli said. Treat people's hearts with sincerity. Since ancient times, heroes have been lying on the ground. At the end of the road, the path of Tao has been exhausted. Trust him, let him be. The white-robed shadow said faintly. Then his figure faded and disappeared in the void. I understand. Donghuang Zhenli nodded silently. The strength of the Eastern Emperor sect was definitely one of the top 3 in the Chilean boundary. They were also famous in the Lone Dragon County. However, if they were to be compared to the past, they would not be comparable at all. Donghuang Zhenli looked at the disappearing figure of Jiang Qin and murmured. The Eastern Emperor sect had been silent for too long. It was time for someone to give them a dose of strong medicine to reinvigorate themselves. I am the great guardian of the Eastern Emperor sect, Tao Qing. The sect lord has ordered me to bring you to the ice spring to heal your injuries. He. Tao Qing looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. As the only one who managed to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, Tao Qing dared not neglect him. Moreover, the sect lord had personally welcomed him. That meant that Jiang Qin must be useful. Thank you, Guardian Tao. May I know where this ice spring is? Jiang Qin smiled and said. This ice spring is originally called the Milky Way Ice Spring. The water here flows from the ridge of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Even the sect leader couldn't find the end of the ice spring after climbing the 800 steps of the heavenly stairway. Thus it was named the Milky Way Ice Spring. Although the water of the ice spring is extremely cold, it is beneficial to the human body and can aid in cultivation. Soaking in the ice spring for a day will make you feel refreshed. Tao Qing was very curious and wanted to ask Jiang Qin what he had discovered at the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, but he hesitated because there were some things that he had to restrain his desire to know, as it might not be beneficial to him. There is nothing on the Emperor Extremity Mountain. It's just extremely cold, unbearable. There is nothing on the Emperor Extremity Mountain, Jiang Chen said. Tao Qing nodded. This fella's EQ is really high, he could see through my doubts with just a glance. Tao Qing couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen in a higher light. Even though Jiang Chen was only a late heavenly god, he was just like Dong Huangte. Someone like him was destined to soar to the heavens. Tao Qing naturally did not want to offend Jiang Chen. In front of us is the Milky Way ice spring. Only the elders or outstanding disciples of the Donghuang sect have the honor of enjoying the Milky Way ice spring that is hundreds of feet wide. Only the elders or outstanding disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect can enjoy it. Tao Qing said with envy. Obviously he was not qualified to enjoy it. As the great guardian of the Eastern Emperor sect, he could only look at it. At this moment, there was only a white-bearded old man in the ice spring, and he was enjoying this kind of treatment. Naturally, Jiang Chen was well aware of the situation. It seemed that the sect head had really invested a lot in him. The Eastern Emperor sect was not that bad in his impression. But why did the Sword Saint hate the Eastern Emperor sect so much? That person is the Pill Refinement Elder Chu Tianshu. Do not offend him. Elder Chu is a loner and does not like to talk. Little brother, you must be careful. He is the only Pill Refinement Elder in the Eastern Emperor sect. He does not even give face to the Great Elder. He is a weirdo. Tao Qing said in a low voice. Jiang Chen nodded his head. A capable man would naturally have a strange temperament. Strength and temperament were directly proportional. It was reasonable for such a man to be proud and arrogant. Thank you, Guardian Tao, for reminding me. Take this elixir as a gift. Jiang Chen clenched his hand and a spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Tao Qing's breath stopped and his eyes widened. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Then he looked at the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir in Jiang Chen's hand. That was an immortal-grade elixir. It was just given away like that. Tao Qing had been in the Eastern Emperor sect for so many years, but he had never seen such a good elixir. The rich fragrance of the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir intoxicated Tao Qing. This spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir can help to prolong one's life. The limit is 10 years. If the elixir is completely absorbed, the person who is lucky can live for 100 years. Jiang Chen said. Tao Qing stared at the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir without blinking. Although he was an expert in the Divine King realm, it was extremely difficult to get such an elixir. Who would auction an immortal-grade elixir? Even if there were, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, they were not of good quality. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in Jiang Chen's hand had truly opened Tao Qing's eyes. Could it be that Guardian Tao thinks that my elixir is not good enough? Hee hee. Jiang Chen laughed and joked. Looking at Tao Qing's stunned expression, Jiang Chen also knew that he was too generous. Even the guardian of the Eastern Emperor sect was shocked by him. Jiang Chen knew that his days in the Eastern Emperor sect would not be too short. It was better to make more friends than more enemies. No. Little brother, don't say that. I will accept it. Tao Qing received the elixir with a solemn face. He admired Jiang Chen. A young man like him was definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention a late heavenly god, even a divine king like him could not stay calm in front of an immortal-grade elixir. However, Jiang Chen could give it away so calmly. Tao Qing felt ashamed of himself. It was inevitable that Tao Qing was excited. Although his lifespan had passed, this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was also a peerless-grade elixir. It would benefit his cultivation a lot. Even Chu Tianshu did not give him an immortal-grade elixir. That's great. Thank you for leading the way, Guardian Tao. We will meet again. I believe that little brother will become the pillar of the Eastern Emperor sect in the near future. Thank you. After Tao Qing left, when Jiang Chen stepped into the Milky Way ice spring, he found that Chu Tianshu was sleeping leisurely. Her face was full of enjoyment. An ordinary disciple would not have the chance to soak in here even once in their lifetime. However, Jiang Chen treated this place as a place to sleep. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. When he stepped into the Milky Way ice spring, the ice thrown in the myriad chi cauldron began to vibrate. Jiang Chen took out the ice throne. In an instant the ice spring absorbed all the water and the ice throne became colder and colder. Jiang Chen looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. Because what he saw next was not only the water of the ice spring being absorbed, but also Chu Tianshu's naked body. How could this be the body of a bearded old man? Her skin was delicate, curvaceous and crystal clear. Under a layer of chiffon, it became faintly discernible. Chapter 2595. Ah! A deafening sound pierced through Jiang Chen's eardrums. The moment Chu Tianshu opened her eyes, she had already put on her clothes. This scene flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was the only one who knew what had just happened. It was definitely real. Jiang Chen subconsciously took a step back because an extremely cold weapon was quietly brushing past his forehead. The blade of the sword sliced through the void, exuding a chilling aura. Jiang Chen kept retreating, defending his perimeter. In an instant he executed his dragon transformation. However, the opponent's sword chi was still incomparably terrifying, slicing through the void with unstoppable momentum. Jiang Chen couldn't even see the person in front of him clearly before he was forced to retreat. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen's hand swept across the sky, crushing the void and colliding with the sword edge. Both of them were forced back and they were evenly matched. Jiang Chen and Chu Tianshu stared at each other. At this moment Chu Tianshu had turned into a man. Lung Lung stared at Jiang Chen. What a bold disciple. You dare to step into the ice spring? Do you know that this is a capital offense? Chu Tianshu said in a deep voice. She pointed her sword at Jiang Chen and her killing intent was still there. I'm a new disciple of the Donghuang sect, and the sect leader sent me here to treat my injuries. Jiang Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What did you see? Chu Tianshu Lung Lung said. I didn't see anything. Jiang Chen shrugged. Did the sect leader send you? Do you think you can escape death like this? Chu Tianshu sneered and pressed forward again. Her sword shadows were everywhere, forcing Jiang Chen to escape. However, Jiang Chen did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. He just retreated. Chu Tianshu's sky sword was moving horizontally and vertically. However, she still could not do anything to Jiang Chen. The 9 phantom wolves and the Great Void technique made it impossible for Chu Tianshu to catch Jiang Chen's figure. However, Chu Tianshu was still chasing after him. Jiang Chen could feel that she would not stop until she killed him. If you don't stop, I'll tell everyone that their elder Chu is a woman. Jiang Chen roared furiously. Chu Tianshu's sword stopped at this moment. She stared at Jiang Chen fiercely and gritted her teeth. She looked like an old man with a white beard and stared at Jiang Chen. How dare you? I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Chu Tianshu said. Do you think I dare or not? Elder Chu, I have no enmity with you and I don't want to be your enemy. I just saw something that I shouldn't have seen. You still dare to talk nonsense. Chu Tianshu's eyes were burning. No. I didn't mean that. Let's pretend that nothing happened today. How about it? I'll definitely keep my mouth shut, but if Elder Chu attacks me again, you won't be able to get away with it even if I have to fight with my life on the line. Furthermore, I'll even tell everyone that you're a woman. Do you think that's good for both of us? Jiang Chen said faintly. Chu Tianshu gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Because she had been in the Eastern Emperor sect for a long time. I hope you remember what you said. Although Chu Tianshu was furious, she realized that she could not do anything to this late heavenly god even though she was a divine king. It was unbelievable. Where did this guy come from? If I go against my words, I'll be struck by lightning. I, Jiang Chen, am a man of my words. Jiang Chen said seriously. Did you absorb all the water in this pool? Chu Tianshu frowned and asked. Think so. Chu Tianshu looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Let's pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Remember what I said. After that, Chu Tianshu left. Looking at the empty crater, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Could it be that this ice throne has something to do with the water in this pool? Jiang Chen took out the ice throne. When he sat on it, Jiang Chen felt as if he had stepped into the ice pool. Jiang Chen was delighted. The water in the pool had been absorbed by the ice throne. Now the ice pool had become a decoration. After Jiang Chen left the ice spring, the whole Eastern Emperor sect was in an uproar. Ling Guang was the first one to appear in front of Zhang Chen, the one who entered the Eastern Emperor sect to fight for the battle royale of the Nine County. At the foot of the Eastern Emperor Mountain, a man in black robes with a long spear in his hand blocked Zhang Chen's way. "You're the new outer disciple." Ling Guang held his spear and pointed it at Zhang Chen. His provocation and arrogance made Zhang Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. This fellow's arrogance and despotic attitude made him feel disgusted. This kind of person was like a bird that stuck out its head. If it wasn't extremely arrogant, then it would be beaten to death. A half-step divine king did have the right to be arrogant. Zhang Chen looked at Ling Guang without saying a word. His cold eyes made Ling Guang even angrier. "I heard that you've reached the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Let me see if you're really capable." Ling Guang sneered. "Who do you think you are?" Zhang Chen smiled and did not say anything. However, the surrounding people were already in a state of shock. Zhang Chen and Ling Guang were at each other's throats. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. Especially Zhang Chen, who was much weaker than Ling Guang, was the only one who managed to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. "Ha! Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Then I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know what a true expert is. I'll say this shamelessly. Even the elders of the sect might not be able to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. But what does that mean? Aren't you still worthless in the eyes of the elders?" Ling Guang's words made the crowd agree with him. Even if Zhang Chen managed to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, does it mean that he's invincible? That's not the case. Yeah. Ling Guang is right. Even if Zhang Chen managed to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, he might not be able to defeat everyone. The elders might not be able to reach the peak either. Let me say something disrespectful. Even the sect master couldn't reach the summit. Are you saying that the sect master is no match for him? Ling Guang is trying to get his name back. Before Zhang Chen he was the most popular. Now that Zhang Chen has appeared he seems to be unable to do so. You're right. One mountain cannot have two tigers. Only one outer disciple can enter the battle royale of the 9 counties. Between Zhang Chen and Ling Guang, only one can be eliminated. I'm looking forward to seeing if this Zhang Chen is the real deal. Zhang Chen smiled. Trash has to be cleared. Otherwise there will always be people who think they're invincible. As you wish. I'll kill you within 3 moves. Chapter 2596. Arrogant and conceited, who do you think you are? Ling Guang looked at Zhang Chen in disdain. He took a step forward and raised his spear, shooting out spear light. You're not even a divine king, you're not qualified to show off in front of me. Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with sharpness. Both of them were ready for a fierce battle. Ling Guang took the initiative to strike first. His spear was like a dragon. A domineering spear light swept across the void. Within 100 meters, the light was so bright that no one dared to open their eyes. Ling Guang's momentum was unstoppable, instantly blocking Zhang Chen's path of retreat. His spear had reached its limit. He had used all his skills to deal with a late heavenly god realm Zhang Chen. Such a domineering spear radiance had made countless people feel pressured. Ling Guang's spear radiance was extremely powerful. Everyone below the half-step divine king realm held their breath. Zhang Chen's expression was indifferent. The moment Ling Guang rushed towards him, his spear light shot out and pierced towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen did not move at all and threw out a punch. His fist was like a gust of wind, clashing against Ling Guang's spear light. Ling Guang was pushed back by Zhang Chen's punch. It looked light, but it was actually an earth-shattering force, instantly suppressing Ling Guang. Ling Guang retracted his spear. That terrifying force caused the blood and qi in his body to churn violently. Earlier he didn't use his full strength because he wanted to give himself some leeway. If not, the rebound force would have been even greater. Ling Guang's eyes revealed a hint of shock, because he had never expected Zhang Chen to be this powerful. A late heavenly god fighting against a half-step divine king. This was unbelievable. But Zhang Chen did it, he did not move at all and was calm and composed. Terrifying. I don't think many half-step divine kings would be able to withstand that punch. With that punch alone, this Zhang Chen is not simple. The battle between him and Ling Guang is going to be interesting. Haha, beautiful. I told you that this Zhang Chen is not simple. Now it seems that he is getting more and more interesting. Ling Guang was the strongest disciple in the outer sect. He was also a half-step divine king. Such strength was respected in the Eastern Emperor sect. There were less than 200 half-step divine kings in the entire Eastern Emperor sect, and they were all disciples who had been here for hundreds of years. One could imagine that Ling Guang was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to stand out amongst the half-step divine kings. There were a lot of half-step divine kings, but only a few of them managed to step into the divine king realm. Many of them could not complete the transformation in their entire lives. There were hundreds of half-step divine kings, but only one or two of them managed to step into the divine king realm. Hence, one could imagine the difficulty of stepping into the divine king realm. Even Donghuang Taiji, the strongest of the younger generation in the sect, had been stuck in the half-step divine king realm for more than 10 years. However, he was regarded as the most likely person to step into the divine king realm within the next 3 years. As for Ling Guang, he was one of the best amongst the half-step divine kings. Otherwise, how could he stand out amongst the tens of thousands of disciples? Good. Although Ling Guang said so, he had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Qin. His position in the Eastern Emperor sect would drop if Jiang Qin was still alive. Moreover, there was only one quota for the battle royale of the 9 counties. He did not believe that Jiang Qin would join the Eastern Emperor sect at such a sensitive time. Die, no one can save you. Ling Guang shouted and soared into the sky. Spear shadows filled the void and countless spear lights rained down from the sky. Jiang Qin raised his eyebrows and the 5-elemental trigram fire formation instantly enveloped Jiang Qin. Ling Guang's spear shadows turned into nothingness. With a flick of his finger, the 5 flaming light shields fused into one, giving off a dazzling light. It was even more terrifying than Ling Guang's spear light. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin struck out with his palm. Ling Guang's expression turned cold. Everyone took a deep breath. Jiang Qin's aura was too powerful. Ling Guang, a half-step divine king, did not even have the slightest chance to fight back. The 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was like an ancient fire dragon, devouring the void. Ling Guang kept retreating and the surrounding disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect also ran away. The fire dragon swallowed Ling Guang with lightning speed. This is impossible. Ling Guang shouted. However, his voice was also devoured by the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Under the seal, the flames were extinguished, leaving behind only a pile of black ashes. The whole place was silent. Jiang Qin's attack had defeated Ling Guang, who was a half-step divine king. At that moment, everyone felt terrified. Jiang Qin was like a devil. Even a divine king might not be able to do anything to him. No one dared to say another word. They looked at Jiang Qin with fear and respect in their eyes. They were afraid that Jiang Qin would use the seal in anger and burn them to ashes like Ling Guang. Jiang Qin's aura was imposing and his face was cold. Who would have thought that the battle between the two of them would be so dramatic? Moreover, there was no comparison at all. No wonder Jiang Qin's face was filled with disdain. In his eyes, Ling Guang was the real clown. Jiang Qin's disdain was because he did not want to be associated with Ling Guang. No one sympathized with Ling Guang's death and no one wanted to collect his corpse. He had already turned into ashes. He only had himself to blame. The disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect were shocked once again. Many of them were waiting to see Jiang Qin make a fool of himself. However, in the end, Ling Guang had humiliated himself and even lost his life. This was the most tragic thing. Towards Jiang Qin's doubtful voice, they silently shut their mouths. What a great technique. Not simple at all. A faint laughter resounded in the void. Before Jiang Qin could turn around, a black-clothed figure appeared in the void. It's second senior brother. Even second senior brother is going to take action? There's no need for second senior brother to fight with him. That quota will belong to him and eldest senior brother sooner or later. I think second senior brother is itching for a fight. To be able to kill Ling Guang so easily, he's definitely not an ordinary person. I heard that second senior brother will break through to the Divine King realm within 3 years. Looks like he's going to use Jiang Qin as a stepping stone. Haha, isn't that right? Now that eldest senior brother has entered the Divine King realm, second senior brother is above everyone else. Who would dare to fight with him? Many of them were mourning for Jiang Chen. The bird that pokes its head out will be shot. The saying was true. Jiang Chen's strength had attracted Dong Huang Taiji's attention. Dong Huang Taiji had always been a prideful person. In the entire Eastern Emperor sect, other than Dong Huang Taiji, he did not put anyone in his eyes. You want to challenge me? Chapter 2597. Dong Huang Taiji frowned and shook his head. This fella is interesting. You're not qualified, Dong Huang Taiji. Jiang Chen. He might not be famous now, but the whole Eastern Emperor sect, no, the whole Chilean boundary, no, at least the Lone Dragon County will be shocked by the name Jiang Chen. Wow, Jiang Chen's words were extremely arrogant. What position did he place Dong Huang Taiji in? He did not even put the Eastern Emperor sect or the Chilean boundary in his eyes. At this moment, everyone felt that Jiang Chen was too arrogant. Did he really think that he was the reincarnation of a god emperor? With his current strength, even though he had shocked them, he wasn't arrogant enough to look down on everyone. This joke is not funny at all. I think I'm arrogant, but compared to your ignorance, I'm ashamed. Dong Huang Taiji smiled calmly, but the coldness in his eyes gave people a great pressure. Dong Huang Taiji's smile told everyone in the Eastern Emperor sect that he was really angry. Other than that fella, you're the first one who dares to provoke me. Play? It doesn't matter. Let's play. Jiang Chen shrugged. Even if the fella in front of him was the second strongest disciple in the Eastern Emperor sect, it was not a big challenge to him. I won't kill you. But remember to keep a low profile in the Eastern Emperor sect. Dong Huang Taiji said. Is this the respect you're giving me? Alright, I won't kill you. Jiang Chen and Dong Huang Taiji looked at each other, both of them smiled brightly. At this moment it did not look like a battle, but like two old friends having a heart-to-heart talk. I don't like your sharp tongue. Dong Huang Taiji sighed. He took a step forward and held his blade horizontally. It's not a sharp tongue, it's just confidence. I'm not targeting anyone, but the disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect are trash. Jiang Chen's words made Dong Huang Taiji even angrier. He looked at Jiang Chen coldly and squinted his eyes. Of course, from the moment I joined the Dong Huang sect, this problem no longer existed. Dong Huang Taiji's smile froze and he threw a punch towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy and immediately took the initiative to counter the punch. Both of them started a terrifying hand-to-hand battle. Waves of overbearing aura were poured into their fists, unleashing a destructive force. Jiang Chen used his flesh and blood to fight against Dong Huang Taiji without any fancy moves. Dong Huang Taiji's attack was a soul-stirring battle. The two of them exchanged blows. Everyone was shocked. The importance of Jiang Chen in their hearts had increased again and again. Especially this time he used his body to resist Dong Huang Taiji's fist. No one had such courage. Because the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art's strongest point was the body. He was able to cultivate the body to the extreme and unleash the astral chi from the inside out. That was the most terrifying part. This fellow can actually fight to a draw with second senior brother? Isn't this too terrifying? That's impossible. Second senior brother must be testing him. But this fellow is indeed terrifying. The battle between Jiang Chen and Dong Huang Taiji was getting more and more intense. Their speed was unparalleled. Their strength could devour mountains and rivers. Every time they collided, it was as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Everyone was terrified. Jiang Chen's punch was extremely overbearing. The dragon transformation art had already refined his body to the peak. Currently his body was as strong as a dragon's, maybe even stronger. He was able to fight against Dong Huang Taiji without using the dragon transformation art and was invincible. Dong Huang Taiji was also shocked. Needless to say, the strength of his fist was terrifying. His strength combined with the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art could not suppress this fellow. However, Dong Huang Taiji gave it his all. Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectation. Dong Huang Taiji did not underestimate his opponent. Instead he fought with Jiang Chen step by step. Their killing intent spread out. Both of them did not hold back at all. Their fists were unstoppable. This is the battle between the young prodigies. Dong Huang Zhuqing said sincerely. Yeah, Taiji, if it wasn't for that heaven-defying monster, no one in the Eastern Emperor sect would be able to suppress him. Even in the entire Chilean region, Taiji is still a top-notch expert. Tao Qing said with a smile. But this Zhang Chen is not simple either. I think he might not lose to Taiji. Really? Looks like you're quite confident in him. Dong Huangzhuqing looked at Tao Qing in shock. It's hard to say. I feel that this fellow is not simple. If he could defeat Taiji, perhaps the entire Eastern Emperor sect would be in an uproar. Hehe. I hope so. But my disciple will not lose so easily. If he could defeat Taiji, we can bring him along for this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. Tao Qing said. The trip to the Thunder Rush Sea is not something that you and I can decide. There are only 2 quotas. The Thunder Rush Sea would only have a perilous tsunami every 1,000 years. It's called an opportunity, but it's also hell. Dong Huangzhuqing sighed and shook his head helplessly. Because he had entered the Thunder Rush Sea 1,000 years ago. As a disciple, he could only watch his brother being devoured by the perilous tsunami. He could not do anything about it. It made him feel that there was a limit to one's strength. Dong Huangzhuqing had always kept the Thunder Rush Sea a secret. But now that 1,000 years had passed, there were some things that he had to face. In a blink of an eye, the battle between Jiang Qin and Dong Huang Taiji was getting more intense. Both of them used their fists as weapons trying to defeat their opponent. But Jiang Chen's endurance and combat strength had surpassed Dong Huang Taiji's. I don't have the mood to play with you anymore. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Emperor Limitless Art. Dong Huang Taiji's technique was extremely powerful. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art was the most powerful cultivation art in the Eastern Emperor sect. Dong Huang Taiji's attack had suppressed Jiang Qin. Dong Huang Taiji looked like he was holding the sky in his hand, controlling the heavens and the earth. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art? Let's see if my dragon transformation art is more powerful. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's dreadful dragon soul aura shook the void. He punched out as if he was going to break a hole in the sky. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art and the dragon transformation art clashed. The millions of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body instantly exploded. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was able to fight against a Divine King Realm expert. Elder Chu Tianshu was also a Divine King Realm expert. Jiang Chen was not afraid of her at all. Under the dragon transformation, the dragon soared across the heavens and earth. The collision between Jiang Qin and Dong Huang Taiji had once again caused the spectators to retreat. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The aftermath of the collision was terrifying. Dong Huang Taiji was pushed back by Jiang Chen's punch and was sent flying backwards. Although he managed to stabilize his body, his expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 2598. Eastern Emperor Divine Transformation Bell. Dong Huang Taiji's body trembled as divine origin energy gathered around him. A gigantic golden divine bell was formed on his body. The golden shadow was faintly discernible, but the terrifying suppressive force made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. This should be a technique derived from the Eastern Emperor Bell. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen's palm covered the sky as he clashed with the divine bell. Both of them were pushed back. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with amazement. This Dong Huang Taiji did not disappoint him. He was at least 100 times stronger than Ling Guang. Jiang Chen's aura did not diminish as he unleashed the 5 elements battle dragon seal once again. After the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength was enough to suppress many half-step divine kings. He was not afraid of facing divine kings at all. Peerless Divine Bell. Dong Huang Taiji activated his divine origin energy and the golden divine bell soared into the sky. This time his aura was much weaker than before. Because of the previous clash, Dong Huang Taiji was slightly at a disadvantage as he could not withstand Jiang Chen's strength. After all, after the dragon transformation he could fight against a divine king with just his physical strength alone. Jiang Chen launched another attack, forcing Dong Huang Taiji to use his full strength. Even so, his golden divine bell was destroyed by Jiang Chen's 5 elements battle dragon seal. Dong Huang Taiji was pushed back again and again, spurting out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and kneeled on the ground with an ugly expression. It can't be right. Even second senior brother is not a match for him? This fella is too terrifying. Second senior brother seems to be at his wit's end. If this continues, second senior brother will definitely lose to this fella. Dong Huangzhuqing's expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. Dong Huang Taiji was too eager to win, which gave Jiang Chen an opportunity. Now Dong Huang Taiji was obviously restrained by Jiang Chen. Fella, you forced me to do this. Dong Huang Taiji stood up slowly with a cold expression. However, his eyes were unusually fierce, making others not dare to look at him directly. Eastern Emperor Bell rise, boundless heaven and earth. Bell transformation. Dong Huang Taiji transformed his body into a bell, sweeping across the heavens and earth, suppressing Jiang Chen with his peerless might. Not bad, but you're still not my match. Jiang Chen said faintly. The heavenly dragon sword was unleashed and 9 cold lights flashed. Dong Huang Taiji transformed his body into a divine bell, but it was still destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword. The terrifying sword chi made Dong Huang Taiji feel the breath of death for the first time. 9 swords slashed across the void. Jiang Chen's sword was faster and fiercer than before. In that 1 month, Jiang Chen's sword realm had reached another level. Although he was not as terrifying as a sword saint, he was much stronger than before. Now with a single slash, the 9 swords turned into a breeze. Dong Huang Taiji's chi was completely destroyed and he was sent flying away. At that moment, Dong Huang Taiji's body transformed into a divine bell was completely destroyed. The entire Dong Huang sect was in shock, including Dong Huang Zhuqiang. His disciple was defeated, which made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. Dong Huang Taiji was a hero of his generation, a self-proclaimed invincible existence under the Divine King realm. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Jiang Chen. One should know that Jiang Chen had defeated 2 great experts in less than a day after entering the Dong Huang sect. Dong Huang Taiji's status and reputation in the sect was self-evident. However, Jiang Chen defeated him in front of all the disciples of the Dong Huang sect. One had to admit that in the eyes of the disciples of the Dong Huang sect, Jiang Chen had become a super powerful existence, second only to their great senior brother Dong Huangdi. I've lost. Dong Huang Taiji sneered. His eyes were filled with endless loneliness and sadness. He knew that if Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he would have been dead by now. At the beginning, all the ridicule and arrogance seemed to have turned into a joke, making him the laughingstock of the entire Dong Huang sect. At this moment, a green-clothed lady with a graceful figure appeared in front of Dong Huang Taiji, protecting him. I've lost. I've lost completely. Dong Huang Taiji suddenly smiled brightly. However, no one knew about the sadness in his heart. Yun'er's smile was alluring, her eyes were as gentle as jade. It seemed to have calmed Dong Huang Taiji's heart. I believe that you're stronger than anyone else. Yun'er's words seemed to have calmed Dong Huang Taiji down. But I've still lost. I've lost to my big brother, to this person. Perhaps I'll lose again one day. Yun'er held Dong Huang Taiji's hand tightly and kissed it softly. Then Yun'er looked at Jiang Chen and nodded her head slightly. Thank you. Although my man has lost, he'll still win sometimes. Losing is not scary. What's scary is not being able to stand up again after losing. I believe that he's not that kind of person. Yun'er's words made Jiang Chen slightly stunned. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. He didn't plan to kill Dong Huang Taiji. Although Dong Huang Taiji was arrogant, he wasn't as arrogant as Ling Guang. Moreover, it was impossible for him to kill Dong Huang Taiji. If he wanted to kill Dong Huang Taiji, he was afraid that someone would help him secretly. At that time he would be doomed. He wouldn't be able to get rid of the label of having ulterior motives. If you're not even as courageous as a woman, then the one I've defeated is not an expert but a coward. I'm very disappointed. Jiang Chen turned around and left. He looked at Yun'er deeply. This woman's eyes were filled with expectation and despair. Jiang Chen couldn't understand that kind of inexplicable feeling. At that moment, Dong Huang Taiji stared at Jiang Chen silently. His heart seemed to have forgiven himself for his failure. He should be grateful to Yun. In my eyes, you're the only hero in the world. Yun'er said faintly. Countless disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect were envious of her. Dong Huang Taiji smiled bitterly and shook his head. What did I do to make you look at me differently? It's not shameful to be defeated by Big Brother. Dong Huang Tea is not just a name, he's a legend. The one I love is the real Dong Huang Taiji. I'll be behind you whether you're glorious or lonely. Dong Huang Taiji gradually understood. Although it was hard for him to accept his failure, there were others who knew better than him about his ability. I feel that this failure might not be a bad thing for Taiji. Tao Qing looked at Dong Huang Zhuqing and said, "You're right. It's not a good thing for him to be overconfident. If he can't recover from this setback and loses to Jiang Qin, then he'll be completely defeated. However, if he can learn from this lesson, he might be able to enter the Divine King realm earlier. Moreover, this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea will make him understand that he's not invincible among the younger generation. There's always someone better than you. This Jiang Qin, maybe we can bring him along." Chapter 2599. Jiang Chen's entry into the sect was arranged by Tao Qing. Jiang Qin knew that his spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was not given to him for nothing. Jiang Qin cultivated in the Eastern Emperor sect for half a month. The ice throne became a divine object for him to cultivate and devour divine origin qi. Destructive ice god. Although Jiang Qin did not know what kind of existence it was, he still did something good for it. In this half a month, Jiang Qin was cultivating in seclusion. He did not know that the entire Eastern Emperor sect was in an uproar. Jiang Qin appeared out of nowhere and was invincible. Even the number 2 of the sect, Dong Huang Taiji, was defeated by him. Who else could fight against him? Now that the great senior brother Dong Huang Ti was about to come out of seclusion, the biggest demand was for Jiang Qin to fight against Dong Huang Ti, to show the true power of the Eastern Emperor sect. But how powerful was Dong Huang Ti? He had already broken through to the Divine King realm. Although Dong Huang Ti was about to come out of seclusion, no one knew when he would come out except for the sect lord. This time Dong Huang Ti would definitely reach a higher level. In many people's eyes, Jiang Qin no longer had the ability to fight against Dong Huang Ti. But the most shocking thing was that Jiang Qin actually took away all the water from the ice spring, not leaving a single drop behind. All the elders were furious. Isn't this too hateful? What would they do in the future? The Milky Way ice spring could only produce a small bucket of water every year. Now that the entire pond was taken away by Jiang Qin, how could they not be furious? However, Jiang Qin's methods had also caused the elders to be extremely secretive. After all, it wasn't something that anyone could do. Furthermore, the sect leader didn't seem to care about it at all. This was the most puzzling thing. During this period of time, Jiang Qin was free. After defeating Dong Huang Taiji, no one in the Eastern Emperor sect wanted to challenge him anymore. Tao Qing came twice and told Jiang Qin some secrets of the Eastern Emperor sect, which made Jiang Qin very grateful. Tao Qing told him that he could now practice the Eastern Emperor limitless art of the Eastern Emperor sect. This Eastern Emperor limitless art was a cultivation technique passed down from ancient times. With Jiang Qin's strength, if he practiced the Eastern Emperor limitless art, he would definitely achieve great success. However, Tao Qing didn't know that the dragon transformation art that he practiced was not any weaker than the Eastern Emperor limitless art. He did not know how strong the Donghuang Wuji art would be in the hands of the true experts of the Donghuang sect, but at least for now he did not believe that the Donghuang Wuji art was stronger than the dragonization art. However, there was another thing that made Jiang Qin curious, and that was the Thunder Rush Sea. The Thunder Rush Sea was a place that only existed in the Chilean region, but it was connected to a faraway ocean. It was thousands of meters deep, its height unknown, its distance unknown. Some said that the end of the Thunder Rush Sea was the boundless ocean. Some said that the end of the Thunder Rush Sea was the center of the northern cold divine region, and some even said that it was the gathering place of the central region divine land. No matter what, the mysteriousness and vastness of the Thunder Rush Sea was undeniable. Moreover, the wind and thunder canyon of the Thunder Rush Sea would have a huge tsunami every 1,000 years. The tsunami would sweep across the heaven and earth. It was truly unparalleled and shocking. Every time the tsunami of the Thunder Rush Sea passed by, countless treasures would be washed up to the Wind and Thunder Canyon. Most importantly, the Wind and Thunder Canyon would only appear when the tsunami receded. No matter where I go, I'll be the dream lover of every woman in the world, Jiang Qin said confidently. Cough cough, you should go to the Eastern Emperor sect's practice pavilion first. 7 days later we'll head to the Thunder Rush Sea. You better be prepared. Without further ado, in the Thunder Rush Sea, you'll meet the top experts of the Chilean boundary. The top 10 sects will all be there if nothing goes wrong. At that time it'll be a true gathering of heroes. Although you've defeated Donghuang Taiji, it doesn't mean that you'll be able to look down upon the younger generation of the Qilian boundary. At least you don't have the capability now. But I believe that day won't be far away. Tao Qing turned and left. Jiang Chen looked at Tao Qing gratefully. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was worth it. Moreover, Tao Qing was a good person. After Tao Qing left, Jiang Chen came to the training pavilion of the Eastern Emperor sect. The elder who guarded the pavilion looked at Jiang Chen. His eyelids that had not moved for 1,000 years seemed to twitch a little and said, "You're the only one who stepped into the Emperor Extremity Mountain?" "Theoretically, yes." Chapter 2600. That's right. Go in. The books here can only be read and meditated on. You cannot take them away. Violators will be killed without mercy. You are specially approved by the sect lord. You can read all 3 floors of the pavilion. Jiang Chen went straight into the cultivation pavilion. It was a 3-storied pavilion that was around 300 meters tall. It was a magnificent sight, but compared to the towering mountain, it looked insignificant. However, Jiang Chen could see that this cultivation pavilion was covered by a formation. This formation was something that even he couldn't break. It must have been set up by a formation grandmaster. Jiang Chen browsed through the books on the first floor for a while. There was nothing worth learning, so he went straight to the second floor. This place was very spacious. Usually, the disciples would imprint the cultivation techniques in their hearts. There was no need for them to come here every day. Therefore, there was no one on the first floor. When Jiang Chen arrived at the second floor, he saw a person. Tianshu Elder Chu. She had a head of white hair and a pair of sharp eyes. Jiang Chen could not help but smile. Although they had only met once, it was still fresh in his mind. However, Jiang Chen did not know how Chu Tianshu looked like. He could only remember her beautiful figure. "Elder Chu, how have you been? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." "Humph." Chu Tianshu sneered and stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had something on her, so she naturally did not want to see Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was unmoved. He shrugged and turned around to look for a cultivation technique. "What are you looking for?" Chu Tianshu asked. "Eastern Emperor Limitless Art." Jiang Chen said. "Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. To reach the peak, one must be from the Donghuang clan. Do you think you can do it?" "'Tis K." Chu Tianshu said with disdain. "I just want to take a look. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art is not worth mentioning in my eyes." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "What an arrogant guy. Do you really think that you are invincible? How dare you talk to me like that? How many heads do you have to chop off?" Chu Tianshu's voice gradually turned cold. "You're deliberately making things difficult for me. Can I assume that you've fallen in love with me because I've seen your body and you want to pester me?" Jiang Chen said meaningfully. "You are shameless." Chu Tianshu was so angry that she glared at him. Jiang Chen knew that under this old skin, there must be a woman with ulterior motives. "You're dressed like this just to cover your tracks. Everyone knows that I'm here in the Donghuang sect, but you're different. I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your position as the alchemy elder. You dare to threaten me. So what if I threaten you? Looking at such a trashy alchemy book, I'm afraid your title of alchemy elder is just a figurehead with no substance." Jiang Chen said sourly. Chu Tianshu was even more furious. This brat was too arrogant. He actually dared to question her. "You little brat, you're really too arrogant. This old man. When I was refining pills, you were still wearing diapers. A little brat dares to talk about refining pills in front of me? Shameless. Could it be that you're also an alchemist?" Chu Tianshu said sarcastically. "I'm also an alchemist. Although I'm not very good, I should be slightly better than you." Jiang Chen said proudly. "You can show off in front of me after you're able to refine a supreme-grade pill." Chu Tianshu said. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Chu Tianshu's smile grew wider. He couldn't even refine a supreme-grade pill. He was just a fox pretending to be a tiger. He didn't have any real ability. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. "Supreme-grade pill, how long has it been since I last refined one? It's not because I can't refine it, but because I don't want to refine supreme-grade pills anymore." However, Jiang Chen did not continue to argue with Chu Tianshu. Only women and villains were difficult to deal with. This sentence was indeed true. Regardless of being a woman or a villain, Chu Tianshu was very qualified. I knew you're just a useless coward. Chu Tianshu shook her head. She was too lazy to argue with Jiang Chen because she felt that Jiang Chen wasn't qualified. It was best for the two of them to mind their own business. Jiang Chen searched around the second floor, but he couldn't find the Eastern Emperor Limitless skill. However, he did find a dusty remnant scroll in a corner, and the name on the scroll made his mind tremble violently, the Sword of Solitude. This is. When Jiang Chen flipped open the book, the Sword of Solitude, he only saw the fourth, fifth and sixth sword. His heart had already started to tremble. So the Sword of Solitude doesn't only have 3 swords. Jiang Chen's heart trembled slightly. After learning from the sword for a month, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. Now Jiang Chen was confident that he could perform the third sword, Solitary Edge. The power of that sword was bound to reach a higher level. It was far from what the first and second sword could compare to. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that the Sword of Solitude only had those 3 swords. But now it seemed that he was wrong. This should be a forgotten peerless sword technique. In the eyes of others, if there weren't the first 3 swords, there wouldn't be the 4th sword. It seems that the first 3 swords are just the introductory sword realm of the Sword of Solitude. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. 4th sword, 3,000 miles of ice. 5th sword, Light of Stars. 6th sword, Worlds Apart. I wonder if there's a 7th, 8th or 9th sword. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brighter. However, if he didn't break through to the Divine King realm, he wouldn't be able to practice these 3 sword techniques. The 4th sword technique required the first 3 sword techniques as a foundation in order to unleash the domineering power of 3,000 miles of ice. Currently, Jiang Chen was only able to perform the 3rd sword technique. If it wasn't for the battle with Sword Saint, perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to break through the 3rd sword technique in such a short time. Although he couldn't practice it yet, Jiang Chen knew how powerful this Sword of Solitude was. He didn't even dare to guess the power of the 3rd sword, but the 4th sword had probably reached a level where people would tremble in fear upon hearing its name. It's all thanks to Tao Qing. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have missed this Sword of Solitude. When Jiang Chen flipped to the last page, he saw a line of words. I wish to ride the wind and return home, slaying thousands of immortals with a single sword technique. Jiang Chen could see that this line of words was powerful and full of killing intent. It seemed to have the spirit of one who would face thousands of enemies head-on, but it was also filled with a solemn and stirring aura. Was this left behind by the creator of this sword technique? Jiang Chen didn't know, but the aura that shook his heart deeply affected him. Jiang Chen still couldn't understand the pinnacle of this sword technique. Perhaps he could only truly understand how terrifying the Sword of Solitude was after mastering the sword technique. Chapter 2601. When Jiang Chen reached the 3rd floor, he finally saw the most eye-catching Eastern Emperor Limitless art. When he opened the Eastern Emperor Limitless art, he finally felt that the Eastern Emperor Limitless art was very powerful. Although it was not as powerful as his dragon transformation skill, it was still very rare. However, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to get rid of the dragon transformation skill and cultivate the Eastern Emperor Limitless art again. However, he saw a powerful cultivation skill called Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen looked at it with interest. The God Sealing Prohibition was not an ordinary offensive formation. It required the Eastern Emperor Limitless art as the foundation to forge a divine bell. The God Sealing Prohibition could only be cast with the divine bell as the foundation. Refine the Eastern Emperor Bell's shadow? I wonder if my main body, the Eastern Emperor Bell, can execute the God Sealing restriction? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. If the Eastern Emperor Bell cast the God Sealing Prohibition, would it succeed? If he succeeded, then he would truly be invincible among the gods. Jiang Chen copied the Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. He could go back and cultivate it. Even if he failed, he would not suffer any loss. However, the God Sealing Prohibition required him to refine a divine bell. Jiang Chen should be able to use the Eastern Emperor Bell as the foundation. After looking around, Jiang Chen did not see any other cultivation skill that could interest him. Then he left the 3rd floor. When he reached the 2nd floor, Jiang Chen saw Chu Tianshu was still studying the alchemy book. He smiled faintly. Great Bodhi Pill, Immortal Grade Pill. It can purify poison and divine origin qi. Most importantly, it can save people from death. Jiang Chen said faintly. Chu Tianshu's body trembled and she immediately turned her head to look at Jiang Chen. She did not expect that she, a peak early divine king, failed to notice when this late heavenly god appeared beside her. You only saw the spirit Bodhi grass and the scarlet essence snow lotus and you know what I want to concoct. Looks like I've underestimated you. Chu Tianshu was shocked. Does this guy really know alchemy? It's just an immortal grade medicinal pill. It's not like it's some peerless divine medicine. However, this medicinal pill also has the effect of strengthening one's yang. Could it be that you still want to use it? Jiang Chen looked at Chu Tianshu with a faint smile. Get lost. Chu Tianshu threw out a punch and lightning struck. Jiang Chen's figure instantly moved to the boundary between the first and second floor. Chu Tianshu's initial surprise and curiosity towards Jiang Chen disappeared in a blink of an eye. This guy was just talking nonsense. He definitely didn't know any alchemy techniques. The greatest difficulty in forming the great Bodhi pill lies in the gentleness of the spirit Bodhi grass and the tyranny of the scarlet essence snow lotus. If these two attributes cannot be fused together, then the chances of forming the pill are extremely low. Thus, even though the great Bodhi pill is only a low-grade immortal pill, it is extremely hard to concoct. The gentleness of the spirit Bodhi grass and the tyranny of the scarlet essence snow lotus can both complement each other in order to bring out the medicinal effects perfectly. Forcefully fusing the two herbs together will only produce the opposite effect. Jiang Chen's voice echoed in Chu Tianshu's ears. Chu Tianshu sneered in disdain. That night, when Chu Tianshu started to concoct the great Bodhi Dan wholeheartedly for 3 days, she tried 9 times and failed every time. Every time when she was about to finish the Dan, she couldn't complete the great Bodhi Dan. Damn it, why is this great Bodhi pill so hard to concoct? I've failed more than 10 times. Why can't I succeed? I'm afraid my godfather's days are numbered. Chu Tianshu's expression was solemn and depressed. But deep in her heart she was extremely stubborn about the great Bodhi pill. 37 years ago, her godfather was severely injured in order to save her. Even after so many years she couldn't find a good prescription to cure him. Finally, with her hard work, she found the prescription of the great Bodhi pill. As long as she could concoct the great Bodhi pill, her godfather would be saved. But after 10 years she still couldn't make any progress. In the Chilean region, there wasn't a single alchemist who could concoct the great Bodhi pill. Even the 2 alchemist grandmasters in Lingju City couldn't concoct the great Bodhi pill. Even though they had the prescription, they couldn't continue to concoct it. This was the most painful thing for Chu Tianshu. Can that brat's words be trusted? Chu Tianshu suddenly recalled what Jiang Chen said in the cultivation pavilion. The spirit Bodhi grass and the scarlet essence snow lotus repelled each other. Their attributes were completely different. It was extremely difficult to fuse these 2 herbs together. Chu Tianshu couldn't succeed in the end. The great Bodhi pill became the biggest problem in her alchemy history. She couldn't break through it after so many years. Let's give it a try. Chu Tianshu followed Jiang Chen's instructions and tried. She didn't fuse the 2 herbs together directly. Instead, she used the characteristics of the 2 herbs separately. Finally, the great Bodhi pill was completed with the yin and yang defense force. Chu Tianshu was extremely nervous. This time she followed Jiang Chen's instructions and fused the 2 herbs together. The final result shocked her. Because the great Bodhi pill that she had been concocting for 10 years was finally completed. At this moment, Chu Tianshu looked at the great Bodhi pill in her hand and cried tears of joy. For the past 30 years, in order to accompany her godfather in his twilight years, Chu Tianshu could not bear to see him leave just like that. She had endured a lot of hardships and finally succeeded today. The credit for making the great Bodhi pill belonged to Jiang Chen. This fella, could it be that he's hiding his abilities? No, he's just a late heavenly god. How powerful can he be? He's just lucky. He might not even be able to concoct a supreme grade pill. He just happened to know about the great Bodhi pill. Chu Tianshu thought to herself. That must be it. Chu Tianshu couldn't hide her joy. She held the great Bodhi pill in her hand and ran towards her godfather's cave. Godfather, godfather, I have concocted the great Bodhi pill. Ah. Chu Tianshu laughed hysterically. The cave that she was in was the great elder's mansion. The great elder wore a rough linen robe. He looked indifferent and his lips were pale. However, his eyes were filled with vigor. Did you really concoct the great Bodhi pill? The great elder was in disbelief. He knew how difficult it was to concoct the great Bodhi pill. Even the two great alchemists of Lingju City could not do anything about it. He did not expect his goddaughter to succeed. The great elder was excited and happy. He was still far from the end of his lifespan. However, he was poisoned and was on the brink of death. Finally, there was a glimmer of hope. Not bad. Eat it, godfather. Chu Tianshu said anxiously. All right. The great elder took the great Bodhi pill and swallowed it. He circulated his dantian and started to digest the effects of the great Bodhi pill. Chu Tianshu looked at the great elder anxiously. She was afraid that something bad would happen to him. Within 6 hours, the great elder had vomited blood 3 times. He had forced out half of the poison in his veins. The effect of the great Bodhi pill had almost reached its peak. Very good. Very good. The great elder smiled and wiped the black poisonous blood off the corner of his mouth. No, godfather. You haven't completely removed the poison from your body. Chapter 2602. The great elder shook his head and chuckled. If it wasn't for your great Bodhi pill, I would have died within 3 years. Now that the great Bodhi pill has removed 70% of the poison, I can at least live for another 200 years. It's inevitable that my strength will be affected. I never expected to recover to my peak. Chu Tianshu's eyes were filled with bitterness and sorrow. Back then you had the chance to enter the venerable realm. It's all because of me. I'm sorry, father. Don't talk about what happened in the past. We should look forward to the future. I'm already satisfied to be able to live for another 200 years. The great elder was very straightforward. However, when Chu Tianshu heard it, it was extremely harsh. She felt guilty towards her adoptive father. She would never be able to repay him in her entire life. Father, there's no need to speak any further or it'll make us seem distant. It's a great fortune in my life to be able to have an adopted daughter like you. I heard that there's a new disciple in the sect who's doing well and is peerlessly powerful. Is this true? The great elder asked. It's true. But he's just a late heavenly god. I think he's just a clown. Chu Tianshu said disdainfully. The great elder sighed. If he didn't go to the Emperor Extremity Mountain, I might not care about him. But now it seems that even the sect lord thinks highly of him. I hope that our Eastern Emperor sect can reach the peak again. We've fallen from being the #1 sect in the Lone Dragon County. This time I'll investigate him for you. Let's see if we can get a 9-tailed sea cucumber in the Thunder Rush Sea. If we can get a 9-tailed sea cucumber, not only will you recover from your injuries, but you'll also reach the venerable realm soon. Chu Tianshu said confidently. 9-tailed sea cucumber? I've only heard of it once. 130,000 years ago, it was said that someone found a dead 9-tailed sea cucumber in the Thunder Rush Sea. It was forcefully bought by a venerable realm expert for tens of thousands of supreme-grade divine origin stones. That hierarch realm expert treated it as if it was a treasure. That kind of divine item can only be found by luck. I'm quite satisfied that you can refine the great Bodhi pill. Foster father, just wait for the news of my triumphant return. Chu Tianshu smiled sweetly and left. 7 days had passed. Jiang Chen saw Dong Huang Taiji, Murong Yun and a middle-aged man in white robes, Dong Huang Zhuqing. Greetings, third elder. Jiang Chen smiled. Not bad. I haven't seen you for a few days, but your aura is getting more and more solid. It's rare to see someone with such a solid foundation like yours even in 10,000 years. You're neither arrogant nor impatient, neither fast nor slow, and you're rooted like a mountain. It's not easy at all. Dong Huang Zhuqing smiled and said, praising Jiang Chen. I hope that you can come back alive from the Thunder Rush Sea. At that time I will definitely defeat you. Dong Huang Taiji looked solemn and looked at Jiang Chen fearlessly. Although he lost to Jiang Chen once, he did not feel that it was a disgrace. On the contrary, this defeat made him change for the better. Whether it was his strength or his state of mind, there was a huge change. Murong Yun smiled as well. She followed Dong Huang Taiji obediently, as if she was a husband and a wife following each other. I'll be waiting for that day. Jiang Chen nodded. The sixth elder was delayed by something, so I'll replace him to go to the Thunder Rush Sea. Third elder, you don't have any objections, right? I'm also very curious about the Thunder Rush Sea. Jiang Qin did not expect that the sixth elder would be replaced at the last minute, and the person who replaced him was Chu Tianshu. Since it's Elder Chu, I have no objections. We'll be following them to the Thunder Rush Sea. The Thunder Rush Sea is unusual. Even Elder Chu has to be extra careful. Dong Huangzhuqing smiled. Chu Tianshu had a high position in the Eastern Emperor sect. However, Dong Huangzhuqing did not know about the relationship between Elder Chu and the Great Elder. Of course, I know that. I just hope that some arrogant people will try to restrain themselves, so that the Eastern Emperor sect will not be looked down upon. Chu Tianshu said in a weird tone. Obviously she was talking to Jiang Qin. Those who are clean will be clean, those who are dirty will be dirty. Jiang Qin's words made Chu Tianshu speechless. We'll be heading to Lingju City first as there's a teleportation formation there. We'll be able to reach the Thunder Rush Sea in a shorter period of time. Dong Huangzhuqing said. The five of them left the western region of the Eastern Emperor sect and headed straight to Lingju City. The entire western region was the territory of the Eastern Emperor sect. The journey was smooth. The five of them finally arrived at Lingju City after traveling for a month. The biggest teleportation formation in Lingju City was under the control of the Lord's Mansion. The teleportation formation in the city was malfunctioning. It required 6 formation masters to work together, and it would take them 10 days to repair the formation. Everyone in Lingju City was in a state of panic because the teleportation formation was deliberately destroyed by someone. Many people who wanted to leave Lingju City through the teleportation formation were trapped here. I didn't expect us to be so unlucky. Dong Huangzhuqing said in a deep voice. Now that the formation was destroyed, it was impossible for them to reach the Thunder Rush Sea quickly. Aren't you the people of the Eastern Emperor sect? I heard that there's a peerless genius in your sect who defeated several experts of the sect. Is this true? A bald young man said with a sneer. He was wearing colorful clothes and looked rather arrogant. His eyes were cold and narrow, but he had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. Jiningqi, you don't have to be so sarcastic, right? The matter of your Xianxia sect is not over yet. Your elder ran away with the sect master sister-in-law and you still have the cheek to show off here? You should be more secretive about your sect's misfortune than anyone else. You can still be so high profile, it's really puzzling, really puzzling. Oh yes, I heard that you're having an affair with the sect master's sister-in-law? A young man wearing a white long robe and holding a folding fan said with an elegant smile. He scolded Long Chen without using any profanity. Jin Ingqi gritted his teeth and harumphed. Long Xiaotan, don't be so shameless. You're a divine king expert, don't spout nonsense and slap yourself in the face. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I, Long Xiaotan, have countless women. Your sect master's sister-in-law used to be my confidant. Why would I spout nonsense about such matters? Long Xiaotan did not care about his image at all. However, his candid personality made Jiang Qin like him. This is what they mean by daring to take responsibility for what you've done. Chapter 2603. Brother Long, how have you been? Dong Huangzhuqing said with a smile. Long Xiaotan was famous for being a troublemaker. Not many people in the Qilian region were willing to offend this troublemaker. However, Long Xiaotan from the Nine Dragon Palace was quite familiar with Dong Huangzhuqing. Good brother, I haven't seen you for so many years. You're still as elegant as before. Long Xiaotan gave Dong Huangzhuqing a big hug. They had not seen each other for hundreds of years. Naturally, they were quite passionate when they saw each other again. If it wasn't for Brother Zhuqing's help in the Thunder Rush Sea, I'm afraid I would have died. Long Xiaotan never dared to forget that Dong Huangzhuqing had saved his life in the past. Since then, the two of them had become lifelong brothers. To the Eastern Emperor sect and the Nine Dragon Palace, it was a great friendship. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the new outer disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, right? Long Xiaotan looked at Jiang Qin and especially emphasized on the word, outer disciple. If he was a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, he would not be treated lightly. Just like a monk who became a monk halfway through his life, Jiang Chen's identity and purpose would be questioned. Jiang Chen knew this very well. However, Long Xiaotan did not show any disdain towards him. He was just curious about him. You're right. This is the famous Jiang Chen of the Eastern Emperor sect. Young Master Jiang, if any of you are not convinced, you can come and have a fight with me. Chu Tianshu's arrogance was much stronger than Jiang Chen's. She attracted many people's attention. She was trying to push Jiang Chen to the edge of the storm. Jiang Chen Ling smiled. This guy never forgets to mess with me. Is she purposely going to the Thunder Rush Sea to make life difficult for me? A hero doesn't need to know where he came from. Young and arrogant. Not bad, not bad. Who might this be? Long Xiaotan gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. However, Long Xiaotan's praise came from the bottom of his heart. There were 3 young men standing beside him. 2 of them were half-step divine kings and 1 of them was a divine king. This is our Donghuang sect's alchemy elder, Chu Tianshu. Donghuang Zhuqing said and smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Elder Chu Tianshu seemed to be prejudiced against Jiang Chen. He had neglected this point. So it's Elder Chu, nice to meet you. Your strength is only so. Was a late heavenly god already invincible among the disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect? Since when had the Donghuang sect become so weak? A mocking voice appeared behind Ji Ningqi. Xianxia sect's inner sect disciple Xianxia wants to challenge you. I'm not that strong, I'm only one of the top 5 disciples in the Xianxia sect. However, I'm only a half-step divine king. Am I bullying you? Xianxia, who was dressed in white, took a step forward and sneered. Many people had gathered here. 4 to 5 of the 10 great sects had come. They were all waiting to see the commotion of the Eastern Emperor sect. Although the Eastern Emperor sect was one of the top 3 sects in the Qilian boundary, everyone knew that the Eastern Emperor sect was declining day by day. That was why the Xianxia sect made such a move. I wonder if the people of the Eastern Emperor sect dare to accept the challenge? Xianxia crossed his arms and stood proudly like a peacock spreading its tail. Arrogant. If my Eastern Emperor sect doesn't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid that your Xianxia sect will trample us into the ground. Donghuang Taiji said. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Senior brother Donghuang, I can deal with this kind of trash with just one hand. Why do you need to come? Jiang Chen said with a smile and stopped Donghuang Taiji. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Jiang Chen's arrogance made him want to teach this fella a lesson. This is arrogance. With your strength I can fight 10 of you, no 100 of you. You're just a late heavenly god and you dare to talk nonsense here? Do you know who these people are? They're the elites of the 10 great sects in the Qilian boundary. What a joke. Xianxia pointed at Jiang Chen. This kind of humiliation made Donghuang Zhuqing furious. Donghuang Taiji glanced at Jiang Chen. This fella knows how to behave and gave me enough face. Donghuang Taiji knew very well how strong Jiang Chen was. Don't hold back. Trash will be trampled on. Donghuang Taiji said faintly. All right. My senior brother Donghuang said that there's no need to hold back when dealing with trash like you. Jiang Chen flirted with Fang He, trying to infuriate him. You're courting death. Xianxia had been in the half-step divine king realm for more than 10 years. His foundation was stable and he was extremely powerful. He was also the most promising person in the Xianxia sect to enter the divine king realm. Now that he was provoked by Jiang Chen, he would not show any mercy. Come on, trash. You only have one chance. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Not only Long Xiaotan and the others, even Ji Ningqi was feeling gloomy. How could this fella be so arrogant? It was unheard of for a late heavenly god to challenge a half-step divine king. Xianxia did not explain anymore. He took a step forward and his aura was terrifying. Piss off. Jiang Chen raised his hand and threw a punch. Xianxia, a half-step divine king, was instantly sent flying away. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. Everyone was shocked by his calm look. A late heavenly god who could send a half-step divine king flying with just a punch. Isn't this too terrifying? Trash. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Xianxia in disdain. Xianxia's face looked ferocious. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He stood up and charged towards Jiang Chen again. However, he was stopped by Ji Ningqi. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Ji Ningqi shouted. Xinfang he looked at Jiang Chen unwillingly and harumphed coldly. He could only let it go. Everyone at the scene saw that Jiang Chen's casual punch had forced Xinfang he to take a step back. The difference in strength between the two of them could be seen clearly. Eastern Emperor sect has produced a super genius. Isn't that so? The Eastern Emperor sect had been declining for the past 1,000 years. It was said that a Dong Huang Tai had appeared in the past 100 years, and now a Jiang Chen had appeared. Truly impressive. Eastern Emperor sect is going to rise again. Although Xin sect is powerful, they are still weaker than Eastern Emperor sect. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. But this fella is really eye-catching. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. If one's edge is too strong, he probably won't have a good ending. Chapter 2604. Looks like I've underestimated this guy. Chu Tianshu thought to herself. At this moment he had become the cornerstone of the Eastern Emperor sect's rise. If the Eastern Emperor sect could return to its former glory, Chu Tianshu would have no regrets. After all, this was her godfather's biggest wish. I hope you all can survive the trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. Jin Yingqi Lung Lung smiled and left with Xinfang He and the others. It was impossible to use the teleportation formation now, so they had to wait. The group rested in Lingju City. Chu Tianshu was curious about Jiang Chen. This guy's strength was really terrifying. It was not easy for him to defend himself from her fierce attack at the Milky Way ice spring. Now that she thought about it, she realized that Jiang Chen's strength might be more powerful than she had imagined. This time I heard someone say that they saw a huge shadow above the Thunder Rush Sea. It was as if the whole world was covered by it. It was not just one person who said it. Many of them saw it. When the shadow appeared in the Thunder Rush Sea, even Lingju City was covered by it for a moment. It was as dark as night. Long Xiaoten said to Dong Huang Zhuqing in a deep voice. He was curious and worried about it. What kind of beast could it be? I'm afraid the trip to the Thunder Rush Sea won't be simple. Dong Huang Zhuqing said in a low voice. Nobody knows. But at least we have to be extra careful in this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. Moreover, I heard that a powerful expert has joined the Killing Luo sect recently. He seems to be the same as Jiang Chen. He has become the true pillar of the sect. I don't know if he will come to the Thunder Rush Sea this time. Moreover, their target might be the Eastern Emperor sect. Long Xiaoten was well informed. It was all thanks to his heroic deeds. We have no enmity with the Killing Luo sect. The Killing Luo sect and the Black sect have always been different. We, the Eastern Emperor sect, don't want to be the enemy of the Killing Luo sect. No other sect wants to get involved with the Killing Luo sect. Are they going to attack the Dong Huang sect? Dong Huang Zhuqing harumphed coldly. He would not be afraid even if he were to face them. This is just a rumor. Whether it's true or not is another matter. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. Luocha sect's conduct has always been treacherous. It's better for us to keep a respectful distance from this kind of people. Long Xiaoten said. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. However, if people offend us, our Dong Huang sect will not let them off easily. Dong Huang Zhuqing was overbearing and imposing. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally felt Dong Huang Zhuqing's aura. The third elder looked gentle, but his strength was terrifying. No wonder he could become Dong Huang Taiji's master. I heard from the generals in the city that the formation being destroyed this time around was intentionally done by someone. I'm afraid that it will take at least 10 days. Hopefully we will not miss the wind and thunder canyon of the Thunder Rush Sea. Otherwise we will have wasted our trip. Long Xinghua said in a deep voice. As the most outstanding disciple of the Nine Dragon Palace, she had already reached the early Divine King realm. She was regarded as the most talented disciple of the Nine Dragon Palace in 1,000 years. She was also one of the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation. She had an elegant face. Although she was not an outstanding beauty, she gave people a feeling of gentleness. She was as gentle as water and as clear as ice. The more people looked at her, the more beautiful she became. Compared to Murong Yun, Long Xinghua's temperament was even better. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak as she kept staring at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not care about it. He just wanted to find an auction house to sell some pills in exchange for supreme-grade divine origin stones. It was not easy in the Linhe boundary. But in Lingju City, Jiangchen believed that there would be a lot of supreme-grade divine origin stones here. Don't go too far these few days. Take a good rest in the city. Remember, don't cause any trouble. Lingju City is not like the Eastern Emperor sect. Even our sect lord has to be courteous to some people. Once the teleportation formation is activated, we must head to the Thunder Rush Sea as soon as possible. Dong Huangzhuqing said. He was quite nervous about Jiangchen and the other two. There were many Divine King experts in Lingju City. However, with their strength they shouldn't have offended someone that they shouldn't have. Great, I want to go out too. Let's go, Taiji. Murong Yun smiled. Although Dong Huang Taiji's expression did not change, he nodded and left with Murong Yun. Let's drink till we're drunk. Long Xiaotan and Dong Huangzhuqing said with a smile. They were very happy at this moment. Although the teleportation formation was destroyed, they had a reason to catch up with each other. Jiangchen did not want to stay here any longer. He turned around and was about to leave. Jiangchen, follow me. I have something to tell you. Chu Tianshu looked serious and asked Jiangchen to leave. Jiangchen was slightly moved. I wonder who this woman is. Jiangchen has to be careful. There's no one here. What's the matter? Say it. Jiangchen said impatiently. Have you really concocted the Great Bodhi pill before? Chu Tianshu did not want to waste her time with Jiangchen. She just wanted to know if Jiangchen was really an alchemist. I've told you that I'm just making it up. How could you believe it? Do you think that women are so gullible? I'm warning you. Don't call me a woman. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Jiangchen said. Do you have an immortal grade pill that can cure hundreds of poisons? Chu Tianshu looked at Jiangchen suspiciously. She did not know if he was the real deal. However, she was shocked by what Jiangchen did today. Sister, do you think I have one? My strength is right there, you've seen it for yourself. Immortal grade medicinal pills? You've overestimated me. Don't you know how hard it is to find an immortal grade pill? Not to mention an immortal grade pill that can cure hundreds of poisons. It must be the best among all immortal grade pills. The value of an immortal grade pill is immeasurable. Jiangchen sneered. I'm too naive. Forget it. You can leave. Chu Tianshu smiled bitterly. Jiangchen saw the helplessness in her eyes. This time Jiangchen did not make things difficult for her. How much sacrifice did a woman have to make to give up her unparalleled beauty and become an old man? She had to live a boring life in a sect. Just that perfect figure alone was enough for Jiangchen to guess that Elder Chu was an extremely beautiful woman, even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Jiangchen left the inn and went into the night. He started to look for the big auction house in the city. Chapter 2605. The moon was high up in the sky. Although he was in the Lingju city, he was not in the city. The city was thousands of miles away. If he was not a divine king expert, it would take him a few days to travel from the east to the west of the city. Of course, it would be a different story if there was a teleportation formation. The Lingju city was still brightly lit at night. Jiangchen finally found a large auction house after asking around for information about the location of the auction house. The Thousand City auction house was controlled by the city lord. Who was the city lord? He was the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, the king of the Chilean boundary. The Nine Boundaries worshipped him. How powerful was the city lord and sect lord? The Thousand City auction house was holding an auction at this moment. With Jiangchen's strength, he could just communicate with the auctioneer directly. Although Lingju City was a big city, Jiangchen's late heavenly god cultivation realm was already considered as one of the strongest. Although there were many Divine King experts, most of them had yet to reach the Divine King realm. May I know, what are you going to auction? A sweet and beautiful lady looked at Jiangchen with a smile. She respected a late heavenly god expert as she was only a peak true god. This is an immortal grade pill. I need supreme grade divine origin stones. Jiangchen took out a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill and the attendant's face lit up. Please wait for a moment. I need our appraiser to confirm it before we can give you the price you want. The beautiful attendant quickly went to invite the appraiser over. The appraiser saw the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill on Jiang Chen's right hand. Such a strong pill fragrance. Such a high-quality pill. The middle-aged appraiser said sincerely. This should be a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. It's worth at least 50 to 100 supreme-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen was stunned by the price given by the appraiser. He did not expect the price to be so much higher than what he got in the Linhe boundary. What's wrong? Is this gentleman not satisfied with the price I offered? The appraiser asked in surprise. He was confident that there were not many appraisers in the Lingju city who were more professional than him. No, it's better than what I expected. Jiang Chen smiled. After calming himself down, he gradually understood that Lingju city was much bigger than the Linhe boundary. There were more people and more experts who were interested in this pill. Immortal-grade pills were always in high demand. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was especially useful for those who were below the Divine King realm. It was natural that the demand could not meet the supply. Immortal-grade pills were also divided into upper and lower grades. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill could only be considered as an elementary immortal-grade pill. Even so, there were still many people fighting for it in Lingju city. Even the Divine King realm experts had a great desire to buy this immortal-grade pill. Excuse me, sir, I have 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills here. I want to auction them all at once. Jiang Chen's words caused the appraiser's body to tremble. He stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Was this guy really that terrifying? 5 immortal-grade pills, all auctioned off? Didn't he know the value of this pill? Many auction houses weren't willing to auction immortal-grade medicinal pills directly unless it was to create a gimmick. Only then would they take out a few immortal-grade medicinal pills to auction from time to time. But this time Jiang Chen directly took out 5 immortal-grade medicinal pills. This was really too shocking. Sir, are you sure? Said the appraiser excitedly. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The latter had already regarded Jiang Chen as a prodigal son who came from some super sect. Although the supreme-grade divine origin stone was precious, it couldn't be compared to the immortal-grade medicinal pill. However, everyone took what they needed. The value of the immortal-grade medicinal pill could shock people even more. Don't worry, we will do our best to help you fight for the greatest benefits. Tonight we will directly auction your immortal-grade pill to the public. In addition, we need to charge 2% of the auction fee. The appraiser said in a professional manner. Jiang Chen felt a pain in his heart. 1% was equivalent to thousands or even tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones. But since he wanted to bid for it, he would not be so stingy. I believe in you guys. I would also like to participate in the auction. Is there a problem? Asked Jiang Chen. No problem, of course there's no problem. Today's auction is the biggest one of the year. It's a worthwhile trip for you. Of course, there are tens of thousands of people in the auction. Your medicinal pill will definitely fetch a good price. This is the annual supreme auction of our 1,000-city auction house. Only Heavenly God Realm experts are qualified to enter this auction. You are our VIP customer. If you have any other medicinal pills or rare treasures that you would like to auction, we will do our best to help you. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Tens of thousands of Heavenly God Realm experts. It's really a big city. Tens of thousands of Heavenly God Realm experts. It's just the tip of the iceberg of Lingju city. The appraiser treated Jiang Chen like a VIP. Although he was stronger than Jiang Chen, he did not dare to look into the background of someone who could take out 5 immortal-grade pills at once. Lingju city was a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even though he had the support of the city lord, he would not do such a stupid thing. Even the beautiful waitress on the side was throwing flirtatious glances at Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen turned a blind eye to them. When Jiang Chen entered the auction house, it was crowded with people. It was bustling with noise and excitement. The auction was going on in an orderly manner. There were even a few divine tools being auctioned. Jiang Chen was deeply impressed by the vastness of Lingju city and the abundance of resources. There were also many wealthy people living in the city. Next, we will be auctioning a piece of meteorite metal, azure cloud gold. It's a top-grade material to forge a divine tool. The starting price is 500,000 upper-grade divine origin stones. Each increment must be no less than 30,000. In the middle of the auction house, there was a beautiful lady wearing a blue flowery cheongsam standing on the stage. She smiled elegantly and said faintly, When she gently removed the azure cloud gold from under the tent, many people were quite shocked. The azure cloud gold was only a square meter, but it could weigh more than 10,000 caddies. Azure cloud gold? That's a treasure, but 500,000 upper-grade divine origin stones is too expensive. That's right, it's a treasure. But I don't know how many people can use it. Although the azure cloud gold is a great material to forge a divine tool, not many people can make full use of it. A heavenly divine tool is highly valued by a divine king expert. But it's not as easy as you think it is to forge a heavenly divine tool. That's true. But it's worth it in the eyes of those who really need it. This azure cloud gold is good stuff, I'm getting it. Only a true blacksmith master can melt the azure cloud gold. It's difficult for an ordinary blacksmith to melt it. This azure cloud gold can be used to forge a heavenly divine tool. Chapter 2606. Xianxia had more than 100 peak divine tools, and he was worried that he didn't have enough materials to refine them. Xianxia's strength had improved tremendously. He believed that he could definitely refine a heavenly divine tool, and the azure cloud gold was the first prerequisite. The divine metal that he obtained from the 8 lineages Silver River was not enough to refine a heavenly divine tool. If he could obtain the azure cloud gold, he would definitely be able to refine a heavenly divine tool. One could imagine how terrifying the little Ashura sword formation that was formed by 108 heavenly divine tools would be. This azure cloud gold is mine. Xianxia smiled. 550,000. 650,000. 750,000. 750,000. 800,000. In the end, the price was raised to 800,000 upper-grade divine origin stones. A middle-aged man with a cold expression shouted and shocked everyone. Is there a higher price? 800,000 upper-grade divine origin stones going once, 800,000 upper-grade divine origin stones, going twice, 800,000. 1 million. Xianxia's voice reverberated through the auction hall calmly, causing an uproar once again. 1 million high-grade divine origin stones for the azure cloud gold was a huge sum of money. Not many people could afford it. Even in the Lingju city, where there were many wealthy people, it was enough to attract a lot of attention. The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia and gritted his teeth. He seemed to be unwilling to give up, but 800,000 upper-grade divine origin stones was the highest price that he could offer. Xianxia's words shocked everyone, and he became the focus of everyone's attention. This gentleman has bid 1 million divine origin stones. Is there a higher bid? The host's elegant smile infected everyone on the scene, but no one bid higher than Xianxia. Alright, 1 million upper-grade divine origin stones, going once. 100 upper-grade divine origin stones going twice. 1 million upper-grade divine origin stones, going thrice. Deal. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. The azure cloud gold had finally fallen into his hands. However, he didn't know how much his 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills could fetch. Xianxia was also looking forward to it. Up to this moment, our Thousand Cities banquet auction has auctioned a lot of collections. Now there is an important collection that fell from the sky. It is not in our auction list, but it is not inferior to tonight's finale treasure. Now I will officially announce that the auction item of today's auction, the immortal grade medicinal pill, is now officially revealed to everyone. Immortal grade medicinal pill? Looks like this trip is not in vain. These 50 high-grade divine origin stones are not spent in vain. It's been a long time since an immortal-grade medicinal pill was auctioned. This Thousand City auction house didn't try to trick me. I can't wait anymore. When the blue-clothed hostess received the jade box from the staff member, even she could feel a refreshing pill fragrance assaulting her senses. 5 immortal-grade medicinal pills, spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. The hostess' voice was not loud. But the moment she announced the 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, the entire venue was in an uproar. Spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. Those who were knowledgeable knew that it was not easy to concoct the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Most importantly, it was a pill that could help those who were below the Divine King realm to break through and prolong their lives. Not every sect in the Chilean region had an immortal-grade pill master. Moreover, the immortal grade medicinal pill was extremely difficult to concoct. The success rate was less than 1%. Immortal grade medicinal pills were rare, but there were 5 of them being auctioned at the same time. This was a grand occasion that had never happened before. Everyone held their breath as they looked at the 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills on the high platform. Even their breathing became hurried. Oh my god, is this real? That's 5 immortal grade medicinal pills. 5 immortal grade medicinal pills being auctioned at the same time. This is my first time seeing this. Today's trip was not in vain. These immortal grade medicinal pills, I must get them. Spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, haha, my green fox sect must get them. Even the host did not expect that 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills would fall from the sky, pushing the auction to a climax in advance. Everyone in the venue was extremely excited. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was terrifying. It was almost fatal to those who were stuck in the half-step Divine King realm. That's why they were eager to break through. Even if there were millions of heavenly gods, it would be difficult for a Divine King realm to ascend to the heavens. Only those who had stepped into the Divine King realm would be qualified to be called an expert. Therefore, many of those half-step Divine King realm experts were extremely thirsty for this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. This was a supreme medicinal pill that they had been yearning for, especially the elders and lords of some sects. They were determined to get their hands on this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. Even if only one of them could help their disciples break through to the Divine King realm, it would still be a great boost to the sect. The power that a Divine King realm expert could bring was immeasurable. Therefore, for those who had the ability to buy the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, this was definitely a big deal. Even Zhou Xian was shocked by the enthusiasm of the people on the scene. 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, he used to eat them like jelly beans. These bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world, sigh, they are really disappointing. However, Zhou Xian was also very happy. The higher the price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, the more supreme grade divine origin stones he would get. 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. I've been the host for so many years. This is the first time I've seen something like this. I can understand everyone's feelings because I'm also very excited. Now I'll announce the starting price of these 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. 400 supreme grade divine origin stones. Wow, the venue was in an uproar again. 400 supreme grade divine origin stones. That was definitely an astronomical figure. Even for those who were powerful, it was still a huge figure. As soon as the starting price was announced, 90% of the bidders were killed. Only a few people with such a strong capital could compete with it. This price, hee, I'll just watch. Sigh, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. The value of 5 immortal grade pills is much higher than auctioning them one by one, because they are more concerned about the pockets of their sects or big forces. We who are just here to watch basically have no hope. 400 supreme grade divine origin stones, that's an unattainable height. Some people were happy, some people were sad. Although there were more people who were excited, they just treated this auction as a game. Facing 400 supreme grade divine origin stones, most of them couldn't afford it at all. For 100, I'm a little excited now. How many of these 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills can be sold for? What if I take out another 10? Will it be even more exciting? Chapter 2607. 400 supreme grade divine origin stones isn't a small amount, but my Shui clan can still afford it. Haha, 400 supreme grade divine origin stones and you want to take 5 immortal grade pills? Are you out of your mind? Not many people here will agree to that. 5 immortal grade pills are enough for my Huashan sect to rise up. As long as 3 of them are effective, it'll be enough for me to become 3 god kings, Jianchen thought to himself. You're really greedy. If it's my Tianxing sect, 1 is enough. But no one is going to compete with me today. More and more people started to compete in the auction, especially the big shots of the sects and the leaders of the major forces. They were determined to get their hands on these immortal grade pills. Moon Shadow Sect, 410 supreme grade divine origin stones. A long-haired young man said proudly. 420. 430, I would like to see who dares to compete with me for these immortal grade pills. 450. 470. The price of the immortal grade pills continued to rise. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. If this auction was perfect, he could take out the Azure Spiritual Pill. But it would definitely cause a commotion. After all, the Azure Spiritual Pill was an extremely rare immortal grade pill. Even a Divine King Realm expert would be jealous of it. 500 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. The man of the Shui clan said. Shui clan is rich indeed. But my Tianxing sect will not give up. Shui Pingyang, you should at least show some sincerity if you want to get the immortal grade pills. 550 pieces of Divine Origin Stones. A white-haired old man from the Skyway sect said with a laugh. 550 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. This price was quite unbelievable. Plus, the price of 1 immortal grade pill and 5 immortal grade pills was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Alright, let's see who can last till the end. 570 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. Shui Pingyang said in a deep voice and looked at the white-haired old man, unwilling to admit defeat. 600. The white-haired old man was also extremely confident. However, 600 pieces of Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones were clearly a little strenuous for him. 620. Shui Pingyang continued to raise the price. This time, the white-haired old man from the Celestial Way sect had an unsightly expression on his face. Clearly, Shui Pingyang's wealth was much higher than his. 630. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth and increased the price. But anyone could tell that he probably wouldn't be able to afford it if he increased it any further. 650. Shui Pingyang maintained his composure and smiled. At this moment, many people sighed inwardly. It seemed that Shui Pingyang was one of the most confident people. The white-robed elder harumphed coldly. He had no choice but to give up. Although the Heavenly Way sect was arrogant, his foundation was obviously incomparable to that of Shui Pingyang. Although the value of the 5 immortal grade pills was extremely high, it had already exceeded his expectations. 650. Jin Yingqi of the Xianxia sect suddenly appeared. Nobody had expected him to be one of the participants, and he was just watching from the sidelines. At this moment, Jin Yingqi raised the price generously. He was also very interested in these supreme grade pills. With these 5 immortal grade pills, the strength of our Xianxia sect will surely improve. If we're lucky enough to have 3 to 5 Divine King Realm experts, that'll be great. Xianxia was ecstatic. Thinking about the ownership of the 5 immortal grade pills, he was extremely happy. Isn't that Jin Yingqi of the Xianxia sect? To think that he's here too. Yeah. The Xianxia sect is one of the top 5 sects in the Chilean region. Even they are coveting these immortal grade pills. You can't say that. It belongs to whoever has the money. The Shui clan isn't bad either. Although they're weaker than the Xianxia sect, they're still one of the top 30 sects in the Chilean region. There's going to be a good show. The people of the Xianxia sect have always been tyrannical. Shui Pingyang looked at Jin Yingqi. Although he knew the other party's identity, he did not intend to bow down to him. 680 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. Shui Pingyang's bid made Jin Yingqi frown. Shui clan, are you really going to compete with my Xianxia sect? Jin Yingqi was obviously trying to bully others. It's just a fair competition. Although the Xianxia sect is powerful, they can't possibly cause trouble in this auction, right? Shui Pingyang said calmly. Although there was a gap between the Shui clan and the Xianxia sect, they must not be at a disadvantage in this fight for the 5 immortal grade pills. Good. Jin Yingqi sneered. Obviously, she was extremely disgusted with Shui Pingyang. This auction made her even more furious. Previously, she had suffered a loss in the hands of the Eastern Emperor sect. Now she would not stay silent anymore. 750 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. 750 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. Shui Pingyang remained calm, but his voice was like a huge hammer that smashed on Jin Yingqi's chest. 780. 850. 850. Jin Yingqi knew that this had exceeded the original price of the 5 immortal grade pills. But he still wanted to fight for it. 900 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. Shui Pingyang's voice was very soft, but it was exceptionally clear in the auction. Everyone was shouting in their hearts. Today's auction had reached a very high price. It was already so intense before the final item. Xianxia hated Shui Pingyang to the core. Now he no longer had the strength to continue bidding. The atmosphere became solemn as everyone waited for Xianxia to continue bidding. After a moment of silence, Xianxia finally harumphed. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Is there no one who bids higher than 900 supreme grade divine origin stones? The host said with a smile, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Jiang Qin was overjoyed in his heart. 900 supreme grade divine origin stones was a huge fortune. He never expected that the bidding war would reach such a climax. Shui Pingyang was calm. Sure enough, it's reasonable to be rich. Shui Pingyang won the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill without a doubt. Jiang Qin was very happy about the 900 supreme grade divine origin stones. He didn't mind even if he had to spend hundreds of supreme grade divine origin stones to bid for the azure cloud gold. This is too exciting. 900 supreme grade divine origin stones. The Shui clan is too awesome. That's right. The Xianxia sect has always been arrogant. This time they suffered a loss in the hands of the Shui clan. I guess there will be a rift between the two great forces in the future. Shui Pingyang is known as one of the most powerful young experts in the Chilean region. Of course, he's not afraid of the Xianxia sect. I heard that Shui Pingyang's strength has already reached the mid-divine king realm. He's on par with the older experts. Chapter 2608. The auction of the immortal grade pill was full of surprises. However, the real winner was Jiang Qin. Now that he had the azure cloud gold and the immortal grade pill was sold at a sky-high price, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry to leave. After all, this was a rare event in the Thousand City auction house. Moreover, the finale item had not appeared yet. Of course, it was to attract everyone's attention. Shui clan. I would like to see how you dare to go against my Xianxia sect. Xianxia harumphed coldly. However, he could only swallow his words. His narrow eyes stared at Shui Pingyang. Xianxia had suffered 2 losses today. Now he had lost his temper. However, he was not someone who would do nothing. Xianxia could not afford to offend the Eastern Emperor sect. But why would he care about the Shui clan? Elder, we can't let the Shui clan go just like that. This fella is too arrogant. He did not give any face to our Xianxia sect. Xin Fenghe said coldly. He hated the Shui family very much. If the 5 immortal grade pills could be bought, one of them would definitely belong to him. However, the Shui family had won the immortal grade pills, so his hopes of becoming a god king would naturally be dashed as well. I don't need you to teach me this. I will make the Shui clan pay for this sooner or later. As soon as Xianxia finished his words, the beautiful MC on the stage took out an ancient scroll. Everyone was curious as to what was inside the scroll. An ancient skill that had been passed down for thousands of years? Or was it an unfathomable ancient ruin? They had no idea. I believe that everyone must be very curious about what exactly is inside this scroll. Let me reveal it to you. If it weren't for the fact that the beautiful host was beautiful enough, many people would have had the urge to beat her up. She had whetted everyone's appetite, making them unable to stop. This is a pill recipe, a peerless pill recipe. The beautiful MC's words caused everyone to hold their breaths. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come here. To be able to be called a peerless elixir recipe and to be so mysterious, to be used as the finale, this elixir recipe must be extraordinary. What peerless pill recipe? Really? These auction houses like to do such gimmicks. I wonder if it's real or fake. I can't wait. The host smiled and said word by word, this is an ancient recipe 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Our Thousand City auction house has searched through many ancient books and finally obtained the answer to the peak immortal grade pill recipe. It was rumored that this pill could be consumed by divine kings and hierarch experts. If a divine king expert were to consume it, he could change his destiny and step into the hierarch realm without any obstacles. If a hierarch expert were to consume it, he would be able to transform into the Saint Bones of the sages and fully unleash the effects of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. It could allow a person to have the muscles and bones of a divine beast, allowing them to shatter mountains and rocks with their bare hands. The most terrifying part was that a person could transform into 9 venerables. Although it could only be used 9 times, it was still a heaven-defying pill. Rather than saying it's a peerless pill recipe, it's more like a peerless cultivation technique if it's successfully refined. However, we don't know how magical it is. After all, the ancient books are limited. We can only understand the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Such a magical 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Zhou Xian felt his blood boiling. This 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was comparable to the heaven-seizing fortune pill. There was a huge difference between the two, but its rarity was shocking. The scariest part was that one could turn into 9 avatars. How domineering would that be? A peak immortal grade pill. Zhou Xian murmured in his heart. I must get this 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Isn't this too magical? Too scary? Yeah, I wonder if anyone has seen a peak immortal grade pill before. Of course it's good stuff, but I heard that one has to be at least a divine king realm to refine an immortal grade pill. One has to be at least a peak divine king realm or a half-step ultimate god to have a chance to refine a peak immortal grade pill. The requirements to refine a peak immortal grade pill are already so stringent. Let's not talk about the ingredients, just the most basic requirements are enough to keep a lot of people away. At the same time that someone was shocked, he also voiced out the thoughts of countless people. Such a peerless pill formula, even if it was placed in their hands, would most likely be a piece of scrap paper. They would not be able to refine it, and it would be like holding a hot potato in their hands that could bring about a fatal disaster at any time. Although the pill formula shocked the entire auction house, those who had the qualifications to compete for it were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. There's a rumor that the final treasure is a peak immortal grade pill recipe. Looks like it's true. Xianxia murmured in his heart. This was also a treasure that their sect's alchemist elder had urged them to obtain. Just the immortal grade pill alone they had already taken 2 just to be able to stand out in this competition. Among the people present, there were not more than 5 who were qualified to compete for it. This auction will not be priced in divine origin stones. The owner of this pill recipe can use items to exchange for it. Pills, cultivation techniques, rare treasures, anything is fine. The host's voice fell. No one had any objections. Because this was a priceless pill recipe, it was hard to estimate its value. It was reasonable for people to use items to exchange for it. Those who are interested in exchanging for the pill recipe, please go backstage and display your items. There will be people who will contact you. Zhou Xian quietly left the auction hall and went to the backstage. In the blink of an eye, he had changed into a black robe and covered himself with a bamboo hat. The appraiser didn't find this strange, as everyone had the right to protect their own identity. May I know what item does this friend want to use to exchange for the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill recipe? 3 Azure Spirit pills. As soon as Zhou Qian's voice fell, the appraiser's face slightly changed. His heart was shocked. It's actually the Azure Spirit pill? And it's 3? He had been in the Thousand City auction house for more than 1,000 years, but he had never seen the Azure Spirit pill. Moreover, there were 3 of them at once. That was definitely enough to make people speechless. The Azure Spirit pill was considered as a middle immortal grade pill. Moreover, it was extremely hard to refine. Even divine kings needed it. For hierarch experts, it was also a rare treasure. The value of 3 Azure Spirit pills was also hard to estimate. This friend indeed knows his stuff. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill is worth this price. Chapter 2609. Friend, please wait for the good news. The owner of the recipe will give you a reply after making his decision. Oh, may I know your name? The appraiser said politely. He could not afford to offend someone who could take out 3 Azure Spirit pills at once. He must be a divine king with heaven-defying strength. Even if the sect lords of the 10 great sects of the Qilian boundary were here, the Azure Spirit pill would be enough to move them. Qinjiang. Then Zhou Xian turned around and left. This time, if nothing goes wrong, this pill formula should be ours. Xianxia said proudly. An immortal grade detoxification pill and an immortal grade spiritual tempering pill. Xinfang, he was also happy. This time their Xin-Ing sect would be able to avenge themselves. 2 wind and cloud pills should be enough. In the corner, a teenager murmured with confidence. Even though he couldn't concoct the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill right now, He was extremely tempted by the pill formula. He had to get it no matter what. When Jiang Qin returned to the auction hall, the host stood on the stage and said with a loud voice, "I hereby announce that the recipe of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill is won by Qin Jiang." How could this be? 2 wind and cloud pills? Not enough to tempt the mastermind? The youth's face was filled with shock. To him, 2 wind and cloud pills was already a huge bet, but he still failed in the end. Impossible. How could this be? Could it be that this Qin Jiang is more valuable than the pills we took out? Jiningqi was shocked. However, the final result was obviously not the Xianxia sect. Jiningqi's face turned pale. 3 failures had made him lose his face in front of his disciples. It's just an accident. Elder, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Xinfang, he said in a low voice. Jiningqi turned around and fiercely slapped Xinfang's face. At this time, Jiningqi wanted to lose his temper. Since I didn't get the formula, I must get these 5 celestial grade elixirs. Jiningqi clenched his fists and his eyes became colder. Xinfanghe was beaten badly, but he knew what Jiningqi wanted to do. The worry in Jiang Chen's heart gradually disappeared. He had finally obtained the peak immortal grade herb formula. Just as Jiang Chen was about to retrieve the pill formula, he was stopped by the appraiser. "Mr. Qin Jiang, the person behind the recipe would like to meet you. Is it convenient for you?" "Sure." Jiang Chen didn't say much. Under the guidance of the appraiser, they arrived at a quiet little house. The bamboo forest outside the window, the slanting moon in front of the window, the faint chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, accompanied by a faint incense burner on the table. Behind the incense burner was a screen with a fierce tiger on the window. "Friend, I have a question. Are you the one who refined the azure spiritual pill?" A deep voice was heard in Jiang Chen's ears. "No." Jiang Chen said. "Then can you find the person who refined the pill?" The voice continued to ask. "Mister, you're so resourceful. Why do you need a nobody like me to help you?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. "What do you mean? To be able to take out such a precious peerless pill formula, the person must not be an ordinary person. Even if someone was willing to take it out for auction, the 1,000-city auction house would be the first to keep it, but they didn't do so. Taking a step back, this pill formula will definitely cause a huge commotion. Even if it's in your hands, you won't be able to keep it. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill is powerful and mysterious, it's like a piece of scrap paper if you can't refine it. Furthermore, there aren't many people who view the divine origin stone as nothing. Coincidentally, you're one of those people." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "So you know who I am?" The voice was still deep. "I know." Jiang Chen said. "Since our identities are different, our concerns are naturally different. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill is indeed useless in my hands. You're a smart man. I only have one question for you. Can you cure the nether cold poison?" The man sighed and his expression turned solemn. Jiang Chen thought for a while and said with a low voice, "Difficult, difficult, difficult." He knew who this person was. His identity was also clear, but he didn't say it out loud. In reality, he didn't know how confident he was, but he still didn't want to get involved in this mess. As for whether it was him or someone else who was poisoned by the nether cold poison, Jiang Chen didn't want to know. His current strength wasn't enough for him to look down on everyone. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't want to get involved in the whirlpool of experts. "Alright, just pretend that nothing happened today. I'll accept the azure spirit pill. Thank you, little friend. Forget about it, forget about it." The man's voice sounded like he was hypnotized. However, how strong was Jiang Chen's soul? How could he be hypnotized? He still pretended to be hypnotized. After a while, there was no one behind the screen. "Hand over the thing in your hands and you can leave safely." 4 men in black blocked Xue Pingyang's way. Even though their faces were covered, Xue Pingyang's eyes were unusually bright. He had already guessed who they were. "If I'm not wrong, you should be an expert from the Xianxia sect, right?" Xue Pingyang sneered. "It doesn't matter who we are. Hand over the pill and you can be spared from death. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." The man in black shouted. Xue Pingyang shook his head in disdain. These people should be from the Xianxia sect. However, he couldn't do anything about it since they didn't want to admit it. "I don't believe that you dare to be so presumptuous in Lingju City." Xue Pingyang pointed at the man in black and said. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. The man in black was filled with killing intent. The four of them attacked Shui Pingyang with all their might. Set up a formation to isolate the ripples of divine origin energy. The black-clothed man bellowed. The four of them joined forces and set up a formation that isolated the fluctuation of divine power. Shui Pingyang's expression was cold. He seemed to realize that these people had come prepared. I'd like to see your true colors. Shui Pingyang roared in anger. He was not afraid at all. The battle between the five of them was isolated from the ripples of divine origin energy. No one noticed it. Shui Pingyang couldn't fight against four of them at all. He couldn't fight back at all. In the end, he was suppressed by the four men in black. Even a divine king couldn't stop them. Puff, Shui Pingyang spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked terrible. At this moment he could feel their killing intent. You want the pill? Wishful thinking. I'll never give it to you even if I die. Despicable fella, your Xin sect will die a horrible death. You're still so arrogant even though you're about to die. Looks like you don't know how suffocating it is to be alive. The man in black said coldly. Chapter 26:10. Shui Pingyang was forced to take a few steps back as the terrifying fist pierced through the void. However, he was in a dilemma as the surrounding divine power was sealed. It was impossible for him to be discovered. Am I, Shui Pingyang, destined to die here? Shui Pingyang looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. When Xianxia walked past this place, his eyes turned cold. Others might not be able to see through the ripples of the formation, but as a great master of formation, Xianxia could see through it with just a single glance. This was definitely not a high-level formation, but it was able to fool people for a short period of time. This meant that something unspeakable was happening here. Xianxia was a master of formation. Xianxia knew that he wasn't some kind of righteous sage, but he still had to step in when he saw injustice on the road. Xianxia had an idea and he set up a maze on top of the formation. Such a trashy formation. Watch me break it with my fist. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved upwards. With a punch, the formation was instantly broken. The four men in black's expressions changed. Who is it? The man in black shouted. How dare you kill people in Lingju City? It seems like you really don't put Lingju City in your eyes. Xianxia crossed his arms and stood in front of the man in black. His appearance had given Shui Pingyang a ray of hope. It's you. A surprised voice was heard and Xianxia squinted his eyes. It seems like someone I know? Let me guess who it is. There aren't many people in Lingju City who know me. Only an expert from the Xianxia sect would be able to do such a despicable and cunning thing. Xianxia said confidently. It seems like we have the same thought. Now you have to admit it. Shui Pingyang gritted his teeth and looked at the four men in black. Originally, I didn't want to go on a killing spree, but you've ruined my plans. Now you can die with me. Xianxia flew into a rage out of shame. Although he did not admit it, he did not deny it either. Xianxia, this idiot, let the other party catch a loophole and saw through their identity at a glance. Silencing them? Let's see if you have the ability. Xianxia stared at Xianxia and the others as he said faintly. Where does a late heavenly god get his confidence from? Today I'll let you see what it means to say that there's always someone stronger. Xianxia's strength had already reached the mid-divine king realm. Even Shui Pingyang was defeated by him. However, he had also consumed a lot of his energy. After all, Shui Pingyang was fighting with his life on the line. Xianxia's palm strike was like a thunderbolt. It was the first time for Xianxia to witness the terror of a mid-divine king realm expert. Xianxia instantly unleashed his dragon transformation and threw a punch that was as powerful as a tsunami. However, he was still pushed back by Xianxia. I can't defeat him. This fella is still very strong. Xianxia thought. He did not have the mood to fight Xianxia at all. Moreover, his life was worthless. Kid, to think that you can withstand my palm strike. Not bad. Not bad. Xianxia was shocked. This fella did not defeat Xianxia by luck. He was truly strong. Grandpa, I'll play with you. Xianxia sneered. He instantly pulled Shui Pingyang out of the formation. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia and the other three followed closely. However, they could not find any trace of Xianxia at all. Everything around them had changed. How is it? Do you feel lost? Could. Jiang Chen said with a big laugh. Xianxia and the others could only hear his voice but couldn't see him. You trapped them in the formation? Shui Pingyang looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. It's just an ordinary maze. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Shui Pingyang was shocked. Not only did this person save him, he was also not an ordinary person. Just a simple sentence and it was just a maze. How could an ordinary maze trap a mid-divine king realm expert? Moreover, he was only a late heavenly god. He knew that Lingju City was in a turbulent time and the trip to the Thunder Rush Sea was imminent. This fella must be a peerless genius from some great sect. Damn you. Jiang Chen, come out and fight me to the death if you have the guts. Xianxia roared in anger. However, he could not find the exit of the maze. Aren't you too shameless? You're a divine king, yet you want to fight me, a heavenly god, to the death? Have you eaten all the shameless pills in the world? You're a disgrace to the Xin'ing sect. Old fart, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He knew that he couldn't kill anyone in Lingju City. He didn't want to get himself into trouble, he knew it very well. 5 Elemental True Fire release. Let me see your faces. Jiang Chen shouted in anger. He must teach them a lesson. The 5 Elemental True Fire instantly engulfed the entire maze formation. The 4 people's clothes were burnt to a crisp. Jiang Chen finally saw their faces. It was Xianxia and the others. Shui Pingyang stared at this scene with his mouth wide open. This fella's such a powerful technique. The 5 Elemental True Fire was terrifying, even he felt fearful. In the maze, Xianxia and the others had no way to escape. Their clothes were all burnt and the 4 of them were naked. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Even Shui Pingyang's lips curved into an arc, feeling very satisfied. Jiang Chen, I'll kill you. This is an irreconcilable enmity. Xianxia's face was burnt to ashes. He could only use his divine origin energy to protect himself. Fortunately, Jiang Chen did not use the essence of the 5 Elemental True Fire. Otherwise, they would be burnt to death by Jiang Chen after a day and night. Take care of yourself first. I don't have the habit of looking at naked men. I'm afraid that I'll get a pinprick if you guys are willing to show it to me. Jiang Chen and Shui Pingyang laughed as they left. Xianxia and the others were humiliated. They were furious, but they could only swallow their anger. After all, they were the ones who started the whole thing. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving my life. Shui Pingyang will never be able to repay you in this lifetime. Shui Pingyang knelt down on one knee. His words were filled with gratitude and gratitude. It's all right. This is what people like them deserve. If we weren't in Lingju City, I would have burnt them to death. Although Jiang Chen's words were calm, Shui Pingyang was speechless. This fella is really a decisive person. Although he's only a late heavenly god, he's really powerful. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Shui. You can look for me in the Shui family if you need anything in the future. Although the Shui family is not considered as a superpower in the Qilian region, we will definitely not disappoint Brother Jiang. All right. Chapter 26:11. Jiang Chen's senses were sharp. When the youth caught up to him, he already knew. However, he did not expose him. He did not know the youth's identity, but this person must have a motive for following him. Jiang Chen purposely walked to a secluded place and lured the youth over. Come out. Jiang Chen said faintly. You can actually sense my presence. Young man, you're not simple. The youth said like an old man. His expression was calm. However, Jiang Chen knew that the youth was definitely not a kid. How did you find me? What do you want? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He couldn't figure out why this guy had appeared. I'm also an alchemist. The youth said in a low voice. What does that have to do with me? Jiang Chen smiled. I'm guessing that you're also an alchemist. The youth was very calm. His words gave Jiang Chen quite a bit of pressure. This guy did not come with good intentions. I have no ill intentions. I just want to know what you used to exchange for the peak immortal grade pill formula. You even know this? Jiang Chen looked at the youth in shock. Their eyes met. Jiang Chen could see the clarity in the youth's eyes. He did not look like a cunning person. I can feel the pill essence on your body and the aura of the fire element. Moreover, the aura is very special. You're not strong, but to have such an aura you must be an alchemist. Frankly speaking, you want the pill formula, right? Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. Yes and no. The youth said after a moment of silence. Have a match with me. If I lose, I'll give you something. If I win, then give me the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill formula. Are you so sure that I have the pill formula with me? Hee hee. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile on his face. He didn't know where this young man came from, but how could he be so confident? This really confused him. Sounds fair. Tell me about your wager. A Saint Spirit pill. It was effective on anyone below the hierarch realm in a short period of time. It was a life-saving pill. Mid-immortal grade pill. As soon as the young man finished his words, Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. To be honest, he was a little tempted. Although this middle immortal grade pill might not be that monstrous, it was able to increase one's battle strength in a short period of time. One could imagine how terrifying the God Yuan energy contained within the Holy Spirit pill was. Even though some pills were heaven-defying, it was extremely difficult to forcefully raise one's strength. Not only could it deal with a temporary crisis, the value of this pill was immeasurable. That's not enough. It's far from enough. You should know that my stake is a peak immortal grade pill formula, while yours is merely a immortal grade pill formula. There's no comparison at all. Jiang Chen knew that the young man was determined to get the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Then he would let the young man increase his wager. That way Jiang Chen would still be interested in fighting him. Don't push your luck. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill is of a high grade, not to mention the current you, even if you reach the peak Divine King realm or even the hierarch realm, you might not be able to concoct it. It's useless to you. The value of this Holy Spirit pill is definitely higher than you can imagine. Can save your life. The young man's face slightly darkened. He was unwilling to accept the pressure from Jiang Chen. Alright, then I'll take a step back. I want the Holy Spirit pill formula. Is that okay? If you're not willing, then forget it. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care. Don't think that I'm giving you a chance. It's easy for me to kill you. Kid, don't be so shameless. However, as a pill master, I don't like to use force. The young man's cold expression once again gathered on his face as he stared at Jiang Chen. Forget it, then we'll go our separate ways. Jiang Chen turned around and left without hesitation. You should know that the Holy Spirit pill cannot be overused. If a person takes 3 Holy Spirit pills, his potential and life force will be exhausted. It's not a good thing to forcefully increase his strength. I'm doing this for your own good. No need. Alright, I promise you. I'll give you the Holy Spirit pill formula. I, Zhang Tianming, am a man of my words. Zhang Tianming gritted his teeth. However, he still got what he wanted. He could compete with Jiang Chen in pill concoction. Casually concoct an immortal grade pill. Let's see who takes the shortest time and has the best quality. It shouldn't be hard, right? Zhang Tianming's face was full of arrogance as he smiled faintly, as if he was certain that Jiang Chen would win. Sure. Jiang Chen nodded. Right here, with the sky as the cover and the earth as the furnace. Zhang Tianming took out his furnace with a flip of his hand. The furnace had 9 dragons on it, green and red in color. The carvings on it were exquisite. This furnace is called the Heaven-Shaking Furnace. It's made from the blood of 9 demonic beasts with the dragon attribute. After 49 years, it was refined with the Samadhi True Fire. It's a furnace that can help pills form quickly. It has the aura of a dragon. It's miraculous beyond words. Zhang Tianming said with a smile. He was very fond of his alchemy furnace. Let's begin. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he nodded at Zhang Tianming. The moment he turned around, Jiang Chen's hand burned with the 5 elemental true fire. Zhang Tianming instantly felt the suffocating aura. However, when he turned around, there was already a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in Jiang Chen's hand. At that moment, Zhang Tianming stared at Jiang Chen and the pill in his hand, dumbfounded. You're done? Zhang Tianming had just opened the furnace, and when he felt Jiang Chen's terrifying flame, Jiang Chen was already holding the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in his hand, looking at him calmly. You should know better than me whether or not this pill was refined just now. Jiang Chen wasn't worried that this guy would think that he had prepared it beforehand. It's true that refining an immortal-grade pill is complicated, but the most important thing is that the moment the pill is formed, there must be an aura lingering around the pill. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was exactly like that. Although Zhang Tianming didn't believe it, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin in shock. How is this possible? Zhang Tianming said in a low voice. His face was full of disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of him, he couldn't help but believe it. As an alchemist, he couldn't deny that this pill was refined by Jiang Qin in a short period of time. You can't do it, but it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Remember this sentence: there will always be someone better than you in the world. Jiang Qin looked at Zhang Tianming with a condescending attitude. This was the gap between their strengths. Jiang Qin was already familiar with concocting the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Now that he was stronger, it was not impossible for him to concoct a single pill in a short period of time. Jiang Qin looked at Zhang Tianming in disdain. It wasn't that Zhang Tianming hadn't seen people concoct pills before. Even the lightning bolts could be hidden. He wasn't an inexperienced person. Whether it was the speed, the control of the pill, the control of the fire, or the strength, they all needed to reach the extreme to be able to do it. He had only seen 2 people with this kind of ability. Chapter 26:12. Zhang Tianming didn't act shamelessly. From the moment he decided to compete with Jiang Qin in alchemy, he had already made up his mind. However, he didn't think that he would be the one to lose in the end. Moreover, he lost so thoroughly that the two of them couldn't even be compared. This was because Jiang Chen's flame was too terrifying. Before he could even see Jiang Chen's flame, he had already finished concocting. It wasn't that Zhang Tianming couldn't afford to lose. He had walked step by step from the northern cold divine prefecture to where he was today in order to find materials and methods to concoct pills. Only by constantly learning from others could he become a true master of alchemy. Jiang Chen's uncanny skill of concocting pills had shocked Zhang Tianming and made him wholeheartedly accept his loss. This is the recipe for the Holy Spirit pill. Zhang Tianming didn't continue to argue with Jiang Chen. This was his choice and also his conceit. From the moment he started to concoct the pill, he thought that his victory was already in his grasp. However, just as he was about to concoct the pill, his opponent had already succeeded. Moreover, the quality of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was something that he couldn't surpass. He could also concoct the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, but the amount of heaven and earth treasures consumed and the success rate would definitely not be the same. More importantly, Jiang Qin had succeeded in one try. One should know that this was a genuine immortal-grade pill. Many thanks. Jiang Qin faintly smiled and glanced at it. He accepted the recipe of the Holy Spirit pill. As expected, it was extraordinary. However, this Holy Spirit pill hurt 1,000 enemies and oneself 800. This Holy Spirit pill is extremely harmful to the body. It consumes one's potential and profound qi. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to use it. Although Zhang Tianming lost, he lost in a very magnanimous manner. Moreover, he completely told Jiang Qin about the dangers of the Holy Spirit pill. He could have used force to fight for it, but in his heart, a respectable opponent was more precious than anything else. Therefore, Zhang Tianming didn't lose miserably. Moreover, he had won Jiang Chen's respect. I know what I'm doing. I'm Jiang Chen. See you later. Losing to you, I wholeheartedly accept my loss. However, I will not be left behind by you. Furthermore, with my strength, I will soon be able to refine high immortal-grade medicinal pills. If I were to refine high immortal-grade medicinal pills, you might not be able to defeat me. However, I'm afraid that your strength is simply insufficient. Zhang Tianming laughed self-mockingly. From the start, he had never thought of taking advantage of Jiang Chen. However, he was convinced that he had lost to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen left, but Zhang Tianming's heart could not calm down. He claimed to be the #1 alchemy prodigy of the northern cold divine region, yet he lost to an unknown fella whose strength was not even at the divine king realm. It was indeed funny and sad. I thought that my skill in alchemy would allow me to dominate the younger generation. If I don't enter the central region divine land, I won't be able to find a worthy opponent. To think that I would meet my greatest challenge in this small Chilean region. Jiang Chen, I will remember you. Zhang Tianming turned around and left. His back looked lonely, but there was no sign of defeat. Losing once did not mean that he would lose for the rest of his life. He still had a long future ahead of him. Losing to Xianxia might not be a bad thing. Moreover, he was going to the Central Region Divine Land. That was the place where all the alchemy prodigies gathered. He believed that he would be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Xianxia did not return to the inn immediately. Instead, he found a secluded mountain in the outskirts of the city. He wanted to refine 108 supreme divine tools. Once they were refined by Xianxia, they would become heavenly divine tools. Then the power of the little Ashura sword formation would be unparalleled. Xianxia took out the azure cloud gold and the cold iron that he obtained from the Tianqi mountain range and started his refinement. Time passed by. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. It was not easy to refine 108 supreme divine tools into heavenly divine tools. Xianxia needed to work hard on each and every one of them. Moreover, it was a good chance to test if his refining technique had improved. Xianxia concentrated and used the myriad chi cauldron as the furnace to refine the divine tools. The 5 elemental true fire's refinement made the divine tools even more dazzling. Xianxia spent 3 days and 3 nights to refine all 108 supreme divine tools. Every sword had become a genuine heavenly divine tool. After being refined and cast by the myriad chi cauldron, they had become peerless and peerless divine tools. Xianxia held the divine sword in his hand and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. His heart was filled with the will to conquer the heavens. He did not know how strong his little Ashura sword formation would be with the 108 heavenly divine tools. However, at least he was not afraid of divine king realm experts. Even hierarch realm experts might not be able to withstand the power of the little Ashura sword formation. It all depended on whether Xianxia could complete the counterattack. After all, no one would sit and wait for death. Xianxia held the hammer of storm and the hammer of meteor in his hands. These 2 hammers were heavenly divine tools. However, this time Xianxia planned to refine them with the azure cloud gold. Another day passed by quietly. The 2 hammers in Xianxia's hands shone with dazzling golden light again. The quality of the hammers had also changed. They had reached the quality of the peak heavenly divine tool. However, if he wanted to break through to the origin divine tool, Xianxia could not achieve it. He could only refine the peak heavenly divine tool at most. Sigh, in the end I still can't refine the origin divine tool. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He was very disappointed with himself. Little did he know that being able to refine heavenly divine tools, even in a place like the Lone Dragon County, was highly sought after by the major sections. Countless sects and forces would come to invite him like fish crossing the river. However, Xianxia was very dissatisfied. He could refine heavenly divine tools now, but he could not refine a peak heavenly divine tool. Moreover, he did not have the real peerless materials. The reason why he could make the hammer of storm and the hammer of meteor reach the peak heavenly divine tool was because the materials of the 2 heavenly divine tools were quite heaven-defying. In addition, Xianxia had received the craftsman god's strength and the myriad chi cauldron. After refining the tool, Xianxia took out the 9 supreme saint bones pill. This was a peak immortal grade pill. He definitely could not refine it now. Moreover, the first thing that was required was the bones of a god emperor. Xianxia could not help but smack his lips. No wonder even that fella felt powerless and abandoned this pill. Who could obtain the bones of a god emperor? Even if they could obtain it, who could refine the 9 supreme saint bones pill? Bones of a god emperor, ethereal flower, purple fragrant konjac. Chapter 26:13. Xianxia kept the prescription. It was impossible for him to concoct this pill in a short period of time. Even if he managed to find the flower of spirit and the purple aromatic konjac, where could he find the emperor god's skeleton? A fallen emperor god would remain immortal for tens of thousands of years. The power of the emperor god's skeleton was not something that he could touch. The current Xianxia was well aware of his own limitations. In the next 2 days, Xianxia searched everywhere in the city. Finally, he was not disappointed. He managed to gather all the ingredients needed to concoct the Saint Spirit pill. Finally, he managed to concoct 5 Saint Spirit pills, and the success rate was 50%. The value of the Saint Spirit pill was similar to the Azure Spirit pill, but it was much easier to concoct than the Azure Spirit Pill. After all, increasing one's strength was the way to go. The value of the Azure Spirit Pill was slightly better. This Holy Spirit Pill should be considered as a precious pill. I wonder if it's really harmful to the body. Zhou Xian looked at the Holy Spirit Pill in his hand with interest. He was not afraid of the side effects of the Holy Spirit Pill as he had a terrifying recovery ability. Zhou Xian was well aware of this. Although Zhang Tianming had described it as terrifying, Zhou Xian did not care about it at all. To others the side effects might be unavoidable. But to him it was just a piece of cake. Such a strong fluctuation of the formation. Zhou Xian stood on the peak of the mountain and looked towards Lingju City. He could feel a terrifying force from the formation, which seemed to be continuously consuming the repairing power of the formation around the teleportation formation. Moreover, the force of the formation came and went without a trace. If it wasn't for the no-beginning formation, it would be almost impossible for Zhou Xian to discover the intricate and complicated formation. Someone is trying to destroy the teleportation formation. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that they wanted to stop them from going to the Thunder Rush Sea? Although this assumption might be his own wishful thinking, Zhou Xian felt that there must be something fishy about this matter. Otherwise, this hidden array formation wouldn't be so terrifying. It could sever the repair power of the teleportation array formation, causing the teleportation array formation to be difficult to repair. In this way, no one could use the teleportation array formation. When Zhou Xian returned to the inn, it was already time for them to leave. Dong Huangjuqing did not question Zhou Xian too much during this period of time. After all, they were about to enter the transmitting formation and no one wanted to cause any trouble. I'm very sorry, everyone. The teleportation array hasn't been fixed yet. It might be difficult to use it in a short period of time. Several of our formation masters are currently repairing it. A formation grandmaster said in a deep voice. His face was solemn. Many people were shocked that the teleportation formation couldn't be used. The people of the 10 major sects were shocked. They had waited for a few days and the teleportation formation still couldn't be used? How could they not be angry? Although they were angry, it was an indisputable fact that the formation couldn't be used. Then what should we do? Are we going to cancel the trip to the Thunder Rush Sea? Yes, we have been here for so long, but you said that the teleportation array can't be used? How could this work? The teleportation array must have been deliberately destroyed by someone. They want to obstruct us during the trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. Who's the one who's not? What are you formation masters doing? You still can't repair the teleportation array after such a long time. Are we going to wait for you here forever? Looking at this scene, Zhou Xian was even more certain of his conjecture. There must be someone who wanted to destroy the teleportation formation and didn't want them to use it. That's why there was a secret formation that kept corroding the teleportation formation that was in the process of being repaired. Because of this, the efforts of these formation masters were like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. If this goes on, the damaged array will never be repaired, just like how a wooden bucket leaks. Zhou Qian's worry became a reality. It seems like the formation can't be used in a short period of time. Our plan to use the teleportation array to go to the Thunder Rush Sea is ruined? Dong Huang Taiji said in a deep voice. Then what can we do? It seems like we can't go to the Thunder Rush Sea if the formation can't be repaired. Murong Yun said in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with worry. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Long Xinghua nodded silently and looked at Murong Yun and the others. Brother Donghuang, what do you think? Long Xiaotan propped his chin on his hand and pondered. Currently, 6 or 7 of the 10 great sects had arrived here. Everyone from each sect was filled with righteous indignation. However, the teleportation array hadn't been repaired yet, so there was nothing they could do. Although I don't want to think that this is a conspiracy, I still think that this might have happened because the 10 great sects are going to the Thunder Rush Sea. This might be the reason why the teleportation array was destroyed. Dong Huangjuqing said faintly. This formation must have been done by someone on purpose. If we can't find a way to fix it, we might be stuck in Lingju City. Our plan to go to the Thunder Rush Sea would be ruined. Zhang Chen said. It's easy for you to say. The person who could destroy the teleportation array must be a top-notch Divine King Realm expert. Moreover, the teleportation array was destroyed and the 6 formation masters could not do anything about it. This is a serious matter. Chu Tianshu Lung said. Everyone on the scene was incomparably angry, but they were powerless to do anything. The formation was destroyed, everyone was extremely anxious. The people of the 10 major sects were anxiously waiting here. If they couldn't go to the Thunder Rush Sea, they would miss out on too many things. Why is there no one from the Heavenly Profound sect or the Killing Luo sect here? Long Xiaoten suddenly realized a serious problem. Yeah, there's no news about the Heavenly Profound sect or the Killing Luo sect since we entered Lingju City. Dong Huangzhuqing also felt that something was wrong. The two great sects should not be absent from such a grand trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. However, they did not appear in Lingju City at all. Could it be that this formation was done by the Heavenly Profound sect and the Killing Luo sect? Is it to prevent the other sects from entering the Thunder Rush Sea? Long Xiaotan's scalp went numb when he thought of this. The Heavenly Profound sect was ranked first, the true leader of the Qilian boundaries sections. The Killing Luo sect's actions were strange, second only to the Heavenly Profound sect. These two sects were above the Eastern Emperor sect. If these two powerful forces were to gather together, it would be quite terrifying. How powerful are the Heavenly Profound sect and the Killing Luo sect? Jiang Qin looked at Dong Huangzhuqing. Everyone held their breath and the Divine King Realm experts were on high alert. Jiang Qin could see through the black mist but he could not see the person's face clearly. Even I don't know. Looks like Zi Qingyun did not mention me to you. I am the Formation Demon, the only Formation Demon in the Lone Dragon County. Under my absolute array, you didn't expect that the teleportation array would be completely destroyed, right? As soon as the Formation Demon appeared, everyone was shocked. The Formation Demon was a terrifying existence even in the entire Lone Dragon County. The Formation Demon was born in the Tianxing boundary. His array skills were terrifying. However, he did not take the usual path and became a demon through arrays. He was called the Formation Demon by the world. Formation Demon. Dong Huangzhuqing's expression became extremely solemn. Master, who is this Formation Demon? Dong Huang Taiji looked at his master. He killed millions of people in one go and he will not return until he breaks Lulan. The Formation Demon, by Qi, is the most brutal and bloodthirsty person in the Tianxing boundary. Everyone wants to kill him. Dong Huangzhuqing said word by word. Obviously, the Formation Demon's name was well known in the world. Many people knew about him. Who would have thought that the Formation Demon would take action this time? We have no enmity with this guy. Moreover, Lingju City is the main city of the Qilian boundary. Although this guy is arrogant, I don't think he would dare to challenge the dignity of the city lord. Long Xiaoten was puzzled. In fact, the Formation Demon had issued a challenge to the Lingju City. Destroying the teleportation formation of the Lingju City was not something an ordinary person could do. Jiang Qin recalled what Jin Yingqi said before. There was nothing that could not be achieved under absolute benefits. Even if the Formation Demon took action, it was the same. The Formation Demon had no enmity with the Lingju City. He must have been driven by benefits to destroy the teleportation formation of the Lingju City. This guy has not appeared in the Lone Dragon County for more than 100 years. Now that he has appeared in the Qilian boundary, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. He claimed to be the #1 array master. This Formation Demon by Qi is definitely not simple. I am afraid that our trip to the Thunder Rush Sea this time will come to an end. Long Xiaotan said dejectedly. Regardless of the Formation Demon's appearance, it was impossible to repair the teleportation formation now. Just 6 useless people, how dare they call themselves masters? What a joke. Black fog rose up and turned into a black dragon, soaring into the sky. Zishi wanted to chase after it but was forced back by the black dragon. In just a moment, the 6 array masters were forced back. The teleportation formation that they had been maintaining became more and more broken. The 6 of them were seriously injured. At this moment, everyone's heart sank. The trip to the Thunder Rush Sea had become an extravagant hope. What a great Formation Demon. Everyone, this guy has made us come to the Lingju City in vain. If we don't teach him a lesson, then how can we, who call ourselves the top sects of the Qilian boundary, face the elders of the Jiangdong sect? That's right. With so many of us, it is not a problem to deal with the formation demon. A mere formation demon is too arrogant. He dares to go against the Lingju city and the entire Qilian boundary. We will not sit still and wait for death. Kill the formation demon to relieve the hatred in our hearts. The voices of killing the formation demon became louder and louder. However, the formation demon did not seem to care. I alone am enough to kill him. Chapter 26:15. Zishi flew like a dragon and danced like a phoenix. He turned into an azure dragon and broke through the void. The azure dragon pierced through the black mist. The original black dragon was scattered and the black mist instantly fused back together. That terrifying mist seemed to be immortal. Although Zishi broke through the mist again and again, he still couldn't defeat formation demon Bai Qi. "Ha, I've told you, you can't defeat me," the formation demon Bai Qi said coldly. The young city lord's strength is close to the peak of divine king realm. Even he is not a match for the formation demon. Looks like this fella is really hard to deal with. Long Xiaotian shouted. He wanted to take action but was stopped by Dong Huang Zhuqing. This formation demon is strange. We are not a match for him. Dong Huang Zhuqing knew how terrifying the formation demon was. So he did not take action immediately. Even the young city lord Zishi could not break through the black mist. Instead, the formation demon became more and more arrogant. This is just a shadow. It's not the real body of the formation demon. Jiang Chen's soul power rose up and covered the sky. However, it was unrealistic to defeat the formation demon with his soul power. This was because he had perfectly combined his doppelganger with the formation. Other than Jiang Chen, no one could tell that this wasn't his real body. What do you mean? Long Xinghua, Dong Huang Taiji and the others stared at Jiang Chen. That's just his shadow. He's trying to confuse the world with the formation. It's not difficult to kill him. Jiang Chen said faintly. Even Dong Huang Zhuqing and Long Xiaotian were shocked. Jiang Chen was too arrogant. He was just a late heavenly god while the young city lord was a late divine king. Even he could not defeat the formation demon Bai Qi. How could he be so confident? Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Do you know how terrifying the formation demon is? What an arrogant fellow. Ji Mingqi also looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but many people heard it. Some even pointed at the Donghuang sect, thinking that the Donghuang sect was too arrogant to accept such a person as their disciple. It was a disgrace to the Donghuang sect. Kid, are you serious? Chu Tianshu narrowed her eyes and said. Killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. It's a piece of cake. Jiang Chen asked himself. In terms of strength, he naturally couldn't compare with the formation devil. Even if it was just a phantom, he might not be its opponent. However, the formation devil thought that no one could see through his formation. In fact, as long as the formation was broken, then his doppelganger would be vulnerable, and the formation was there to protect him. For Jiang Chen, although the formation was hidden, it was not worth mentioning. The formation devil was too arrogant to use such a formation to cover himself up. However, it was true that the 6 formation masters couldn't see through his formation at all. It's the biggest joke in the world. This is the first time I've heard such irresponsible words. How dare you say that the formation devil is vulnerable? Then show us how powerful you are. Xinfang has sneered and sneered at Jiang Chen. Of course, he could not forget that he was beaten by Jiang Chen. Trash, you're not qualified to talk in front of me. Jiang Chen's words made Xinfang speechless. However, not many people took Jiang Chen's words seriously. They just thought that he was trying to please the crowd. After all, he was just a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect who was not even a divine king. How dare he talk big in front of so many experts? Who was the formation devil? He was an existence that everyone in the Lone Dragon County was afraid of. He killed without blinking an eye. He was cold-blooded and merciless. Wherever he went, there would be nothing left. That was how the name Formation Devil came about. Ah, is that all you've got? Compared to your father, you're still a long way off. The Formation Devil Bai Qi sneered and said disdainfully to Zishi. Celestial Sealing Sword. Zhixi's momentum was like a rainbow that shocked the world. However, he couldn't break through the black fog no matter what. Every time he tried, he would return empty-handed. Moreover, he seemed to be able to easily deal with Zhixi with little effort. The sword shadow broke through the sky and shocked countless people. However, in the eyes of the formation devil Bai Qi, it did not cause any damage to him. Xianxia still hasn't taken any action. Is he really injured like what the rumors say? The formation devil muttered in his heart. If Xianxia were to take action, he would definitely have to run away. However, he was in Lingju City and even his son could not do anything to him. Could it be that Xianxia was just going to watch the show from the sidelines? Young city lord, let me lend you a hand. Jiang Qin stepped on the air and shocked everyone. However, most of them were filled with sarcasm and mockery. Haha, this kind of guy also wants to go and make a fool of himself. Has he gone crazy from wanting to be promoted? Does he really think that he's the city lord? He dares to challenge the formation devil. He's courting death. It's a pity. A genius disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect is about to die. Zhixi looked at Jiang Qin and frowned. However, he did not say anything. Many people were making sarcastic remarks. Those who wanted to take action initially were just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. They did not have any intention to take action at all. In the end, a heavenly god young man came to help him. It sounded so ironic and helpless. You're not his match. Leave now. Otherwise you'll die. Zhixi did not need Jiang Qin's help. Moreover, he would only be suppressed if he took action. It was impossible for him to affect the formation devil Bai Qi. Dong Huang Zhuqing and Long Xiaoten looked at each other with an inexplicable expectation. Especially when Dong Huang Zhuqing recalled the moment when Jiang Qin stepped onto the Emperor Extremity Mountain and became the center of attention of the entire Eastern Emperor sect. Even the sect lord could not reach this place, but Jiang Qin could reach it as if it was a flat ground. Dong Huang Taiji suddenly understood something. The difference between him and Jiang Qin was not only in terms of strength but also in their aggressiveness. Even if he knew that he could not defeat Jiang Qin, he would still fight with his life on the line. Jiang Qin did not listen to Zhixi. Instead, he looked at the formation devil Bai Qi's black mist. You're just a clone. Do you think that you can fool everyone by hiding in the formation? Formation devil, you're too arrogant. Jiang Qin's words made the formation devil Bai Qi gasp. Who would have thought that a heavenly god young man could see through his formation? Boy, you're courting death. I'm not the one who's courting death. It's someone else. Do you still have the ability to look down on everyone after your formation is broken? It's just a clone. Do you really think that you're a great emperor expert? Jiang Qin sneered. Jiang Qin did not care about the formation devil Bai Qi, who was feared by everyone. This was confidence. Chapter 26:16. What? That's just a clone of the suppressing demon? If a clone is already so powerful, how terrifying would his original body be? Yes, this formation demon is invincible, no one can defeat him. I'm afraid that we have no hope in this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. Now that the 6 formation masters have been severely injured, we're doomed to fail this time. If this goes on, what's the use of us staying here? We might even be killed by the formation demon. The safety of Lingju City has become a problem. I seriously suspect that the city lord is unable to protect our Lingju City. The surrounding crowd was in a state of panic. Everyone was worried about their own safety because this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea was hopeless. The teleportation formation in Lingju City was destroyed by the formation demon Bai Qi, and no one knew when it would be repaired. They would only become the target of the formation demon if they stayed here. Even if it's just a clone, killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. The black fog continued to rise and hovered around Jiang Qin, as if it would devour Jiang Qin at any time. Scope. Zhixi soared to the sky and protected Jiang Qin behind him. He slashed down with his sword, but he could not find any trace of the formation demon Bai Qi. This guy is too reckless, he's simply courting death. Humph. Jin Yingqi sneered and said. He could not wait for Jiang Qin to be killed by the formation demon Bai Qi. That way he would be able to eliminate the hatred in his heart. As this guy is too arrogant. Now it's time for him to pay the price. Shin Fenghe said fiercely. Jiang Qin is too arrogant. With his current strength, how can he compete with the formation demon Bai Qi? Long Xiaoten shook his head and sighed, but Jiang Qin was not a member of his Nine-Dragon Palace, so he did not say anything. On the other hand, Dong Huangzhuqing was silently looking at Jiang Qin. He knew that Jiang Qin was not the kind of person who would show off in front of others. However, the current situation was critical and he had a way to deal with the formation demon Bai Qi. Therefore, he naturally could not sit still and wait for his death. Kid, you're courting death. Formation demon Bai Qi said with a cold smile. Jiang Qin did not agree. The Qianling mausoleum rises from the left. The rain only returns after 10 days. The spirit of the underworld rotates 3 times. The water separates the light, the shadow separates, and the return comes and goes. Jiang Qin murmured as he performed a series of hand seals, executing a powerful formation. Jiang Qin was protected by the 5 elemental trigram fire array. A divine king could break through it, but Jiang Qin was sure that this array demon Bai Qi's clone could never break through it. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Qin was going to die, formation demon Bai Qi suddenly stopped. To think that you're also an expert in formation, I have underestimated you. The formation demon Bai Qi said coldly. However, just as he was about to attack again, a 7-star 8 trigrams array formation appeared in the sky and enveloped him completely. The 8 trigrams array formation enveloped the black clouds. The formation demon Bai Qi was in a panic. He had never thought that there would be such a powerful formation demon in Lingju City. Jiang Qin performed a series of hand seals with one hand and controlled the 7-star 8 trigram array with the other. Although it was simple, the effect was obvious. The black clouds could not escape anymore. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, be destroyed. Jiang Qin crushed the black clouds with one hand. The black clouds in the 7-star 8 trigram array became dim at this moment. Kid, you and I cannot live under the same sky. I will never let you go in the Chilean boundary. Formation demon Bai Qi's voice was getting weaker and weaker. However, it was filled with hatred and resentment. That terrifying resentment made people feel fearful. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Not bad, destroying one of your doppelgangers will not give you any benefits even if you're not seriously injured. The 7-star 8 trigram array wields the might of the heavens. Evil spirits will not be able to escape. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and clenched it. His face was filled with overbearing aura like a giant palm, completely destroying the black clouds. At this moment, formation demon Bai Qi had completely lost his battle strength, leaving behind a terrifying black ash that turned into a human figure and scattered on the ground. Trash. Jiang Qin said coldly. Perhaps he would be slightly afraid if the real Jiang Qin was here. However, it was just a clone that could come and go without a trace. It was too arrogant to expect everyone to bow down to it. However, if Jiang Qin was not here, even the 6 great formation masters would be doomed to die here. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The formation demon's doppelganger has been destroyed. Jiang Qin looked at Zixi and nodded his head slightly. Zixi looked at Jiang Qin in shock. Everyone was the same. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin could defeat formation demon Bai Qi so easily? If they did not witness it with their own eyes, they would definitely think that it was a fairy tale. What the fuck? Is this for real? This guy actually defeated formation demon Bai Qi, who even a late Divine King realm expert could not do anything about? Seeing is believing. If I did not witness it with my own eyes, I would not believe it either. However, this is the truth. Even the young city lord could not do anything about it. This guy's name will definitely resound throughout Lingju City. Haven't you heard? That's just a doppelganger, it's not strong at all. Fiske, what's there to celebrate about defeating it? Someone said bitterly. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was not even at the Divine King realm yet. Even Divine Kings like them could not do anything about it. How could Jiang Chen do anything about it? He only defeated a doppelganger. Was it worth the attention? The people of Xin Ying's sect despised Jiang Chen, but they could not win against the crowd. After all, most of them were on Jiang Chen's side and cheered for Jiang Chen. Dong Huangzhuqing was undoubtedly the happiest. At this moment, Jiang Chen could be considered to have brought glory to the Eastern Emperor sect. Even the young city lord could not do anything about it, but Jiang Chen was able to defeat it easily. It was not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen's strength was unparalleled. He's really just a doppelganger of the formation demon. Zixi seemed to be a little disappointed and sighed. He could not even defeat a doppelganger of the formation demon. How ironic. In the end, he still needed the help of a person who was not even at the Divine King realm to complete the task of guarding Lingju City. That's right. This formation demon is indeed powerful. However, his strength is only limited to the formation. He should not be able to suppress you at all. His goal should be to delay us. It's not difficult for them to destroy the teleportation formation on purpose, and they don't need to invest too much in it. Jiang Chen said. You're saying that formation demon Bai Qi has an ulterior motive? Zixi squinted his eyes. It's highly possible that he just wants us to stay here. The Thunder Rush Sea is their real target. Jiang Chen continued. However, we're powerless now. Chapter 26:17. Reporting to Young Lord, the scouts that went to the Five Elements sect reported that the entire Five Elements sect was annihilated. None of the formation masters survived. A black-clothed man stood behind Zixi and said in a low voice. Five Elements sect? Jiang Chen frowned. One of the top 20 great formation sects in the Chilean boundary. None of them survived, all of them were annihilated. Zixi sighed. One could imagine that this was a premeditated plan. When they wanted to destroy the teleportation formation, they had already cut off all possibilities. Therefore, the Five Elements sect that was founded on the teleportation formation was annihilated. This was enough to prove that it was not as simple as it looked. It could even be said that a storm was brewing in Lingju City. What? The Five Elements sect was annihilated? How could such a terrifying thing happen? The Five Elements sect is ranked 13th among the sects in the Chilean boundary. If the power of their formation is compared to the top 10 sects, they might not be any weaker. This is obviously a premeditated thing. The destruction of the Five Elements sect shows that the Array Demon is very cunning. He has planned all of this. It seems like our trip to the Thunder Rush Sea is destined to be a dream. Everyone was worried, but Zixi could do nothing about it. The most important thing now was to defeat the formation devil. Otherwise, the situation would be even more difficult. Everyone, please return. The teleportation formation was destroyed and the city lord's mansion is also very sad. However, we have no idea what to do now. I will go back and discuss with my father. Zixi said faintly. Although these people were unwilling, they still left. It was useless to stay here. Instead, it would only make them angrier. Friend, my father sent me a message. He hopes that you can follow me to the city lord's mansion. Zixi looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. City lord's mansion? Jiang Chen smiled. He wanted to keep a low profile, but it was impossible. It seemed like the city lord was having a hard time. Although it was just a guess, Lingju City should be in a precarious situation. All right. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Donghuang Zhuoqing and the others and followed Zixi to the city lord mansion. The city lord's mansion was not very tall, nor was it very dazzling. It was indescribably grand. Instead, it was at the foot of a small mountain. As the saying goes, it's not the height of the mountain that makes it famous. It's not the depth of the water that makes it lively. Jiang Chen believed that these words could not be more appropriate when used to describe the city lord's manor, which could only be described as simple and crude. There were more than 100 guards around the mansion. All of them were half-step divine kings. 10 of them were even divine kings. Their imposing auras were intimidating. When they saw Zixi, they all bowed. After Jiang Chen and Zixi entered the governor's mansion, there was an imposing middle-aged man standing proudly in the middle of the hall. Although Jiang Chen wasn't certain that the person he met at the Thousand City auction was the governor, he felt that the aura was extremely familiar. Furthermore, he hadn't forgotten what happened back then. I'm Jiang Chen. Greetings, City Lord. Jiang Chen said. You've broken the formation demon Bai Qi's illusory formation, preventing him from committing any more crimes. You've made a great contribution to Lingju City. The middle-aged man said faintly. He was wearing a brown cloak and his imposing aura made Jiang Chen puzzled. This man was the true master of the Chilean boundary, the lord of Lingju City and also the reverend of the 9 boundaries. He should have broken through the divine king realm. Jiang Chen was deeply afraid of him. A hierarch expert was definitely not an ordinary person. Thank you for your compliment, City Lord. However, some things might not be as simple as you think. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. He looked very kind. Although he was in a high position, he did not put on any airs. It was Jiang Chen's first time seeing this. However, the helplessness he revealed was proportional to his status. Father. She wanted to say something but was interrupted by Xianxia. There's no time to lose. The top 10 sects are already waiting. The trip to the Thunder Rush Sea is imminent. If you can do this, I'll reward you handsomely in the future. Xianxia stared at Jiang Chen. I hope I won't let the city lord down. Jiang Chen nodded and left the city lord's mansion. Chapter 26:18. Go and lend him a hand. Things are not as simple as I thought. If we can start the teleportation formation, you should go to the Thunder Rush Sea too. The teleportation formation is only one aspect. The Thunder Rush Sea might be more exciting. Xianxia said word by word. But Father, Lingju City is also in a precarious situation. Zishi said worriedly. As long as I'm here, no one dares to do anything. At least for now, no one dares to do so. Xianxia said calmly and sent Zishi away. Then he fell into deep thought. Is the prophecy from 1,000 years ago going to come true? Old man, even if I have to use all my strength, I will not let you succeed. Xianxia murmured. In the void, the shocking scene of him fighting with that person appeared again. However, Xianxia was no longer as glorious as he was in the past. The price he had to pay for being suppressed for 1,000 years might be unbearable for him. The time limit of 1,000 years had come. Looks like there will be a storm this time. Is Lingju City really going to be turned upside down because of this guy? In front of the teleportation formation, there was no one left except for Jiang Chen and Zishi, who was behind him. Brother, are you really confident? Zishi was still doubtful of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not dare to say that he could definitely do it. However, it should not be difficult to repair the teleportation formation with the no beginning formation as the foundation. However, it would consume a lot of his energy. I'll try my best. Jiang Chen said with a smile. As he turned around, he looked at the broken teleportation formation and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Jiang Chen controlled a corner of the no beginning formation and started to merge it with the teleportation formation. Zishi watched Jiang Chen's every move silently and his heart tightened. The teleportation formation was extremely special. It was extremely difficult for experts below the Divine Emperor realm to repair it. Even though Jiang Chen had the no beginning formation, it was still extremely difficult for him to repair the teleportation formation. After reaching the Divine Emperor realm, they would have the ability to do whatever they wanted. At that time, the teleportation formation would be meaningless to them because they could use the great divine ability of heaven and earth instantaneous movement. After breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth would be very strong. Unfortunately, the Divine Emperor realm was too far away for Jiang Chen. A corner of Jiang Chen's no beginning spirit formation fused with the teleportation formation. Jiang Chen saw a glimmer of hope because the teleportation formation was being repaired continuously. This corner of the no beginning spirit formation was playing a crucial role indeed. Jiang Chen did not dare to delay. He activated a corner of the no beginning spirit formation and fused it with the teleportation formation. The rudimentary form of the teleportation formation was gradually repaired. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. Jiang Chen also felt that it was extremely strenuous. Maintaining the formation required an extremely powerful divine origin energy. Moreover, the no beginning spirit formation was so powerful that even with the help of Jiang Chen's wit spirit, he was still unable to make ends meet. It was obvious that the consumption of a corner of the no beginning spirit formation was extremely shocking. However, more than half of the teleportation formation had been repaired. Zishi looked at Jiang Chen silently and couldn't help but admire him. Although Jiang Chen was only a late heavenly god, his ability was far beyond the reach of a late divine king. Especially the damaged formation that countless formation masters could not repair, but under Jiang Chen's efforts, the teleportation formation was almost completed. The sky became dark and bright again. After a day and a night, Jiang Chen finally completed the repair of the teleportation formation. He was completely exhausted. His forehead was covered with sweat, but there was a tinge of joy in his bitterness. We did it. We did it. Huh. Zhou looked at Zhang Chen with admiration. Zhang Chen was the most terrifying person he had ever seen. The teleportation formation that was destroyed by the formation demon Bai Qi was saved by him. We can inform them that the teleportation formation can finally be used. Zhang Chen smiled brightly. Zhou had never seen such a bright smile before. At this moment, not only did Zhang Chen fulfill the expectations of the city lord, but it was also a qualitative leap for him. Zhang Chen's understanding of the no-beginning formation had deepened. Even though a corner of the formation might not be able to suppress the world, his understanding of the formation had reached a whole new level. When Zhou sent people to inform the various sects, everyone was shocked. How is this possible? Is the teleportation formation really repaired? Isn't he too good at fooling people? So simple. Was it really repaired by the disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect? Although I don't believe it, the teleportation formation has indeed been repaired. Our journey to the Thunder Rush Sea still has a chance of survival. Everyone was exceptionally happy. Their trip to the Thunder Rush Sea had become a reality. The best response to their failure was that their trip to the Thunder Rush Sea had become a reality. We should all thank a person. His name is Zhang Chen. Zhou said in a deep voice. However, there were only a few people who were truly grateful to Zhang Chen because they were rushing towards the Thunder Rush Sea. In that case, more people would not be able to reach the Thunder Rush Sea first. Zhang Chen smiled indifferently. He did not want to be thanked by those people, so there was nothing to be surprised about. He felt that it was his destiny. Moreover, he also wanted to go to the Thunder Rush Sea. This is human nature. Zhang Chen looked at Zhou. The latter seemed to be a little angry, but it could not change everyone's heart. Perhaps this is human nature. Zhang Chen, good job. Dong Huangzhuqing patted on Zhang Chen's shoulder, expressing the highest praise for him as an elder. Long Xiaotan also praised Zhang Chen. Other than Dong Huangtai, that lunatic, you are the only one that I respect. Dong Huang Taiji and Zhang Chen looked at each other. Dong Huang Taiji said in a low voice. He then turned around and walked towards the teleportation formation with Murong Yun. Maybe it's just luck. It's not surprising that you can repair the formation. Who doesn't eat dumplings during the new year? Let's go. I hope you can come back alive from the Thunder Rush Sea. Chu Tianshu said in a weird tone, but she did not want to argue with Zhang Chen. It might not be a bad thing if the trip to the Thunder Rush Sea was cut off. Now that the teleportation formation had been reopened, it might not be a good thing either. Let's go, Thunder Rush Sea. We are coming. The corner of Zhang Chen's lips curled into a smile. The Thunder Rush Sea is boundless and boundless. The journey to the Thunder Rush Sea might be an even more terrifying adventure. I will go with you. Chapter 26:19. Above the vast sea, the strong wind gathered the dark clouds. Between the dark clouds and the sea, a black shadow shuttled back and forth between thunder and lightning. That shadow flapped its wings and flew towards the depths of the dark clouds like an arrow. The Thunder Rush Sea was connected to the vast ocean. No one knew how deep the Thunder Rush Sea extended. There were people who tried to find out where the Thunder Rush Sea flowed to, but from then on, they were never able to return. The demonic beasts in the sea were much more ferocious and terrifying than those on the continent. There were tens of millions of Divine King and Hierarch Realm Sea demons. Some even said that there were more than one Emperor Realm Sea demon in the deep sea. On the calm sea, there were always waves beating against the shore. The sea was like a demonic beast that could devour the heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers, lying between the mountains and the sea. The night was dark and the wind was chilly. The waves were beating against the rocks. The mountains were high and the valleys were deep. Big brother, I've heard that the Thunder Rush Sea has attracted a lot of people. I guess those idiots are still fighting in Lingju City. The black-robed young man said with a faint smile. His deep eyes looked into the depths of the sea, which was also as vast as the sea. Even so, we can't let our guard down. It's not the time to be happy yet. The white-shirt young man shook his head. His expression was solemn as usual, as if he was looking forward to something. The Thunder Rush Sea is about to rain. It seems like it's too peaceful this time. It's not normal. The other curly-haired man with a golden hammer in his hand smiled coldly. He seemed to have a golden body. His long and narrow eyes kept scanning the surroundings, fearing that there would be any movement. His aura, which was ready to attack, made people feel that he was facing a great enemy. Lei Ping, don't be so nervous. Is this all you heavenly profound sect can do? The black-shirt young man shook his head and chuckled. He seemed to be disdainful towards Lei Ping. It's different this time. Lei Ping said seriously. Don't be rude, He Cha. The white-shirt young man looked at him. He Cha shrugged and did not say anything else. He knew that angering Lei Ping would not do them any good. Moreover, they were on the same side now. I prefer dealing with people like Yin Hun. At least he knows what to say and what not to say. Lei Ping's eyes narrowed as he closed them to rest. He Cha laughed coldly. He didn't want to fight to the death with Lei Ping. Right now they were all waiting for the Thunder Rush Sea to make a move. I hope it's really as Sect Master said. Suddenly, the wind howled and the peace on the surface of the sea was completely broken. The thousands of petrels that had been resting on the shore flapped their wings and flew towards the distant shore. However, before these sea petrels could take flight, a huge wave came crashing down like a tsunami, blotting out the sky. All the sea petrels were killed by the wave without exception. Haiyan, you should be more careful. Such a big wave, you're really courting death. He Cha said with a smile. The waves killed all the petrels on the sea. No matter how agile the petrels were, it was useless. The great waves washed away the sand, the wind and rain swayed. The sound of thunder in the sky also became more and more ear-piercing. Lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the Thunder Rush Sea that was suddenly hit by the heavy rain. This wave is strange. Shouldn't the tide be ebbing? Why is there such a ferocious wave? Lei Ping's eyes turned cold as he said. In the blink of an eye, huge waves rose one after another. Each wave was higher than the previous one. The terrifying waves could almost devour a towering mountain. The Wind and Thunder Canyon had already turned into a vast ocean. Only when the tide receded could the Wind and Thunder Canyon be exposed to the public. Those below the Divine King realm could not withstand the ferocity of the waves at all. The weakest among the people standing behind Lei Ping, Yin Hun and the others were peak heavenly gods, while the strongest among them were divine kings. However, they were still defeated by the waves. In the end, they were all killed by the waves. Even they were in a precarious situation and they quickly retreated. It was the first time that He Cha's face revealed such a serious expression. His previous carelessness had vanished when he saw dozens of experts being crushed to death by the huge wave. Even he had suffered some light injuries. Those people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. All of them had become the remains of the sea. They didn't even have the time to breathe. The three of them quickly left. They were already drenched by the huge wave because they didn't know if the next wave would be more terrifying than this one. 3 waves killing a Divine King realm expert. One could imagine how terrifying the Thunder Rush Sea was. At this moment they finally knew why the Thunder Rush Sea was classified as a forbidden area. In other words, every 1,000 years the waves here would be the thinnest. Moreover, there would be a ebb tide that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. During the remaining time, the waves of the Thunder Rush Sea were as terrifying as the apocalypse. No matter if it was Lei Ping or Yin Hun, they had many people behind them. But under the huge wave, all of them became wandering ghosts. Such a terrifying destructive force could only be created by a natural phenomenon. This is too terrifying. He Cha realized how terrifying the Thunder Rush Sea was. Even the 1,000-meter-tall mountain was washed by the waves. No one was spared. Thunder rumbled above the Thunder Rush Sea. Lightning struck from the sky and struck the sea. The lightning was bright and dazzling as it merged with the waves that covered the sky. That terrifying destructive force could completely destroy a person. Under the suppression of the waves and lightning, even an ultimate god expert would have to avoid it. That's the sound of thunder? Lei Ping murmured. The deafening rumbling of thunder caused him to be deeply affected. In the sky above the Thunder Rush Sea, between the dark clouds, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. This was one of the great wonders of the Thunder Rush Sea. The deafening rumbling of thunder caused the hearts of the spectators to tremble. Lei Ping was also a lightning attribute expert, but facing such a marvelous sight he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was far from being able to compete against it. There's still more. He Cha's eyes lit up. The fourth wave was even higher than the previous 3 waves. The entire Wind Thunder Canyon was enveloped by this wave. It was boundless as far as the eye could see. The wave covered the sky and thunder rumbled for 1,000 miles, destroying the world. Go! A loud roar was heard. 4 Divine King Realm experts soared into the sky and protected the 3 of them with a terrifying shockwave. However, the destructive force of the shockwave still forced the 4 Divine King Realm experts to retreat miserably. Marshal Uncle Lee. Chapter 26:20. If we're any slower, all of you would have died here. Even us old men wouldn't be able to escape. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Li Shirshu shook his head and sighed. He looked at the waves a few hundred li away with lingering fear. This wave is really strange. Although it's no different from the wave hundreds of years ago, it seems to have the power to destroy the world. No one can resist it. We have suffered a great loss this time. More than 100 heavenly gods and half-step divine kings have died. It's tragic. That's right. That's right. That's right. Senior Uncle Lee sighed. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and had long seen through life and death. However, this time around was different from the past. They had all come to the Thunder Rush Sea in search of a higher breakthrough. Not only that, they had brought along the most talented disciples of the sect. This trip to the Thunder Rush Sea was not something they could return empty-handed. The tides will rise and fall for at least 3 days. Looks like it's going to ebb after this wave. The skinny old man who stood beside Li Shirshu said. Thousands of years have passed. I'm afraid we're going to be slammed onto the beach in a blink of an eye. Li Peng, In Hun and He Cha stared at the domineering waves. The power of nature could only be described as terrifying. There's no room for negotiation. If they lose, they'll lose their lives. 3 days later, the tide gradually thinned and the waves washed away the sand. After receding, a 1,000-meter-deep gorge was revealed from the seabed. Inside the gorge, scallops were everywhere, and there was an endless amount of dead trees and sand. However, this place was protruding like a historical site in the wilderness. The gorge was eerily quiet and echoes from the seabed could be heard everywhere. It was extremely frightening. The Wind and Thunder Canyon became the most mysterious mystery of the Thunder Rush Sea. It was like a divine palace at the bottom of the sea, like an ancient historical site. Nobody knew what was in the depths of the canyon and what kind of place it was. At a distance, more than 100 corpses were completely rotten. Nobody expected the corrosive power of the seawater to be able to corrode the corpses of divine kings to such an extent. May the dead rest in peace. Lei Ping said indifferently. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. After all, they were all fellow disciples of the same sect. However, the pitch-black canyon in front of them seemed to possess some sort of magical power that was slowly pulling them closer. We can only stay here for 3 days. 3 days later, when the tide of the Thunder Rush Sea rises, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Therefore, we have to come out within these 3 days. Senior Uncle Lee said in a low voice. This was not a warning but an order. When he looked at Lei Peng, his eyes were filled with seriousness. I'm late, everyone. A black-robed figure that was as skinny as a match arrived on a cloud with a flick of his sleeve. His eyes were sunken, and his smiling appearance gave off an extremely sinister feeling. Mr. Bai, please. Li Shirshu laughed. Mr. White shook his head. I only care about the 8 formation diagram. You won't disappoint me, right? Of course. Mr. Bai, you've done a great job this time. We definitely won't neglect you. Li Shirshu nodded in agreement. Skid. Sco. I have long wanted to see what the legendary Wind and Thunder Canyon looks like. After saying that, Mr. Bai entered the Wind and Thunder Canyon. The group of 7 quickly followed him into the Wind and Thunder Canyon. At that moment, the sky seemed to darken for an instant. This lasted for a full minute before the resplendent rays of the sun began to shine. Thunder Rush Sea, I'm finally here. Yeah, I'm sure we won't miss this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. Guys, look, the Wind and Thunder Canyon is over there. Someone looked into the distance and saw the Wind and Thunder Canyon that was less than 100 miles away from their teleportation portal. Jiang Qin and the others walked out of the teleportation portal. The The sky of the Thunder Rush Sea was so blue, the water so cold, and the air so fresh. When the 30 people walked out of the teleportation portal, their eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. It was as if they were going to be the masters of the Wind and Thunder Canyon in the coming days. Everyone stepped on the waves and headed straight for the Wind and Thunder Canyon. Whoosh! When they arrived at the Wind and Thunder Canyon, everyone was shocked. That was because in front of the Wind and Thunder Canyon, close to 100 people had all died here. Moreover, it was obvious that they had died not too long ago. However, most of their corpses were already rotten. I know him, he's killing Luo Sec's Gung Jingzhong, a half-step divine king disciple. He's one of the elites of the heavenly profound sect. Yeah, it's Gung Jingzhong. I've hunted beasts with him before. I know that man too, he's from the Killing Luo sect. Looks like the heavenly profound sect and the Killing Luo sect have arrived at the Wind and Thunder Canyon before us. That man is a divine king expert. I've seen him in Lingju City a few years ago. He's one of the top 10 disciples of the heavenly profound sect. But he's dead now. They felt a strong sense of danger. Because those people were stronger than them, but they still died here. Although the weakest among them was a half-step divine king, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be buried in the canyon like those who died in front of the Thunder Canyon. An inexplicable fear shrouded everyone's heart. The Wind and Thunder Canyon had become the gates of hell. What should we do? Should we go in or not? Murong Yun looked at Donghuang Taiji and said softly. It doesn't matter if they're dead, there's nothing to feel pity about. Even if they're not dead, I'll still kill those who are in front of me. Donghuang Taiji said in a domineering tone. Even though so many experts had died here not too long ago, he did not waver at all. Looks like there's already someone in the Wind and Thunder Canyon. Jiang Chen nodded and said. Jiang Chen's right. If we don't go in now, I'm afraid that someone else will arrive before us. I'm pretty sure that the teleportation formation was destroyed because of the Killing Luo sect and the Heavenly Profound sect. She said in a deep voice. Let's not waste any more time. Sco. Donghuang Zhuqing nodded silently and rushed to the front with Long Xiaotan. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. He could feel a pair of eyes looking at him, but there was nothing in the sky except for a cloud. The tsunami continued to surge. After the ebb, the Thunder Rush Sea became abnormally calm. Compared to the past, it was nothing. But even so, it was still extremely terrifying for a divine king. The Wind and Thunder Canyon was like a giant ancient ruins. Everywhere was filled with a mysterious and ancient aura. It looked like a beautiful jade that was washed by the waves of the sea. It's different from what we've seen before. Chapter 26-21. Legend has it that the Wind and Thunder Canyon is different every time. Looks like it's true. This Wind and Thunder Canyon should be built on some kind of formation, but even I can't see through it. Formation Demon Bai Qi said. This should be an ancient formation. It's practically impossible to find any trace of it. However, this Wind and Thunder Canyon is truly filled with shock and awe. Look, that's a deep-sea crocodile abalone. It's huge. Huh. It's comparable to an immortal-grade medicinal pill. Hei Cha's eyes lit up as he picked up a human-sized deep-sea crocodile abalone. The others were shocked as well. They did not expect this fella to be so lucky. Although the deep-sea crocodile abalone was precious, it was not to the extent where they would fight for it. That's a supreme coral grass. Li Peng was surprised as he saw a supreme coral grass not far away. It grew on a huge coral reef with 7 different colors. It had the effect of reviving the dead even more so than the deep-sea crocodile abalone. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Formation Demon Bai Qi laughed and continued to walk deeper into the Wind and Thunder Canyon. That's a supreme-grade cold jade plaque. Yin Hun's gaze landed on a few feet-long supreme-grade cold jade. A small piece of supreme-grade cold jade could be exchanged for a divine tool. Such a big piece of supreme-grade cold jade must be priceless. But what shocked him the most was the words on the supreme-grade cold jade. Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Yin Hun murmured. What? You said this is the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace? Bai Qi suddenly turned around and his gaze landed on the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. His gaze became more solemn and sharp. Why? Is there a problem, Mr. Bai? Yin Hun asked curiously. There's more than a problem. Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha, to think that I would be able to come here in my lifetime. It was truly a great fortune, a great fortune. Ah. Formation Demon by Chi's roar shocked Li Shirshu and the others. However, they guessed that the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace should be a top-notch blessed land. Just the name itself was enough to make one's imagination run wild. The Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the palace of a divine dragon, how could it be ordinary? Formation Demon by Chi's complexion gradually recovered, but his expression was still stern. I hope Mr. Bai can dispel my doubts. Li Shirshu laughed. Formation Demon by Chi glanced at Junior Uncle Li impatiently. If it wasn't for the fact that he was only a clone, he would have rushed up and looted all the treasures in the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, he could only go with the killing Rakshasa sect and the Xianxia sect. With the 8 formation diagram as a reward, he naturally wouldn't offend the 2 sects, unless he really obtained a treasure that was even scarier than the 8 formation diagram. There are true dragons in the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Moreover, there's a high possibility that the Dragon Clan's treasure or Dragon Ball is here. The Dragon Clan is good at searching for treasures and each of them is extremely wealthy. This Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace is definitely not simple. Formation Devil by Chi said calmly, but Li Shirshu and the others became serious. The treasure of the Dragon Clan would definitely open their eyes. Although they were in the divine world and the Chilean boundary was a big boundary, the existence of a dragon was still too far away for them. Even in the central region Divine Land, there might not be a dragon. The Dragon Clan had always been mysterious. It was not easy to see a real dragon, and this place was named as the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Of course it would make one's imagination run wild. Divine Dragon. Seems like this trip is not in vain. Hei Cha chuckled with a hint of shock in his eyes. This time, they've gathered the strength of 2 sects and Formation Demon to destroy the teleportation formation. Seems like the rewards they'll get are unimaginable. Remember, do not destroy anything here. The Dragon Clan is good at collecting treasures, and the forbidden curse of the Dragon Clan is also the scariest. If you touch something that you shouldn't touch, the consequences will be unimaginable. The forbidden curse is equivalent to a small-scale formation. The forbidden curse is one of the most powerful techniques of the Dragon Clan. It's even more powerful than a formation. Don't blame me for not reminding you guys. Formation Demon by Chi Lung Lung said. Although he was reminding them out of goodwill, he was actually trying to make his plan work. If there's really a peerless treasure, he'll just run away with it and the 2 sects won't be able to stop him. Understood. Li Shirshu and the others nodded silently and continued their journey to the depths of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Bai Chi and the others carefully walked towards the depths of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. There were corpses of demonic beasts everywhere, and they were not rotting or corroded by the seawater. These corpses were extremely eerie, they were either broken or split apart. Moreover, there were some broken weapons, broken halberds or rusted. The Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace was extremely huge, so huge that people felt that the canyon was coexisting with it. This is a 10,000 years old deep sea clam. Formation Demon by Chi's eyes moved, and he rushed forward and smashed the clam with his palm. The clam had been dead for God knows how many years, and it was smashed into pieces by Chi's palm. However, at this moment, a dazzling radiance shone, and a palm-sized pearl appeared in front of everyone. A dazzling radiance burst out from the pearl. The radiance seemed to be trying to prove that it was the brightest radiance in the world. It's a deep-sea pearl. Formation Demon by Chi held the deep-sea pearl tightly in his hand. Li Shirshu and the others did not fight for it. After all, it was all thanks to Bai Chi that the killing Luo sect and Xianxia sect were able to come here so smoothly. Congratulations. Mr. Bai's luck is pretty good. Li Shirshu said with a smile. Bai Chi nodded his head proudly and kept the deep-sea pearl. It's comparable to a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, the energy contained in the deep-sea pearl was immeasurable. Yin Hun and Lei Peng looked at the deep-sea pearl with envy. However, they could not snatch it away from Bai Chi since he already had it in his hand. Moreover, they knew Formation Demon Bai Chi's strength. Even if he was not as strong as their sect lord, he was not an ordinary person. Even Li Shirshu and the others showed respect in front of him. Of course. Don't you know who discovered this Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace? At As he spoke, Bai Qi continued to walk forward, stepping on the sparkling and translucent white bones. Crunching sounds could be heard, making one wonder just how many years ago these demonic beasts had died a tragic death. There seemed to be an extremely tragic and stirring feeling within them. What's there to be proud of? If it wasn't for our 8-formation maze, would this fellow work so hard? Now he wants to stuff his pockets? Chapter 26-22. Shut up, a loose tongue may cause trouble. In Hun shouted. He Cha looked at Bai Qi in disdain. In his eyes, Bai Qi was not a good person. Deep inside the ice ocean godly dragon palace, a giant door appeared in front of the crowd. On the door there were over 10 marks left by sabers, giving off a tremendous pressure as if it contained countless Dao auras. Divine Dragon Palace? 3 large words were engraved on the door, bold and forceful. I wonder what's behind this Divine Dragon Palace that attracts people. Bai Qi was at the front. When he pushed open the door of the Divine Dragon Palace, dust fell from the sky. The top of the palace was covered with seaweed. The skeletons of the demonic beasts gradually disappeared in front of the Divine Dragon Palace. Open up. Bai Qi struck out with his palm like a tsunami. The Divine Dragon Palace shook and buzzed. However, not a single mark was left on the door. Not only Bai Qi but everyone else seemed to have woken up from a dream. How did the shadows of swords and sabers remain on the door? The amount of divine energy required would be terrifying. Although there were no marks left on the door was still pushed open by Bai Qi. Even after thousands of years, the magnificent palace was still incomparably magnificent. The Divine Dragon Palace formed a sharp contrast with the tragic scene outside. The floor that was paved with cold jade and golden bricks was sparkling. Even the black pillars at the side were carved and painted, looking extremely exquisite. In front of the dragon throne, there was a deep well that seemed bottomless. There were also over a dozen skeletons of demonic beasts, all of which seemed to be in perfect condition. The only exception was the skeleton of a Taoist on the white jade dragon throne. In the skeleton's hand was a square jade box. Bai Qi and the rest held their breaths as they stared at the white jade box. Boss, what do you think is hidden in the white jade box? He Cha squinted his eyes and said softly. I don't know, but it should be something good. In Hun also felt that something was amiss. But since Li Shirshu and the rest did not make a move, he would definitely not stand out. Bai Qi's eyes were burning with passion. Just as his hand was about to touch the white jade box, the person behind Junior Uncle Li suddenly spoke. Mr. Fong, I'm afraid you don't have to do anything, right? We'll take care of it. We can't thank you enough for escorting us to the Wind and Thunder Canyon. Bai Qi looked back at him. Lung Lung said, without me would you be able to dominate the world? Without me would you have been able to enter here? It's not up to you to decide what I want right now. Feng Xingli, it's not your killing Luo Sec's place to interfere with my matters. Bai Qi's arrogant expression made everyone feel that Bai Qi was arrogant and unruly. Perhaps he really wanted to monopolize the treasures. Feng Xingli's face was filled with killing intent, but he was stopped by Li Shirshu. Brother Feng, let's leave the treasure to Mr. Bai. I trust that Mr. Bai knows what he's doing. Li Jingdong still understands what it means to submit to circumstances. Bai Qi sneered. Mr. Bai, please. Li Jingdong said. Even so, Li Jingdong clearly did not want to see Bai Qi monopolizing all the treasures. Unfortunately, their current situation was worse than others. Moreover, it was thanks to Bai Qi that they were able to destroy the teleportation array. That's more like it. Bai Qi reached out his hand and grabbed onto the white jade box. He was instantly pushed back by the terrifying rebounding force. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically, but he calmed down after he stabilized his body. To think that there's a forbidden spell here. Seems like the item in this white jade box is extraordinary. The forbidden spell was a powerful technique of the Dragon Clan. If it wasn't a peerless treasure, the Dragon Clan wouldn't use a forbidden spell to seal it as it would cause great damage to their bodies. What's in this white jade box? Li Peng and the others were curious. What was in the box that was worthy of being sealed by a forbidden spell? Bai Qi's hands formed a series of hand seals, continuously changing as he continued to make hand seals on the white jade box. Seemed to be a spell formation. Next, when Bai Qi tried to take the white jade box again, he was once again forced back. This time Bai Qi's face was a little embarrassed. He was forced to retreat twice by this broken box. One could imagine the depression in his heart. However, he was even more convinced that there was a great treasure in this white jade square box. It was definitely not an ordinary item. This little thing, I don't believe that I can't take it down. Bai Qi did not believe it. He made another hand seal, but he still could not break the forbidden spell. Instead, he was injured by the rebounding force twice. His eyes became sharper. Even Bai Qi can't deal with this box. Yeah, it seems like this small box is not simple. Lei Pring echoed. To Bai Qi it was a blatant mockery. As a formation demon, he couldn't even break a small forbidden spell. However, they understood that if Bai Qi couldn't take it down, they wouldn't be able to either. It wasn't that easy to break a forbidden spell. I'll show you what is called true strength. Bai Qi thought. If he lost his face in front of these guys, he would not be able to live anymore. The #1 formation devil in the Chilean region was not a joke. Even in the Lone Dragon County, he was still one of the top figures. Bai Qi continued to set up a formation on the forbidden spell. Finally, on the 4th time, the box was taken down by Bai Qi. He was pushed back again. He held the box tightly in his hand. At the moment when the box was in his hand, the human skeleton fell apart and became a pile of bones. Humph, now you should know who's the real overlord. Bai Qi sneered. He felt disdain towards Li Jingdong and the others. At this moment, Jiang Chen also saw the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. At this moment, his blood was boiling as if a tremendous force of will was pulling him towards the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. There seemed to be an endless amount of treasures here that was attracting him. Legend has it that the Dragon Clan is good at collecting treasures. I wonder if this place has been robbed. Dong Huangzhuqing said. Not bad. Looks like we're lucky this time. Plus, there's already someone who's leading the way. What are we afraid of? Huh? Long Xiaoten said excitedly. They were sure that the Heavenly Profound Sect and Killing Luo Sect were inside. Then what are we waiting for? Let's not waste any more time. Jin Yingqi and the others from Xin Ying Sect were the first to rush into the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen followed silently at the back, his expression unchanging. Why are you not anxious? Aren't you afraid that the treasures will be taken away? Chu Tianshu sneered. Of course I want the treasures, but I don't want to take the risk. Chapter 26-23. Zishi looked at Jiang Chen. He felt that Jiang Chen was the calmest one among all of them. He did not lose his mind because of the treasures. It seemed like he was not in a hurry to look for the treasures that he wanted. Instead, he was like a bystander, calmly facing the situation. His mind was worthy of admiration. Be it pretending to be aloof or being really as immovable as a mountain, it was worth learning from. It was not easy to maintain a calm mind in this place that was known as a treasure site. Many people had changed their initial intentions. They originally came to the Wind and Thunder Cliff in the Wind and Thunder Canyon to train and experience the baptism of wind and thunder. But now, they all rushed into the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace in search of treasures. Among them, Zishi was the strongest. Moreover, he was the young master of the City Lord's mansion. Therefore he did not care about ordinary treasures. He was able to maintain this mindset, but it was not because he was aloof from worldly affairs. I feel that the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace is unusual. Zishi had a premonition that the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace was not a good place. It might become a devil's nest. That depends on what will happen next. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He did not dare to make a judgment. But it was always right to assume the worst outcome. They had not experienced the dreadfulness of the Wind and Thunder Canyon yet. But it did not mean that the Thunder Rush Sea that was feared by the entire Chilean boundary was a good place. I hope nothing bad will happen. Zishi did not wish for any accidents to happen. After all, these were the genius disciples of the 8 major sects of the Chilean boundary. But when he thought of the disciples who died at the entrance of the Wind and Thunder Canyon before entering the Thunder Rush Sea, he felt inexplicably worried. Dozens of people were mercilessly obliterated just like that. What kind of power was able to accomplish such a feat? Where's Xianxia? Where's he? Dong Huangzhuqing suddenly asked. Because everyone rushed to the front, some of them picked up some broken divine tools and even heavenly divine tools. But there was nothing valuable. He's at the back. He's probably afraid of death and doesn't dare to rush to the front. Chu Tianshu said faintly with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. However, she was paying attention to Xianxia at all times. She wanted to know whether this guy was really capable or not. This trip to the Thunder Rush Sea would definitely make him reveal his flaws. Dong Huangzhuqing smiled. He did not take Chu Tianshu's words seriously because he felt that Xianxia was not that kind of person. Dong Huangzhuqing turned around and took a glance at Xianxia. The moment he turned around, his facial expression suddenly changed. Everyone was stunned. The white bones of the demonic beasts that were lying on the ground suddenly stood up at this moment. Their empty eyes were filled with green light, which made everyone shudder. Holy shit. Seriously? These guys have been dead for so long, yet they can still come back to life? This Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace is like a graveyard for demonic beasts. It's filled with demonic beast skeletons. They're all standing up. Run. Damn it. I'm not afraid of you when I'm still alive. Moreover, they're just a pile of skeletons now. Humph. Although the demonic beasts were just a pile of skeletons, there were a lot of them. They were piling up in front of the Divine Dragon Palace of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Tens of thousands of skeletons rose up at this moment. The skeletons of demonic beasts that were tens of feet tall brought a great sense of crisis to everyone at this moment. Blade lights and sword shadows were flying around. However, experts below the Divine King realm could not break the skeletons of demonic beasts in front of them at all. Those skeletons of demonic beasts looked just like a pair of skeletons, but they were extremely hard. Ordinary weapons and even heavenly divine tools could not break them. Dong Huangzhuqing and the others retreated step by step. However, they were completely surrounded by the skeletons of demonic beasts. They could only retreat in order to advance, but what they got in return was endless attacks. Elder, I'm dying. I can't take it anymore. These skeletons are too powerful. I'm dying too. Elder, save me. These skeletons of demonic beasts should not exist at all. Even a Divine King realm expert might not be able to defeat them. What should I do? I can't die. I can't die. Dozens of people were panicking. Only a group of elders were relatively calm. There were a total of 15 elders who surrounded the rest of the people. The 8 great sects were relatively harmonious at this moment. Otherwise they would die even faster. Xianxia and Zishi were at the back and were completely isolated. However, Zishi was extremely powerful. He was even more powerful than those elders. He was able to protect Xianxia with ease. These skeletons seemed to have been stimulated by something. That's why they suddenly rose up from the ground. Zishi said in a deep voice. Xianxia did not stay idle. He stood back to back and helped Zishi to push back the skeletons of demonic beasts. Xianxia's punch was invincible. The skeletons of demonic beasts in front of him could not even withstand a single punch from him. Zishi was slightly surprised. Xianxia was very powerful. Although he was only a late heavenly god, he was able to smash the skeletons of demonic beasts that even a Divine King realm expert could not handle with a single punch. He must be extraordinary. It should be the power of the vengeful spirits. If I'm not wrong, these skeletons should be covered by a great formation. It's not the Dragon Clan's forbidden curse. Instead, it's another spirit formation. This spirit formation's purpose is to gather the power of these white bones vengeful spirits. Once the formation core is destroyed, they will attack together. These vengeful spirits' power is extremely difficult to deal with, because they are born out of necessity. The spirit formation makes them even more powerful. Xianxia said in a low voice. He did not hold back at all as he smashed the skeletons in front of him again and again. He looked further away. He and Zishi took care of each other. Although there was a huge difference in their strength, they were the most relaxed partners. The rest of the skeletons besieged Dong Huangzhuqing, Long Xiaotan and the others. Wave after wave of attacks made it difficult for them. Even if they could shatter the skeletons, it was impossible for them to fight endlessly when the skeletons came one after another. Moreover, their safe zone was getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, we will be engulfed by the waves of skeletons. Long Xiaotan looked extremely serious and solemn. There's nothing we can do. These skeletons of demonic beasts are already dead. They're probably being controlled. We can't change it at all. Dong Huang Zhuqing said in a low voice. Everyone was trying their best to kill the skeletons. But who would have thought that such a huge movement would be caused by them? Chapter 26-24. White bones were everywhere. Xianxia and Zixi walked forward step by step, crushing countless white bones. The scene was getting more and more intense. Bai Qi tightly gripped the white jade box in his hand and suddenly turned around to look. Countless white bones had already broken through the doors of the Divine Dragon Palace and arrived one after another. They brought with them an unparalleled berserk power as they engulfed everyone. These are the white bones that we saw before? Hecha said in shock. Yes. Even thousands of years could not corrode their bones. I'm afraid that these beasts were at least above the Divine King realm when they were alive. Yin Hun said in a low voice. There were also dozens of white skeletons falling from the sky. The battle that they were facing was equally shocking. Go all out. These white skeletons are not ordinary beasts. They should be formed by the power of the vengeful spirits. Bai Qi shouted. Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli's expression became serious. The 8 of them surrounded the white skeletons together to resist the attack of the white skeletons. These white skeletons that have been dead for thousands of years, how did they become so terrifying all of a sudden? Feng Xingli said in shock. It's hard to say. These white skeletons are very strange. We don't have any way to deal with them. We can only break them with force. Li Jingdong said in a deep voice. Could it be the white jade box in Mr. Bai's hand? Lei Ping said in a deep voice. Bai Qi's expression changed. He also realized this point. From the moment he forcefully took the white jade square box from the pile of human bones, the entire Divine Dragon Palace started to shake. The countless white skeletons were actually charging towards them. It's possible. Bai Qi said softly. However, it was too late to say anything now. They could only defeat the skeletons. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for them to escape. However, the endless skeletons were like fish in a river. Even though they were all divine kings, they were still struggling to deal with them. They could only retreat helplessly. They seemed to be in an extremely difficult situation. Dong Huang Zhuqing, Long Xiaotan, Jin Yingqi and the others were already in a difficult situation. But they had no way to kill these white skeletons. They were in a deadlock. Although the disciples could help the Divine King Realm elders, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Brother Z, please protect me. I want to see if my trigram fire formation can restrain them. Jiang Chen looked at Zixi. All right. Zixi nodded silently. He helped Jiang Chen to retreat from the dozens of white skeletons, so that Jiang Chen had enough space to cast a formation. Jiang Chen believed that the 5-elemental trigram fire formation could burn these white skeletons with the 5-elemental true fire. Zixi didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words. He had seen Jiang Chen repairing the teleportation formation before and he was really impressed by him. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill all the skeletons with his strength alone, Zixi might doubt it. However, Zixi believed that Jiang Chen had the confidence to do it since Jiang Chen had cast a formation. In the Divine Dragon Palace, Bai Qi also had his own idea. Watch my Great Gale formation. Bai Qi found an opportunity and instantly broke through the siege of the white skeletons. With the Divine Dragon Palace as the base, he started to set up a formation. The white skeletons only knew how to attack blindly and they could not stop Bai Qi from setting up the formation. As soon as the 5-elemental trigram fire formation's terrifying 5-elemental true fire was released, those white skeletons instantly turned into a pile of bone powder. Jiang Chen controlled the 5-elemental trigram fire formation and expanded it continuously. Those white skeletons that were charging towards him were like moths flying into a flame. They were instantly crushed by the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. However, they were all turned into ashes under the power of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. This Felis formation is quite effective. Jin Yingqi heaved a sigh of relief. Because the 5-elemental trigram fire formation had destroyed most of the white skeletons, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. This fella is getting more and more impressive. Dong Huang Taiji said faintly. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Jiang Chen's strength did make him feel a sense of fear. It was definitely not luck that Jiang Chen was able to defeat him. Looks like your Eastern Emperor sect has really produced a monstrous genius. Long Xiaotan said in a deep voice, extremely envious and jealous. However, the Nine Dragon Palace was not weak either. Under the joint attack of Dong Huang Zhuqing and Long Xiaotan, they managed to protect the disciples of the 8 great sections. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation destroyed all the white skeletons. On the other side, Bai Qi was doing the same. Terrifying wind blades tore through the void. The interior of the Divine Dragon Palace had been turned into ruins. However, countless skeletons had been killed. As the white skeletons were destroyed, the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace returned to its previous tranquility. It's all thanks to Jiang Chen. Otherwise, I'm afraid that all of us would have died here. Yeah, it's all thanks to Jiang Chen. Even us elders are not as good as him. A fire formation to destroy all these white skeletons. Eastern Emperor sect is indeed one of the great sects in the Chilean boundary. They have the demeanor of a great sect. What's there to be proud of? TSK. It's just a broken formation. Without a formation, how are you going to fight against the people here? Xin Fanghe and the others looked at Jiang Chen in disdain. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the Eastern Emperor sect had become the target of everyone's admiration. Jiang Chen was like a bodhisattva that saved people from suffering. This made the people of Xin Ying sect even more unhappy. They had always minded their own business with Jiang Chen. Now they hated Jiang Chen even more. Even though Jiang Chen had saved their lives, Jin Yingqi would have done the same even if he wasn't there. At least he would have done his best to protect himself. Zixi also admired Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was the weakest amongst the group, but he was the most respectable one. Whether it was the destruction of the white skeletons or the restoration of the teleportation formation, Jiang Chen did it with a strong sense of righteousness without asking for anything in return. Jiang Chen, you've really impressed me. Zixi stared at Jiang Chen and agreed with him. That kind of recognition came from having the same status as him. I'm glad to be recognized by the young city lord. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Zixi's strength was not ordinary and he was not arrogant or conceited. He was very close to Jiang Chen. Although they had not known each other for long, he gave Jiang Chen a sense of closeness compared to those great sections. Li Jingdong. Feng Xingli. It's really you guys. Long Xiaotan took the lead and went to the front. He saw Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli at first glance. Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli were stunned by Long Xiaotan's words. Even Dong Huang Zhuqing and the others quickly went to the Divine Dragon Palace. It's really them? Heavenly Profound Sect and Killing Luo Sect. Chapter 26-25. It's really fate. Everyone, I didn't expect that you could come to the Thunder Rush Sea. It's really an eye-opener for me. Feng Xingli sneered with a hint of disdain. He snorted as he looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi had destroyed the teleportation formation, but they still came to the Thunder Rush Sea. Bai Qi's face was also extremely unsightly. He could not believe it. Even a Grandmaster formation expert might not be able to repair the teleportation formation so quickly. It's impossible. How did you come here? The teleportation formation has been destroyed. Formation Demon, Bai Qi Ling said. Formation Demon, that's all you've got. Is it so difficult for you to repair the teleportation formation? You're qualified to be called Formation Demon. What a joke. Hee hee. Jiang Chen and Bai Qi looked at each other. Bai Qi knew that the teleportation formation must have been repaired by this bastard. But how could he do it with his strength? Boy, it seems that you're here to court death. Do you think that anyone can come to the Thunder Rush Sea? Bai Qi said disdainfully. He was extremely cold to Dong Huang Zhuqing and the others. It seems that you've ignored our agreement. How dare you collude with Formation Demon to stop us from entering the Thunder Rush Sea? Li Jingdong, Feng Xingli, you two really have a good plan. Long Xiaotan said in a deep voice. It's a pity that you're one step behind us. We're still here. Dong Huang Zhuqing said calmly. What's the use of arguing with them since things had already come to this stage? Now that they were in the Wind and Thunder Canyon, it was impossible for them to really fight. Moreover, the two most authoritative sects among the top 10 sects were undoubtedly powerful. Coupled with the Array Demon, such a lineup was not something that they could casually face. Formation Demon, Xianxia sect and Killing Luo sect are getting more and more presumptuous. What do you think of the City Lord Mansion? Zixi was infuriated. It was obvious that the two great sects had colluded with the Formation Demon to destroy the teleportation formation in order to take the treasures of the Thunder Rush Sea for themselves. Moreover, it was said that a rare treasure had appeared in the Thunder Rush Sea this time. Everyone's greed had swelled to the extreme. Since that's the case, it seems like our plan has been seen through. That's fine too. Now that the 10 sects have gathered, let's start from zero. Feng Xingli laughed and said. Facing so many experts, the Killing Luo sect and the Xianxia sect could still walk leisurely. Only these two sects could do that. Looks like you guys are prepared to become enemies with the entire Qilian boundary. Zixi stared at Feng Xingli and the others. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Young City Lord, when did you see me going against the entire Qilian boundary? We are just a clumsy bird that flies early, coming to the Thunder Rush Sea in the first year. Could it be that there is a rule that we must go through the teleportation array to enter the Thunder Rush Sea? I've never heard of this before. Li Jingdong said. Humph. What a glib tongue. But I'd like to see what kind of tricks you guys have up your sleeves. Zixi was speechless after hearing Li Jingdong's words. Indeed, what's wrong with them not going through the teleportation array to come to the Thunder Rush Sea? Jiang Chen looked at this scene silently. Every one of them was a big shot of the 10 sects, the cornerstone of the Qilian boundary. The battle had ended before it even started. No matter if it was the Eastern Emperor sect, Xining sect or the Nine Dragon Palace, none of them could go against the two sections. Moreover, the City Lord's mansion did not have enough strength. Zixi alone was not enough to go against the two sects, not to mention the Formation Demon. This battle had become a real balance. If that's the case, the two sects are just a step ahead of us. It's not a big deal. Jin Yingqi said faintly. Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli were extremely satisfied. The Xining sect is really good at behaving. That's right. Could it be that the Thunder Rush Sea has become your private garden? Hehe. The agreement between the 10 sects has existed since the ancient times. What's the big deal about this? Xin Fenghe agreed. Except for Dong Huang Zhuqing and Long Xiaotan, everyone else chose to remain silent. After all, the other party was stronger than them. Now even the Xining sect could only stand on the side of the two sections. Even if the Eastern Emperor sect and the Nine Dragon Palace were strong enough, it would still be difficult for them to go against the two sections. After all, the situation was worse than the people. Humph. Don't forget that you almost couldn't come here. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, you guys would have been killed by the white skeletons. Long Xinghua's beautiful eyes flickered. Even she could not turn into the messenger of justice. It was indeed difficult for these shameless people to turn back. You can't say that. We survived with our own strength. Why should we thank him? Who does he think he is? Xin Fenghe's smile became more and more sinister. His terrifying face was fully displayed at this moment. They had completely forgotten about Jiang Chen's kindness. This is the difference between a man and a dog. If you fight with a dog, you'll only be left with a mouthful of hair. Jiang Chen sneered. He would tear a scumbag like Xin Fenghe into pieces sooner or later. It was just not the right time yet. Who are you calling a dog? Xin Fenghe glared at him. Whoever answered is a dog. Do you still need to explain? Jiang Chen said disapprovingly. Xin Fenghe approached Jiang Chen again but was stopped by Jin Yingqi. Now the most important thing for us is to unite. Since we have come this far, I believe that no one is willing to continue to fight. After all, our time is limited. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. There won't be any result. Why don't we work together? What's more, we still have to experience the baptism of wind and thunder in the Wind and Thunder Cliff. Jin Yingqi smiled and said, acting as a peacemaker. After all, Jiang Chen had saved them before. Even if he was a wolf, he couldn't turn his gun to Jiang Chen at this time. Otherwise, it would definitely arouse public anger. Jin Yingqi couldn't wait to split open the brain of this brainless Xin Fenghe to see if it's a pig's brain or a paste. Everyone was silent, including Zixi. Because the current situation was indeed like this. Only by working together with sincerity could they find the real treasure. The Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace must be an extraordinary place. Even she hoped to obtain the treasure in the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Chapter 26:26. They were ready to go deeper into the Divine Dragon Palace. But at this moment, the skull of the human skeleton on the dragon throne fell down and rolled more than 10 meters away. At this moment, everyone looked at the skull and felt a chill down their spines. All the skeletons of the demon beast have been crushed. Why is this human skeleton still intact? Xianxia frowned. He had to admit that this was something worth investigating. This skeleton must be extraordinary. What a good skeleton. Let me see what kind of monster you are. Bai Qi clenched his fist and punched the skeleton. The skull was still intact. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He looked at the spine behind the skeleton. It carried an inexplicable attractive force. Xianxia's mind was shaken. He unleashed his terrifying soul energy, but he couldn't force the spine to reveal its true form. A terrifying soul energy gushed out from the spine like a tidal wave. Xianxia was forced to take a step back and his face turned pale. What's wrong with you? Zishi asked in a deep voice. Xianxia's strange change made him feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Xianxia shook his head and fixed his eyes on the spine because that was where the true energy was. When Xianxia touched it, the terrifying energy that burst out from the spine was discovered by everyone. Xianxia shook his head and stared at the spine. That spine is extraordinary. Take the spine with all your strength. Haha, it turns out that the true essence of this skeleton is the spine. However, when everyone was about to snatch it away, Xianxia had already made his move. He took a step forward and casted the Great Void technique to the extreme. Even Bai Qi was a step slower. Xianxia held the spine bone tightly in his hand. It was as majestic as the ocean. It shocked Xianxia even more. This spine bone was extraordinary and it shocked him even more. Dong Huangzhuqing, Jin Yingqi, Long Xiaotan, Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli were all defeated. That thing is not something you can possess. Hand it over and I can spare your life. Li Jingdong said in a deep voice as he stared at the spine in Xianxia's hand. Brat, don't you understand the logic of being greedy and insatiable? You want to keep that spine for yourself? Why don't you see if you can swallow it? Feng Xingli sneered. You don't have the qualifications to possess that thing. Hand it over now and you can be spared from death. Otherwise, if you stubbornly resist, you should know that the only result will be a tragic death. Your strength is not bad, but compared to these elders you are still too weak. You helped us to enter the Thunder Rush Sea, we are also grateful, but this thing you can't swallow it. Jin Yingqi tried to persuade him out of goodwill. You don't have to worry about that. If you want the thing in my hand, it's not impossible unless you kill me. Xianxia was dismissive of them. You're courting death. Jin Yingqi continued. Who can you blame for being stubborn? Then go to hell. Feng Xingli stepped on the air and his terrifying strength of a divine king realm crushed the void, aiming at Xianxia. Xianxia felt that he was locked on by a terrifying divine king realm expert. If you want to touch the people of my Eastern Emperor sect, should you ask for my permission first? Dong Huangzhuqing said calmly as he struck out a palm to fight against Feng Xingli. How dare you? Dong Huangzhuqing, do you really want to go against the Killing Luo sect? Feng Xingli looked at Dong Huangzhuqing with disdain. As an elder, it's my duty to protect the disciples of the sect. Dong Huangzhuqing's words touched Xianxia. Regardless of how powerful the Eastern Emperor sect was or how powerful Dong Huangzhuqing was, Xianxia felt a sense of warmth from Dong Huangzhuqing's protective aura. Let's see how many of us you can beat. Li Jingdong's long legs swept across the sky with lightning speed. After images of his legs appeared one after another, forcing Xianxia to take another step back. Long Xiaotan appeared out of nowhere and forced Li Jingdong to take a step back. However, he did not fare any better as he staggered backwards and stood side by side with Dong Huangzhuqing. The Eastern Emperor sect is so powerful that even the Nine Dragon Palace is on your side. Li Jingdong gritted his teeth. I can't represent the entire Nine Dragon Palace, but I can represent myself. Xianxia has saved my life, how can I just watch him be in danger and do nothing? Huh. Long Xiaotan's fearlessness made those who were indebted to Jiang Chen feel ashamed of their inferiority. Jingnan, Tizhen, Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli looked behind them at the same time. The other two elders of the Heavenly Profound sect and the Killing Luo sect also attacked without hesitation. Li Jingnan is here. Feng Xingzhen is here. Both of them were the mainstays of their sections. They were determined to kill Jiang Chen and take back the spine. Zixi fought against two Divine King Realm experts at the same time with lightning-fast means. It was shocking. The City Lord's mansion is here. Who dares to make a move? Heavenly Profound sect, Killing Luo sect. If you dare to touch Jiang Chen, you're not putting the City Lord's mansion in your eyes. In the future, the City Lord's mansion will pay a visit to both sections. Zixi's boldness shocked everyone. At this moment, Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli fell into silence. Zixi's forceful entry made them feel awkward. Moreover, he declared war against the two sects in the name of the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, even they had to consider the situation of the Qilian boundary after leaving the Thunder Rush Sea. After all, the prestige of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries was not just for show. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries was the target of worship in the entire Qilian boundary. Who would dare to disobey him? Jiang Chen smiled. So what if it's the Heavenly Profound sect and the Killing Luo sect? As the number 1 and number 2 great sect, what else could they do? Just when he was about to keep the spine, he was sent flying by a terrifying force. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was prepared and was not injured. He just looked a little embarrassed. Jiang Chen wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If he was a little slower, his head would have been separated from his body. Everyone held their breath and looked at the blue-clothed young man who suddenly appeared. His white pupils emitted a black demonic aura as he stared at Jiang Chen, breaking the deadlock. Give it to me. What if I don't? Jiang Chen did not give any face to the blue-clothed young man. However, his appearance had caused a commotion among the crowd. Then die. The blue-clothed young man said faintly. He took a step and moved closer to Jiang Chen. His Great Void technique was comparable to Jiang Chen's Great Void technique. His palm was like lightning clashing with Jiang Chen's fist. Jiang Chen was pushed back and looked a little embarrassed. Such a terrifying fella. I'm afraid that even I can't catch up to his speed. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.